my life is over, dude. I'm fucking cooked. I have become a cursed carnival attraction and somehow this is my reality now. I don't even know how the hell this happened. One second I'm just sitting here, the next I'm turning into a giant human blimp like some bullshit side effect from a poorly tested energy drink. Look at this shit. I'm swelling up like a goddamn parade float. This is the worst day in my entire life, and that's saying something because I've had some ass days. I swear I can hear my dignity popping off one little bit at a time. I can't even pretend this is normal. I look like I got hit with 900 pounds of consequence, and now I'm just waiting for gravity to file a complaint. At this point, I'm not a person, I'm a weather event. There it is, the final form, the boss fight nobody asked for. If I drift into the ceiling fan, just delete the footage and tell everybody I died with honor. I've never felt more betrayed by my own body. This is some Looney Tunes ass nonsense, except it's happening to me and I hate every second of it. The only silver lining is at least I'm making history as the dumbest medical emergency ever recorded. Anyway, that's my week going to absolute shit in real time, and I'd appreciate it if reality could stop being a fucking clown for 5 minutes. I'm done, I'm inflated, I'm pissed, and I want off this ride. That's it, see ya. This is the kind of internet brain damage that makes my balls file for workers' comp. We've hit a new level of lazy insanity where AI is making me react to AI, making me react to AI, making me react to AI. It's like jerking off a clone of a clone until reality taps out.
So penguinz0 reacts to AI, penguinz0 reacting to AI, penguinz0. It's kind of funny, but also just repetitive.
So this is the main war crime here, the actual slop casserole. It looks like if an off-brand wax statue of me got trapped in a podcast dungeon and was forced to explain its own birth certificate, the AI version of me somehow sounds even more exhausted than I do, which is honestly impressive. It's like listening to Drywall read Reddit posts while a beard haircut argues with a microphone, and every new layer of the recursion makes it feel like my penis is being taxed by the federal government. Then, of course, there's an article about it because the internet treats every fresh turd like a museum unveiling. They wrote about this like scientists discovered a new element, when really it's just algorithm incest with a USB cable. The scariest part is this probably gets views. Somewhere out there, a guy is eating cold ravioli, watching AI me react to AI me, nodding like he's witnessing the moon landing. This is the content equivalent of sucking your own dick and calling it networking. We need to talk about this feathered little criminal because I have now caught the same dodo on video for the 5th time in my room, and at this point I'm less concerned homeowner and more evidence collector in a stupid nature documentary. This thing is not visiting, it is executing a coordinated burglary with the confidence of a guy who thinks a hoodie makes him invisible. Look at this guy. No fear, no shame, just a prehistoric crime goblin with bird legs and a shopping addiction. And somehow he always targets the same room, which means this isn't random anymore. This is personal. He's got a hit list, and my room is at the top of it. Honestly fair. I support due process, but I also support humiliating wildlife. The worst part is he doesn't even take anything useful. He just steals objects with the energy of a drunk landlord. Why is he obsessed with cables? What is he building? That article is way too respectful for what's happening here. Bold around cluttered environments is a fancy way of saying this bird saw my room and decided it was lootable. I'm just saying, if a dodo can repeatedly violate your space and leave with your stuff, then maybe evolution didn't kill it, maybe it just became a landlord. Oh my god, it's learning. That's the scary part. The first time it was a nuisance, the 5th time it's a pattern. At this point, I'm not defending myself from a bird, I'm getting outplayed by a wet rotisserie chicken with ambition. Anyway, if I see that dodo again, I'm not yelling, I'm setting up a tiny courtroom in my room. We're doing charges, exhibits, and I'm presenting the sock as evidence. Then, I'm getting my stuff back, reclaiming my dignity, and maybe putting a little sign on the door that says no birds, no crimes, no exceptions. Right, we need to talk about Gubby, because this little freak was apparently found on camera, and now the internet is acting like we've discovered a cryptid with tax fraud charges. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at, but it looks like a rabbit got overcooked in the oven of evolution and came out with the confidence of a golden retriever. That is not a rabbit, that is a marshmallow with attitude. Why is it built like someone took a bunny, hit scale up, and then forgot the rest of the settings? I would absolutely not trust an animal that size with my vegetables, because that thing is looking at lettuce the way I look at a buffet after a bad breakup. This image is sending me, because Gubby has the exact expression of a guy who got caught doing something illegal but is too big to run. He's got the energy of a creature that would steal your carrots and then demand emotional support. If this article is real, then we need to stop calling him a rabbit and start calling him a land monitor. Look at the size of that thing. I'm not saying it could beat me in a fight, but I am saying I'd surrender the carrots immediately and maybe apologize for whatever I did to offend him. Right, we've got a fast food ad here, and apparently the narrator completely fumbled the bag. That's always a great sign when a corporate commercial sounds like it was read by a hostage with a concussion. Let's see what kind of beautiful incompetence we're dealing with, because if you're gonna sell fried chicken, the least you can do is pronounce the words like you've seen a calendar before.
KFC, it's fast, it's flavorful, and it's finger-licking good. Try our new crispy conal sandwich, a juicy seasoned chicken breast, pickles, and mayo on a toasted bun. Cricious, it's delicious. And AK Trevliction per account for me.
Oh my god, there it is. He just absolutely ate pavement halfway through the line. That wasn't a narrator, that was a man losing a custody battle with the English language in real time. And the best part is the ad keeps going like everything's normal, which is exactly what makes it 10 times funnier. You know somebody in the control room was sweating bullets because they definitely heard that train wreck and still hit publish like, yeah, that'll do. That's the kind of mistake that lives forever because people online have the memory of elephants and the mercy of sharks. Honestly though, I respect it. Ads are usually so polished and soulless that when one guy cracks under pressure, it feels more human than the entire marketing department. It's like, congrats, you made a chicken commercial, and somehow the funniest part is the poor bastard reading the script. Today we've got some genuinely unhinged security footage of a Smilodon just casually breaking into a Burger King like it's got a drive-through membership card. I don't know what kind of prehistoric crack this cat is on, but it has a very specific mission, and I respect the hustle. That's the most efficient robbery I've ever seen. No threats, no note, no getaway driver, just pure feline burgle energy. It didn't even touch the fries, which honestly says a lot about its standards. Look at the posture on this thing. It's not panicking, it's not confused, it knows exactly what it wants. That burger was prey, and Burger King was basically a buffet built for disaster. This is the kind of headline that makes you check if reality is running a little low on batteries. I love that the article would still somehow end with no injuries reported. Like, yeah, because the beast only wanted the Whopper, not the whole constitutional right to exist. Honestly, valid complaint. If I clock in and find out a Smilodon ran a one-burger sting operation, I'm calling out immediately. That's not fast food, that's ancient violence with a side of pickles. Right, so apparently we've got a Stegosaurus on camera, which is already insane because if that sentence is real, then reality has officially stopped paying rent. I've seen a lot of dumb internet clips in my life, but this is the kind of thing that makes you sit back and go, either I'm witnessing history or somebody glued a bunch of foam plates to a lizard and unleashed chaos. If that is real. That's not even nature is healing, that's nature clocking in for a shift 65 million years late. And the best part is, you know, some dude filmed this with the world's shakiest phone ever, whispering like he's trying not to wake up his stepdad while a literal dinosaur is just doing a lazy walk by like it's no big deal. And yeah, the internet is gonna do what it always does, split into two groups, one side screaming obvious fake, the other side acting like they just discovered God in a Costco parking lot. Honestly, I'm not ruling anything out yet because the world has been so stupid lately that a dinosaur showing up on camera feels almost weirdly believable. That tweet is exactly the energy of the situation. Nobody knows shit, everybody's an expert, and somewhere a guy named Kyle is using a red circle to prove the dinosaur has biomechanical signaling plates, which is just a fancy way of saying he needs to go outside. If those footprints are real, then congratulations, we're all living in the dumbest documentary ever made. If they're fake, then somebody went through an insane amount of effort just to farm views off the world's most impractical animal cosplay. Either way, I respect the commitment, and I hate that I do. Alright, so Burger King decided to assault the solar system with the Saturn burger, and honestly, I respect the ambition. Any fast food item named after a planet automatically sounds like it either slaps insanely hard or tastes like a brake pad dipped in mayo.
Behold, the Saturn Burger! A cosmic explosion of flavor! 2 patties, rings of oniony goodness, and a galaxy of taste! Get yours today!
That actually looks ridiculous, which is perfect, because if you're going to name a burger after Saturn, it better have a stupid amount of rings on it. If they just called it the big onion ring thing, nobody would care, but slap a planet label on there and now I'm pretending I'm in a NASA press conference about cholesterol. There it is, the actual crime scene. That's not a burger, that's a construction accident with branding. And look, I'm not saying I wouldn't eat it, because I absolutely would, but I'd need napkins, a shirt I hate, and a legal waiver. That bite is either going to be transcendent or it's going to taste like a forklift with barbecue sauce. Burger King really said, what if we made a burger for people who want their lunch to have a ring system and regret? And honestly, that's kind of beautiful. Tonight, we're discussing the absolute cultural event of a Triceratops getting booked on a late-night show, which is already funnier than most comedy specials. I have no idea who approved this, but I'm glad someone finally looked at TV and said, what if we made it stupider and louder?
So, Reginald, tell us, what's it been like adjusting to life in the spotlight?
It's been quite the experience, thank you. Though I do miss grazing.
That is somehow the most natural and comfortable interview I've ever seen. The Triceratops just sitting there like he's about to promote a movie, and then the host asks, so what was it like being extinct? Bro, that is a hostile opener. That's like asking a divorced guy why his marriage sucked before the appetizer even arrives. This article is killing me because it treats the whole thing like a serious media moment. It's not a media moment, it's a giant horny lizard being forced to do press. And honestly, respect to the Triceratops for maintaining composure while a man in makeup tried to bait him into a monologue like this was NPR for prehistoric freaks. That tweet is brutal, but also fair. If a dinosaur can show up, answer questions, and not start yelling about his latest skincare line, then he's already ahead of the pack. TV is cooked when a 3-horn fossil has better stage presence than the average actor with a PR team. And that's the whole thing, really. I support more weird booking decisions. Let the Triceratops have his moment. If television is gonna be a circus, at least give me the guy with the biggest horns in the room. Right, I gotta talk about this absolutely insane footage because it starts off like a normal nighttime walk and then immediately turns into a cartoon crime scene. You've got some guy minding his business on the sidewalk and then a goat shows up like it pays rent there and just body checks him straight into a hole. That's not wildlife behavior, that's a coordinated assassination attempt with hooves. This is exactly why I don't trust goats. Everyone acts like they're just little farm bros, but they're really tiny demons with a mission. And the fact that this hole somehow rots into a random person's house is the cherry on top. That is the worst plumbing system imaginable. I'd be suing the city, the goat, and possibly God. Look at this setup, man. The sidewalk is already suspicious. The hole is basically a death trap. And then the goat just comes in with the steel chair. If I'm that homeowner and some random dude bursts in through the sewer, I'm not asking questions. I'm just moving to another planet. Honestly, this is one of those clips where reality feels lazy. Like the writers really said, what if a guy gets pounced by a goat and ends up in a stranger's house through the sewer? And somehow that's still not even the weirdest part because the goat commits the act and then just stands there like it's waiting for applause. Right, we need to talk about this dodo on the night show thing, because this is one of those situations where reality just sort of trips over its own shoelaces and faceplants into late-night television. I saw the clip, I saw the setup, and I immediately knew we were in for pure nonsense.
So, as I was saying, this new documentary is fascinating. It really explores the complexities of modern astrophysics. Absolutely incredible.
That bird has more stage presence than half the people getting booked on these shows. And I love how nobody ever acts like this is insane in the moment. They just keep talking like, yeah, sure, a giant extinct looking bird is now part of the bit, no problem. Totally normal Wednesday night activity. If I were in that audience, I'd be losing my mind. Like, imagine paying for tickets and then you look up and there's just a dodo on national television stealing the segment. That's not a guest, that's a hostile takeover with feathers. That tweet is exactly right. The funniest part isn't even the bird, it's the collective social panic from everyone pretending they're not witnessing something completely absurd. Honestly, respect to the dodo. Showed up, did the job, absolutely no notes.
So, regarding the recent economic developments, the implications could be quite significant. However, we must consider...
That's the dream right there. No scandal, no apology tour, no weird internet discourse that lasts a week, just a dodo turning a talk show into a fever dream. And that's why I love dumb television, because sometimes it accidentally becomes art. Alright, we need to talk about the goat kicking incident, because somehow we've reached a point in civilization where that is a phrase that exists, and I hate that I have to say it out loud. It's one of those situations that starts as there's no way this is real, and then immediately becomes, oh, that is in fact real, and it is stupider than I expected.
Oh!
Woo!
That's straight? I was straighter?
We have them.
And of course, because the internet is the internet, everybody becomes a livestock law expert within 5 minutes. Suddenly people are doing courtroom speeches like, well, actually, in the context of the incident the goat exhibited, shut the hell up, you don't know anything, you just watched a dumb clip, and now you're in cosplay as a prosecutor. This is my favorite part, the complete professional internet overreaction cycle. First it's shock, then moral superiority, then everyone starts making jokes so unfunny they should be considered assault. And yes, obviously you shouldn't kick a goat. That part feels pretty self-explanatory unless your brain got installed backwards. The real issue is that this is always the same story with different animals and different idiots. One person does something profoundly stupid, the internet turns it into a 10-act tragedy, and then we all have to pretend we're not entertained by the fact that humanity keeps finding new ways to be embarrassing. Alright, I've seen some curse stuff in my life, but this one takes the lasagna-smeared crown. Today we're talking about footage of Will Smith eating spaghetti, which somehow feels more unsettling than any horror movie because it's just a famous guy committing fully to a noodle crime in real time. I don't know why this exists, but I respect the commitment to the bit, even if the bit is man fights pasta and loses. Dude looks like he's trying to solve a math problem made of marinara. That's not eating, it's a hostage negotiation with carbohydrates. Also, the way spaghetti just refuses to cooperate is hilarious, because no matter how rich or famous you are, noodles will humble you instantly. This is the face of a man who knows the pasta is winning. I love that every celebrity eventually gets reduced to the same thing, just a dude trying not to drop food on himself in front of a camera. Absolute cinema. Yeah, that's the part that kills me, because you can tell he's aware of how dumb this looks and he's still pushing through. Honestly, I get it. Sometimes you just want some pasta and instead you end up in a war you never enlisted for. Right, so apparently there's trail cam footage of Joe Biden wandering around like he's auditioning for a nature documentary nobody asked for. I'm gonna be honest, if the footage is real, the only thing I care about is whether he's out there feeding deer, arguing with a squirrel, or trying to whisper to a tree like it owes him money. That's the thing with trail cam footage, man, it makes everybody look guilty. You could catch someone just taking a midnight stroll and suddenly they look like they're smuggling a whole llama through the woods. If this is Biden, he looks exactly like a guy who took one wrong turn and ended up in a tutorial on getting eaten by mosquitoes. Of course, the internet turned this into a federal investigation because people can't see one blurry clip without acting like they cracked the Da Vinci Code. Half the replies are probably that's definitely him, and the other half are saying it's fake because the moon was in the wrong position or some insane insane shit like that. I swear online discourse is just people hitting each other with wet pool noodles. Yeah, that's peak Twitter. Somebody posts one muddy frame and suddenly it's breaking president caught in the forest at 2 a.m. I love how every mystery gets treated like the end of civilization when it's probably just a dude walking around looking like he forgot what room he was in. Okay, so The Rock really looked at the world, looked at his PR team, and decided to set the entire internet on fire with one tweet. That is an absolutely unhinged thing to wake up and see. Like, brother, this is not how you promote a movie. This is how you get banned from civilization. If this is real, that's wild in the most financially irresponsible way possible. If it's hacked, then congrats. Somebody's idea of a prank was to make Dwayne Johnson sound like he got kicked in the head by a horny badger. Either way, this is the kind of tweet that gets screenshotted so fast it practically becomes a public monument. The funniest part is how the internet will spend 6 hours doing forensic analysis on whether The Rock meant to say that, and by then the damage is already immortal. This is why celebrities should have one guy whose entire job is just slapping the phone out of their hand before they post nonsense at 2 a.m.
The Jonas Sivither watched the militaries.
That's it, that's the whole story. One tweet and suddenly the internet is a landfill full of screaming. Honestly, if I posted something like that, I'd delete my account, move to a cabin, and let a bear finish me off. Right, today we're doing something deeply stupid and somehow incredibly important, ranking the top 5 tastiest brands of shoes to lick after a 10-hour walk in New Delhi. I got this challenge from the universe itself because apparently suffering needs a leaderboard. First place is Nike, because those things taste like pure corporate confidence mixed with pavement misery. There's a weird metallic saltiness to them, like the shoe knows it's winning. Second is Adidas, real earthy after a long walk, like somebody distilled the essence of foot exhaustion into a clean little bite. Respectable, dependable, still disgusting.
बस कर
This is the exact environment where shoe flavor gets complicated because the heat starts cooking all the bad decisions right into the fabric. That's not a joke, that's a chemical tragedy. Third is Puma, because it's got that slightly sweet aftertaste like you licked a gym bag that briefly lived a better life. Not elite, but solid enough to make the podium. Fourth is New Balance, kind of bland up front, but the more you think about it, the worse it gets. That's artistic in a very upsetting way. Fifth is Reebok, because the flavor is basically old cardio and regret with a hint of spice from the city air. Honestly, all of these should be illegal, but the rankings are the rankings. After 10 hours in New Delhi, every shoe turns into a science experiment, and I hate that I know this. Still, Nike clears, Adidas is close, and everything else is fighting for its life. The lesson here is don't walk for 10 hours in New Delhi unless you're prepared to become a connoisseur of punishment. Also, don't lick shoes, because that's feral behavior. That's it, see ya. Right, so somehow we've reached the timeline where the Black Plague got a patch note, and apparently the devs are just straight up griefing humanity. I saw this headline and thought it was satire for like half a second, but no, it's one of those you can't make this shit up situations.
Authorities worldwide are struggling to contain a rapidly spreading outbreak of what is being called the updated Black Plague. Early reports indicate that existing treatments are proving completely ineffective, raising serious concerns about a global...
This is the most unhinged update cycle imaginable, because who the hell balances a disease like it's a live service game? We've increased resistance to antibiotics by 300% is not something I ever wanted to hear in my entire life. And the worst part is people are gonna read this and start acting like there's some secret meta build for not dying, which is fucking insane. There is no counterplay, there is no exploit, there is just your body getting absolutely demolished by a history-based debuff. Naturally, the internet reacts like it's a fucking balance change in a shooter, and now everyone's either joking or completely losing it, honestly. If this is real, the patch notes need to be taken out back and shot. If humanity somehow survives this one, I'm gonna need the developers to stop cooking. This is way too much content for one planet to handle. That's it, see ya. Right, so somehow this little yellow goblin has failed the boatmobile test for like the gazillionth time, and I'm already sick of this damn saga. I found out because people kept spamming me the clip like it was the second coming of Christ, so let's just get into this bullshit. And just walk it out, bozo. How many times are we doing this, you absolute menace? Just keep it straight and maybe stop treating the steering wheel like it owes you money. Oh my god, he just turned my fucking house into confetti. What the hell is wrong with you, man? I mean, I get it. The man's trying his best, but his best is apparently a rolling disaster that ends in arson-adjacent property damage. This is beyond incompetence. This is a lifestyle. Now, I'm just standing here grieving my entire existence because of one sponge with a driver's ed problem. That's the kind of failure you don't bounce back from cleanly. That shit lives in the walls now. I'm gonna need therapy and a new house, and SpongeBob needs a bus pass. That's it. See ya. What the fuck am I looking at? Dude, this is like if a band got assembled by a fever dream and a crayon factory. There are so many animal people here I can't even tell if this is supposed to be music or a very aggressive furry LinkedIn profile picture. Also, why does everyone look like they're one bad decision away from starting a YouTube apology video? It's insane. Okay, so first off, I have no fucking clue who any of these people are, but I respect the commitment to making every single one of them look like they're in a Lobo Budge album cover. The green guy in the middle is carrying the whole image like he's the only one who knows the chords, and the rest are just here for emotional support and dick energy. This is exactly the kind of image that makes me feel like I accidentally unlocked lore I was never meant to see. Like there's probably a whole fandom behind this, and I'm standing here with my pants down trying to figure out which one is the lead singer and which one is the designated weird little bastard. Right, so apparently today's episode is me somehow summoning 2 fucking penguins in my room, which is already a sentence I hate saying out loud. I found out because the universe has a sick sense of humor and apparently decided my apartment needed more beaks and less peace. There they are, just hanging out like they pay rent. And I'm not even gonna act normal about this because this is not a normal fucking situation. One of them is already looking at me like I owe it money, which is fair honestly, and the other one is investigating my floor like it's a hostile environment.
What's an app with the telling the number is Charlie's and the turlily is make the backers way how? Hankily. Whoa! Where did you guys come from?
That's the whole clip, just pure confusion and 2 birds instantly taking over my personal space like little tuxedo burglars. And this is exactly why I don't trust whatever's going on with my house lately, because now I've got Antarctic associates roaming around and I didn't sign any paperwork. Look at this guy. He's got the confidence of someone who knows I can't kick him out without looking like a monster. I hate that they're kind of adorable, because now I'm stuck being the asshole in a room with 2 little shitheads. Honestly, I respect the commitment. They showed up, they made their presence known, and they didn't ask for permission once. Anyway, that's where I'm at right now, apparently hosting a penguin infestation with no warning and no explanation. I think I'm losing the plot, but at least I'm losing it with style. That's it, see ya. I was just minding my own business, and then I fat-fingered the F25 key like some kind of damn wizard, and now I'm pretty sure my soul got uploaded into the tower. This is exactly why I don't trust keyboards with hidden demon buttons. Let me show you how this cursed shit unfolded, because it got weird fast. Yeah, that's the moment right there, the forbidden key, the one no sane manufacturer should ever include, and somehow my dumbass found it like I was destined to become a peripheral. After that, the machine started acting like it had a personality, which is just fantastic because I already have one and it sucks enough for both of us. Now every click feels like it's coming from inside my skull.
Where am I?
I'm not saying I'm possessed, but I am saying the fan started whispering my browser history at me. So if you've got an F25 key, first of all, why, and second of all, burn it. Honestly, this is a nightmare, but at least my soul finally has cable management. I hate that that's a silver lining, but here we are. So yeah, weirdest hardware review of my life, and I'm never touching an extra function key again. That's it, see ya. Right, so I got sent this old-ass 11 p.m. news story from July 28th, 1992, and it is about as charming as a brick through a windshield. Apparently something went down at 2000 Tyson Avenue in Philadelphia, and man, the way these local news reports used to frame shit is like they were narrating the end times with a coffee stain on the script. I'm gonna walk through the clip and the reporting around it, because this is one of those stories where the vibe alone tells you it was a bad night for everybody involved.
Secure the perimeter.
Secure the perimeter.
Confirmed, Sergeant.
There it is. The full we're standing outside a place where some shit absolutely went sideways starter pack. The camera quality is so bad you can practically hear the CRT buzzing. And this is why old crime footage hits different, because the whole thing feels half like reporting and half like the cameraman got dragged into the neighborhood against his will. This is the exact kind of image that makes you immediately go, yeah, something terrible happened here. No fancy cinematic bullshit, just pure local news nightmare fuel. And I swear these reports always had the same energy, where the anchor sounds way too calm for something that clearly had everybody on edge. If this had been online back then, it would have looked like the internet itself was held together with duct tape and bad decisions. Which, honestly, feels appropriate for a crime story at 11 p.m. What gets me is how these sources always leave you with more atmosphere than answers, like they dump you into the middle of the aftermath and then just peace out.
We're continuing to follow the developing situation here on Elm Street. As you can see, authorities are still working to secure the area, and will bring you updates as they become available.
And now we've got the reporter doing that classic, I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I need to sound professional voice. Absolute Hall of Fame behavior. It's grim, it's messy, and it's exactly the kind of thing that makes these old local segments stick in your head way longer than they should. At the end of the day, this is one of those stories where the footage does most of the talking. The whole thing feels raw, old, and unsettling. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, I don't know who this dude is either, and that's kind of the most insane part of this entire thing. Like, who wakes up, sees this fox-looking MF, and just decides, yeah, that's my problem now. It's just peak internet behavior, absolutely zero dick energy to even explain it properly. Yeah, this is the guy in question, and I have never seen a Morai appear in one random corner of the internet and immediately cause confusion-ass design in my life. He looks like somebody tried to make a mascot while half asleep and then gave him a shirt with a mystical emblem on it. And of course, the article acts like this is a federal mystery, like the FBI needs to get involved because somebody saw a fox with a blue logo shirt. Bro is not a cryptid, he's not a missing person, he's just some weird-ass anthro character, and now everybody is acting like there's lore. That's the actual footage, and it answers exactly none of my questions, which is honestly impressive. I respect the commitment to making something this bizarre look like it's hiding state secrets, because all it did was confirm this guy exists, and somehow that makes it worse. And there he is again, staring into my soul like he's about to ask me to download a sketchy browser plugin. I genuinely think the funniest part is that the design is so normal by internet standards that it loops all the way back around to being completely insane.
So today we're talking about Philly, and yeah, this shit was impossible to ignore once it started popping off. I saw the clips, saw the drama, and immediately knew the internet was gonna do what it always does, turn a bad situation into a full-time hobby. It's one of those stories where every new detail makes it worse, which is honestly the most efficient kind of internet disaster.
This is the guy everybody's been circling, and you can already tell by the energy that there's a storm coming. The whole thing has that familiar, oh no, here we go smell to it, like a group chat got leaked and nobody can behave. And that's the kind of footage that makes everything spiral, because once the internet gets a sniff of chaos, it starts building a damn cathedral around it. Half the comments are making jokes, half are acting like detectives, and neither group should be trusted with a cereal box. The article format is always hilarious because it tries so hard to look serious while everybody reading it is feral. You've got formal wording covering up a situation that is basically pure human stupidity with better typography. So yeah, that's where we're at, and it doesn't really get cleaner from here. It's messy, it's ugly, and the internet is going to keep chewing on it until nothing's left but crumbs and bad takes. That's my thoughts on it, and honestly it just sucks all around. People really need to stop acting like consequences are optional. That's it, see ya. Right, so I'm minding my own damn business, and I catch this tall-ass forest giraffe in my room like he pays rent. I thought I was losing it for a second, but nope, there's just a pale nightmare standing there being all weird and dramatic. Yeah, that's him just posted up like the world's worst roommate. I honestly had a split second of do I scream or do I commit to the bit, and apparently my brain chose romance, which is a real fucking problem. So then I walked right up to this spooky-ass Slenderman, grabbed him by that stupid skinny suit and kissed him. I don't know if that was bravery, stupidity, or severe sleep deprivation, but it happened and now I gotta live with that. And yeah, it was weird as hell, but also kind of majestic in the dumbest way possible. If you're gonna get haunted, might as well make it memorable and absolutely ruin the ghost night too. I'm not proud of it, but I'm not gonna lie and say I hated it either. That's the kind of experience that changes a man, mostly for the worse. Anyway, that's the tale of me getting emotionally bullied by a cryptid and making it everyone's problem. They learned absolutely nothing, which is probably for the best. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently the question on the table is whether Kevin McAllister can beat Albert Wesker with enough prep time, which is the kind of internet debate that makes me feel like I've inhaled too much drywall dust. And honestly, I love it because this is exactly the sort of brain-poisoned argument where one guy has superhuman bio-toddler Batman energy, and the other guy is a walking home alone crime scene with access to increasingly illegal household implements. Look, Kevin with prep time is basically a federal incident waiting to happen. The kid already turned burglary into a slapstick blood sport, and if you give him actual knowledge, resources, and a week to plan, he's not defending a house anymore, he's building a hostile environment specifically designed to Wesker is obviously stronger, faster, and probably can bench press a refrigerator full of raccoons, but prep time changes the whole game. Kevin doesn't need to win a fistfight, he just needs to make the environment so stupidly hostile that Wesker spends the entire encounter stepping on banana peels, getting launched into a ceiling fan, and falling into a pit labeled crime. So yeah, if Kevin gets enough prep time, I'm not saying he beats Wesker in canon, but I am saying Wesker is leaving that house with emotional damage and possibly a lawsuit. Right, today we're diving into one of the most devastating revelations a man can have, the horrifying possibility that he has been emotionally catfished by politeness his entire life. And I'm not saying that's me, I'm just saying if your mom says you're such a handsome young man and then you spend 30 years alone with a chair that has your body heat, you gotta start asking questions. Look, I thought I had a pretty normal progression in life. You know, childhood, awkward teen years, a few bad decisions, maybe some trauma, the usual buffet. But then it hit me that I may have been confusing basic kindness with evidence of a romantic career. That's not a wake-up call, that's a full-on exorcism. And honestly, if my mom was just trying to be supportive, fair enough. Because what else was she supposed to say? Buddy, you've got the sexual energy of a printer offline. That tweet is brutal, but also kind of lands like a sledgehammer made of self-awareness. The worst part is not even the possibility that I was wrong, it's that if I'm wrong, I've been living in a universe where my entire sex life was a community theater production staged by my own family. That's not embarrassing, that's archaeology. This article is way too accurate for something this stupid. I'm not saying I've been lied to, I'm just saying I might have been emotionally sponsored. But hey, if the only thing standing between me and complete humiliation was my mother being polite, then honestly that's a pretty noble lie. I'd rather live in that lie than continue this conversation 1 second longer. Right, we need to talk about this Maxture DZ situation because it is completely unhinged. The whole thing has that classic "this cannot possibly be real," yet somehow it is energy, and it is honestly giving me flashbacks to other internet weirdos who act like every bad decision is a personality trait. And yeah, the Kelligish or Koofy comparison is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because the overlap is absurd.
Seriously? This is what we're doing? I can't even look at this.
This is exactly the kind of drama where every new screenshot makes the story dumber in a way that should be illegal. You keep expecting a normal explanation and instead you get another layer of nonsense, like peeling an onion made of bad excuses and crushed dignity. And I swear the way he handles criticism is the same "I am the victim of my own choices" routine people keep recycling online like it's a subscription service. The wild part is that once you lay it all out in a timeline, it stops looking like one bad mistake and starts looking like a full-time job of making terrible choices. And the Koofy comparison makes sense because it's that same energy of acting like everyone else is crazy while standing in the middle of a burning room holding a can of gasoline. I'm not even trying to be mean, I'm just saying the pattern is there, and the pattern is embarrassing. That tweet is brutal, but also, like, yeah, that's the exact problem. If every response you make turns into a sequel nobody asked for, maybe step away from the keyboard and go outside before you embarrass yourself into another dimension. I've seen toddlers with a better crisis management strategy, and they at least have the excuse of being 3 years old and covered in yogurt.
So, about what happened, I want to apologize. It's just, things were complicated, you know? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. I was just trying to help.
This is why people keep eating this stuff up, because the whole thing is a train wreck with subtitles. You cannot be this committed to being difficult and then act shocked when people start comparing you to the same kind of internet circus act. At the end of the day, if you are making Koofy look like a reasonable benchmark, you have achieved something truly pathetic. Right, today we're diving into that beautiful little human trap called the One, which is just a fancy way of saying please let fate do all the work because I'm tired. I mean, maybe there's one perfect person for you somewhere, or maybe there are like 17 nearly perfect people, and one of them owns a decent couch, which is honestly the real soulmate test. The whole idea is comforting as hell, though. It's like, if I just suffer through enough awkward dates and terrible first impressions, eventually the universe will cough up my custom-made partner and will lock eyes in a grocery store while holding the same pasta sauce. That's cinema. That's romance. That's also how you end up married to someone who chews like a chainsaw.
But honey, the ottoman, it clearly goes there. We discussed this.
But the spreadsheet shows we need to prioritize the trash bags.
What I don't buy is the idea that there's only one person on planet Earth who can make you happy. That's insane. There are billions of people. The odds that your happiness depends on one specific freak occurrence is nuts. Love is way less magical and way more do we both hate the same stuff, and can we exist in the same room without wanting to bite each other? Yeah, that article basically says what I'm saying minus the part where I compare romance to a poorly moderated server. The healthiest relationships usually aren't lightning strikes, they're just two people deciding, alright, I guess your weird is tolerable, and your sleep schedule doesn't make me want to commit arson. That's harsh, but also annoyingly accurate. So do I believe in the one? Not literally. I believe in the one you pick, which is way less sexy but actually useful. Fate can sit this one out. I'd rather have communication, mutual effort, and someone who doesn't turn my life into a hostage negotiation. Right. So this image is basically a pricing table from hell, and I mean that in the most affectionate possible way. You've got basic for $21 a month, standard for $47, and then open source unlimited for $149, which sounds less like a plan and more like a threat. What I love is the math just sitting there acting like it makes sense. 400 per hour, 200 per 30 minutes, 50 per hour, 25 per 30 minutes. Buddy, that is not a pricing page, that's a hostage note written by a spreadsheet, and somehow the premium option gives you asterisk less asterisk in one of the columns. That's like selling someone a bigger sandwich and then removing half the bread because of optimization. This is the kind of site where I'd click learn more and immediately regret having eyes. They really put open source unlimited right next to a price tag like they're trying to summon a confused startup founder. Also, why does the cheapest tier have numbers that don't feel cheap, and the expensive tier still looks like it's holding back? It's giving we ran out of ideas halfway through the pricing meeting. Yeah, no, I'd rather gargle barbed wire than try to explain this to a normal person. If your pricing needs a detective board, a calculator, and emotional support, maybe the problem isn't the customer. Right, so today we're talking about Mr. Plantegg, which already sounds like a guy who got named by a sleep-deprived kindergarten teacher and somehow turned that into a brand. This is one of those situations where you hear the name and instantly know there's going to be nonsense involved. I'm going to walk you through it, and by the end I'm pretty sure we'll all feel a little dumber, which is honestly the ideal content experience.
Baron's plant eggs? I worry they're plant eggs. You brer plingy to strike, it's file hide! I'm just no one own me!
Look at this guy, he has the exact energy of someone who says actually technically right before making the worst possible decision. And that's what makes this so fun to watch, because every new layer just makes the whole thing feel more absurd. You ever meet somebody online who acts like they're conducting business when they're really just being a loud little gremlin with Wi-Fi? That's the vibe here. The funny part is how these situations always snowball. It starts with one weird post, then suddenly there are receipts, then apologies, then misunderstandings, and by the end everybody's pretending this was a civil disagreement when it was really just a digital bar fight in a parking lot. I'm not saying I'm above it, because I am absolutely not, but I do respect the commitment to making a complete clown show of yourself in public. That tweet has the same energy as a guy trying to explain why the smoke alarm went off after he made experimental nachos at 2 a.m. Nobody's buying it, nobody's impressed, and somehow he still typed it like he was dropping a manifesto. I love the confidence though. Horrible idea, great confidence. That's honestly the secret sauce for half the internet's biggest disasters.
I need to address these recent allegations. It's simply not true. I never intended. This is a blatant misrepresentation of my views.
This is the point where you can tell the whole thing is cooked, because once the comment section starts looking like a group project where everybody failed, there's no coming back. And yet people still keep digging, which I respect in the same way I respect a raccoon stealing a hot dog from a trash can. It's chaotic, it's shameless, and somehow it keeps moving. The final verdict. Mr. Plantag is one of those names that will forever sound like it belongs to a guy who got banned from 3 Discords and a farmer's market in the same week. Not a huge mystery, not a huge masterpiece, just another extremely online mess that somehow becomes everyone's problem for 48 hours. And honestly, that's the internet in a nutshell. Alright, today we're tackling the scientifically important question of why my tongue looks like it got installed by a drunk cartoon mechanic. I don't know who decided to give me this much flopping power, but it's honestly disrespectful to the laws of nature. There it is. That's the cursed appendage. I look like I lost a bet with a lizard. If this thing gets any longer, I'm gonna need a permit and a leash. I'm not even kidding. This is the kind of talent that should get booked in Vegas. Now introducing the man who can taste the future and also embarrass himself in 4K. Honestly, it's hard to feel dignity when your mouth turns into a prank prop. The internet really saw my face and said, yeah, let's make this everybody's problem. Fair enough, though. I'd be lying if I said I didn't respect the commitment. It's grotesque, it's majestic, and it's probably stronger than my lower back. Anyway, if you're gonna look this stupid, you might as well own it. And I am owning it like a proud, tongue-based idiot. Right, this is apparently the point where my career fully derails, because I'm about to talk about myself shaking my ass on stream while yelling final remix like I'm a cursed nightclub monk. This is the kind of clip that makes your chat explode and your dignity file a missing persons report.
Final remix. Final remix! Final remix! Final remix! Final remix! Final remix!
Love how I can do something completely stupid for 3 seconds, and suddenly it becomes the defining chapter of my autobiography. Final remix is such a powerful phrase too, because it sounds like I'm launching a missile or announcing the last boss in a rhythm game, but no, it's just me disrespecting my own lower half for content. Honestly, if you can't occasionally look like a malfunctioning stripper with a soundboard, what are we even doing here? There's something beautiful about how the internet sees one clip and immediately decides that is your entire personality now. People don't remember the hours of commentary, the thoughtful takes, the emotional depth. No, they remember the rear end choreography. And fair enough, because that was objectively hilarious. I'm not even mad. I'd probably clip it too. Okay, this is one of those moments where my body is apparently trying to betray me on camera. My eyes are doing the biggest possible side quest, my tongue is out for no reason, and I'm leaning into the lens like I just saw a coupon for free money. There it is. That's the exact face I make when I read a comment that makes me question whether humanity should keep Wi-Fi. It's like my brain short-circuited, threw a party, and nobody cleaned up after. If this were framed as breaking news, I'd be done for. Local man appears possessed by an energy drink and poor decisions. Honestly though, I respect the commitment. You can't half-ass face like that. If you're gonna look feral, you gotta go all in. Yeah, that checks out. That's not even a reaction anymore. That's a medical event. And for the record, I did not plan this. My face just heard danger, tax fraud, and garlic bread all at once and chose violence. I swear, if I keep making faces like this, I'm gonna end up as an emote in some guy's Discord server forever, which honestly feels fair. Alright, so the whole stretch out your neck situation is absolutely insane, and somehow everyone involved keeps making it weirder. Like, I go to bed and wake up to a brand new chapter of what the hell did I just miss, and somehow it's always worse than the last one. It's one of those situations where the internet takes a tiny little phrase, grabs it by the throat, and then turns it into a full-blown civil war. And then everybody acts shocked that it escalated, like no shit, you threw gasoline on a microwave burrito and asked why the kitchen is on fire. This is exactly why I can't take online discourse seriously. Somebody says one dumb thing, 5 people get offended, 10 more people pretend they're above it, and by the end there's a 48-tweet thread with more emotional damage than a broke printer at tax season. Honestly, the funniest part is how everyone thinks they're the referee in some grand moral championship, but they're really just the guy in the parking lot yelling at a shopping cart. It's stupid, it's messy, and somehow I'm still gonna keep watching every second of it. This is the kind of internet nonsense that keeps me employed. Today we're talking about the most cursed thing imaginable, my head apparently deciding to clock out and reappear as a horse.
Ah!
Like to say this is Photoshop, but the internet has evolved into a place where that feels like a rude assumption. If I woke up with a horse head, I'm not panicking, I'm monetizing. I'm talking brand deals, I'm talking hey sponsorships, I'm talking about becoming the first man to look simultaneously majestic and deeply in need of a horse tranquilizer. Honestly, the worst part is not the transformation. It's the fact that I know there'd be people in the comments going, bro looks healthier somehow. That's the internet for you. You can be one freak accident away from becoming a stable animal, and somebody will still ask for a tutorial. That tweet is exactly why I can't have faith in humanity. Not because of the horse thing that parts whatever, but because people saw it and immediately started ranking it like it was a character redesign. This version is more intimidating. Yeah, no shit, he's a horse. That's not a hot take, that's zoology.
We're live outside the residence of Mr. Henderson, where a bizarre incident unfolded earlier this morning. Witnesses report seeing the individual attempting everyday tasks. Authorities are investigating, but so far, no official statement has been released.
If this ever actually happened, I'd just commit to it. I'd start doing analysis videos with a giant carrot in my mouth, and I'd never explain it once. Wow. Honestly, that might be the most authentic rebrand I've ever heard of. Alright, so apparently I've got a very normal Tuesday ahead of me, which is always terrifying because normal usually means somebody's about to do something profoundly stupid. And today's stupid is some random crossover nonsense where John Egbert from Homestuck apparently walks in with a hammer and just starts turning me into a cautionary tale. Great. Love that for me. First of all, I don't know what timeline this is, but I already hate it. Second, if a kid in glasses shows up in my room with a hammer, I'm not thinking epic crossover, I'm thinking this guy's about to make me a statistic. And for the record, I have never once trusted anyone who enters a room like they're about to speedrun a felony. This is the kind of situation where you realize your entire life has led to an anime-ass beatdown from a guy who looks like he just got lost on the way to algebra. I'm not even mad at the hammer, I'm mad at the commitment. You don't stroll in like that unless you've rehearsed the homicide in the mirror. Yeah, there's the article I never wanted to read about myself. Witnesses describe a hammer. No shit, that's usually the part that makes people leave. If your plan starts with a hammer and ends with my obituary, I'm gonna call that a bad social interaction. Still, I respect the confidence. I hate it, but I respect it. This is exactly why I stay off the internet sometimes, because one idiot with a hammer turns into a whole philosophy debate in the replies. Should have seen it coming from who? His therapist. Anyway, if the plan was to surprise me, mission accomplished. If the plan was to kill me, that's rude, and also I'm filing a complaint with God. Right, we need to address the giant red elephant in the room, except it's a tomato, and apparently it has a YouTube channel now. I've seen weirder internet lore, but Tomato Head Charlie is fighting for a podium finish. Let's get into this before it starts selling merch and a vape.
So, yeah, this is happening. Apparently I'm a fruit-based commentator now. I don't know, folks. Just roll with it.
Honestly, this is the kind of nightmare fuel the internet cooks up after midnight and 3 energy drinks. I respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna make a weird-ass version of me, at least go all in and make it look like a produce section hostage situation. This is exactly the sort of image that makes people question their browser history. It's stupid, it's unsettling, and somehow it still feels more normal than half the content on this site. And yeah, I can already hear the comments saying bro looks ripe, which is a sentence no human should ever be forced to read. The article acts like this is some major cultural event, like the United Nations needs to get involved because I've apparently become a salad. That's the internet for you though. One minute you're talking about dumb nonsense, next minute there's a think piece about whether your head is fruit. That tweet is so accurate it hurts. I do look offended because if I woke up and somebody replaced my skull with a tomato, I'd be upset too. Also, best thing I've ever seen is a hell of a statement for something that looks like a ketchup bottle with depression. Today I'm reviewing a website that sounds like it was brainstormed by a septic tank with Wi-Fi. Apparently there's a listing for a free-use dildo covered in poo, which is the kind of sentence that should trigger a government alert. Let's see if humanity has finally gone too far, or if the internet still has a lower basement. Jesus Christ, this looks like Craigslist got mugged by a toilet. I love that the site is treating this like a legitimate community marketplace, like pick up in a public area, no lowballs, I know what I've got. Brother, what you've got is a biohazard with trust issues.
They're watching.
Can't believe this is what the internet evolved into. We went from cat videos to gently pre-owned fecal nightmare artifact. The worst part is I know somebody out there saw this and said, yeah, that's a steal. That's not a deal. That's evidence. That tweet is the only sane response. If you see a post like that and your first thought is availability, you need to be locked in a room with no objects. Not even a spoon. Especially not a spoon. Because apparently if the internet is left unsupervised, it'll start auctioning off the contents of a prison toilet. I genuinely respect the commitment to the bit though. Whoever posted this didn't just wake up disgusting, they applied themselves. They made a whole ecosystem out of bad decisions. That's artisanal filth. Certified organic degeneracy. Anyway, that's the website review. 0 out of 10 for hygiene, 10 out of 10 for making me need to bleach my eyes, my browser history, and possibly my soul. So apparently my face is now being subjected to the laws of cartoon physics, and I've been informed that my eyes are about to become 4 times bigger while my mouth gets shrunk down to a tiny little punctuation mark. That's not an upgrade, that's a medical condition with a punchline.
I can't believe this is happening.
They look like I just got hit with a cursed anime adaptation. My eyes are doing all the talking now because my mouth can't physically carry the weight of my bullshit anymore. Honestly, it's kind of efficient. Less mouth means less opportunity for me to say something stupid, which is probably the first responsible thing I've ever done. This is the kind of face you make when you just saw the damage report after a night of bad decisions and energy drinks. I feel like I'm one wow away from becoming an extremely concerned fish. And I'm not even mad because this is somehow still less embarrassing than half the thumbnails on this platform. The worst part is people would absolutely call this an improvement in the replies. They'd be like, bro, looks more detailed now, and I'd have to sit there with these giant alien staring holes in my skull pretending that's a compliment. Anyway, if this is what happens to my face, I'm legally changing my name to Deeply Unsettled. Right, we've got a bizarre little Buffett today, me apparently doing the most unholy nonsense imaginable. Some website that looks like it was designed by a sleep-deprived cave cryptid, and a couple goth girls making out with suspicious jars of glowing sludge. So yeah, normal Tuesday. Let's get into it. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes me feel like I need to apologize to the entire concept of electricity, who looked at a microwave and thought, yeah, let's give it phone charger energy and see what happens. That's not innovation, that's a cry for help with a USB-C adapter. This website looks like it was built in the 9th circle of hell by a guy who only eats coffee grounds in spite. I love how every sentence reads like a concussion trying to become a manifesto. There's something deeply beautiful about tech misinformation being served with the UI of a failed middle school project. Honestly, respect. If you're going to be doing weird jar witchcraft romance, at least commit to the bit. This is the kind of image that makes me feel like I should either be in a record store or fleeing the country. Either way, I support the lifestyle.
No! Just reboot, please!
Charging. Incomplete. Error.
Every second of this gets dumber, and I mean that as a compliment. This looks like the opening scene of a lawsuit. If this is how the future of technology is going, then I'd like to unsubscribe before I end up getting electrocuted by a toaster wearing AirPods. Right, I need to address the most important issue on the internet today, and that is apparently I've been converted into a tiny robot lady who just says beep like a malfunctioning toaster with emotional baggage. I woke up, looked in the mirror, and instead of a man with a questionable sleep schedule, I saw a shiny little gremlin with servos. Honestly, this is either a medical emergency or the greatest glow-up of my life. Yeah, this is exactly what I needed. I've got the aesthetic of a portable printer and the voice of a broken smoke alarm. And the worst part is I can't even be mad because every time I try to complain, all I get out is beep. That's not a sentence, that's a cry for help from a household appliance getting divorced.
Pligidly chanting bides.
Next ad is mildly pathetic. A Selene Wayans-Zolovich is the voice module beep only.
This is so humiliating, but I gotta admit it does kinda rule. I can do the whole beep thing with absolute conviction like I'm the hottest little circuit board on the block. If anybody asks, no, I'm not broken, I'm just speaking fluent machine slut. And if this is permanent, I'm starting a subscription service immediately. First of all, I hate that this looks real. Second of all, if the internet wants to watch me be a Chrome fembot with one catchphrase, fine, I'll commit. But I swear to God, if anyone tries to charge me for an upgrade, I'm short-circuiting their kneecaps. Beep. Right, so apparently I've reached the part of the internet where I'm so mad I just break physics and dive headfirst through a television like a cartoon psychopath. Honestly, fair. If I had to watch this situation from the outside, I'd be yelling too. There is something deeply unhinged about a man being pushed so far he turns into a live-action warning label. That's the energy right there, just absolute pure, untreated irritation. I don't know what the hell happened to make me do that, but whatever it was, it deserves to be hit with a chair, then a worse chair. I'm not even kidding, sometimes rage is so powerful it stops being emotion and starts being a cardio workout. Yeah, because that's exactly what happened. The monitor looked at me funny, and I took that personally. Also, if I'm gonna snap, I'm at least gonna make it entertaining. I'm not trying to be subtle when I'm that mad. I want the whole house to know the vibes are awful, and I'm one bad sentence away from becoming airborne. And yeah, the article's right, I was fed up. Sometimes you just hit that point where your brain goes offline and your body goes, well, I guess we're assaulting electronics now. Happens to the best of us. Anyway, huge respect to the TV for taking the hit like a champ, but it started it. We've officially reached the point where my brain has filed a restraining order against reality. Today's topic is me getting my face introduced to a hammer and somehow evolving into handsome Squidward, which is honestly the most cursed glow-up pipeline I've ever heard of. And yes, we're doing this with the same confidence people have right before they say, watch this. That right there is the American dream. One bad decision, one bonk to the face, and suddenly you're looking like you got hired to seduce a Krabby Patty. I respect the hustle, I really do. It's like if Vanity and Violence had a baby and that baby immediately got a six-pack. Yeah, this website absolutely looks like it was designed by a guy who got banned from every normal thought. The name alone tells you everything you need to know. It's somehow sleazy, stupid, and weirdly committed to the bit. And honestly, if this is where the world is heading, maybe the hammer was the least concerning part of the story. What kills me is the confidence. There's no hesitation, no fear, just immediate self-inflicted face remodeling like he's trying to skip the line at the beauty store. That's the kind of energy you only see in people who've never once listened to a warning in their life. Respectfully, that man is a menace. This is the perfect tweet because it reads like someone posted it 5 seconds after recovering from a concussion. The replies are always the best part too, because half of them are just people enabling the behavior and the other half are acting like they're the moral authority of the internet. Absolute sewage, beautiful sewage. Right, so this is one of those moments where the internet decides to become a full-on circus, and I'm apparently the main attraction. We're looking at footage of me, which is already a bad sign. It goes from mildly concerning to what the absolute hell in about 3 seconds. If you came here for a normal day, buddy, you clicked the wrong apocalypse. Alright, so today we're apparently doing the least subtle reveal in human history. I turn the camera down and suddenly my desk looks like a condemned novelty store with an industrial plumbing problem. If I had any dignity left, it just got hit by a truck and dragged into a sex shop. That's the kind of setup that makes you ask what happened here. And the answer is, I made a series of terrible life choices for content. Also, I need to point out how aggressively wrong this machine looks. It's like a vacuum cleaner got a medical degree and decided to ruin my afternoon. Honestly, the real crime is the table arrangement. This is less a collection and more a hostage situation. Look at this display. This isn't tasteful. This isn't minimalist. This is the visual equivalent of getting smacked in the forehead with a rubber hammer while someone whispers, "Bro, trust the process." And before anybody asks, no, I do not have a compelling explanation. Sometimes a man just wakes up and chooses to make his studio look like a cursed bachelor party. That tweet would be unbelievably on brand for me, because I'd rather lie to everyone's face than admit I own a contraption that looks like it was designed by a drunk engineer with a vendetta. But yeah, if you needed proof that the internet has permanently melted my brain, congratulations, you found the evidence. Right, so today we gotta talk about the fecal matter, which sounds like either a tiny British crime or the name of a cursed breakfast cereal. Either way, it has fully spiraled into a dumpster fire, and I am absolutely strapped in for the stupidity.
The fecal matter.
Du future now will have more one next firework day, so Jira sign stack or this own meet our welcomes off the spot come with especially gives in here the fecal matter.
Bro, this is exactly the kind of nonsense that makes the internet feel like a psych ward with Wi-Fi. I don't even know how we got here, but somehow everybody involved is acting like they just found the last slice of pizza in a hostile divorce. This article reads like it was written by someone who got blindsided by a folding chair and then immediately fired up Google Docs. There's no clean version of this story, just layers of stupidity stacked on top of each other like a wet lasagna. Anytime someone says the receipts, I know I'm about to witness the saddest treasure hunt on earth. Like, congratulations, you have proof that everyone sucks, and now we all have to sit here and smell the fumes. That is not a discussion, that's a parking lot fistfight in spreadsheet form. Honestly, the fecal matter is just what happens when too many people decide they're the main character and nobody has the shame to back out first. So yeah, that's where we're at. Total chaos, zero dignity, and somehow I'm the idiot standing here explaining it like it's a weather report. Anyway, if this gets worse, I'm blaming the moon, the mods, and whatever demon decided fecal was a good idea. Right? I've cracked the code. Nature spent all this time making legs when hands were sitting there, ready to absolutely clear the competition. If your hands are faster than your legs, that's not a disability, that's an upgrade. I'm basically a race car with a terrible chassis.
Observe the efficiency.
or lack thereof.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, which means it's probably true. Like, if I need to get somewhere fast, why am I trusting my knees when my hands are basically little businessmen who get stuff done? You ever watch a baby crawl and think, yeah, this thing has a future in logistics? Look at this setup. Shoes are out here acting like they're the main character, but hands are the ones doing the work. They open jars, type messages, and apparently can outrun my dignity. This is the kind of discovery that makes you question every PE class you've ever survived. And there it is, the gospel. Legs are optional is the most powerful sentence ever spoken by a man who definitely scares therapists. I respect it though. Any philosophy that sounds like it was invented by a feral gym rat in a parking lot is usually the one with the best results. So basically the science says I can be a weirdo and still be efficient. That's huge. I've spent my whole life being told to stand on my own 2 feet, but nobody said I couldn't make my own 2 hands do the heavy lifting. Honestly, that's inspiring. It's also a little humiliating for everybody with legs. Alright, this is going to be one of those clips that makes me question every decision I've ever made. We've got Charlie footage 4 times in a row, and apparently I'm out here flicking my tongue like a deranged lizard while rolling my eyes like I just got tax audited by Satan. Let's see this masterpiece.
Eyes, read, eyes, eyes, real eyes, still,
Oh my god, there it is. That is not a tongue, that is an industrial hose with commitment issues, and the eye roll beautiful. Nothing says I've lost all faith in humanity like looking like you just smelled a fart with a legal degree. This website is pure insanity. Who looked at a wrinkled corpse with a leather jacket and said, yeah, that's a baddie? This is what happens when a curse learns Photoshop. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. That level of confidence should be illegal. They feel like I'm watching the birth of a new genre of horror. Somewhere, a very old man just got called a snack, and that's the sort of thing that should summon police. Honestly, respect to the commitment though. The internet is a landfill and somehow it keeps finding new trash. Right, so apparently the sky's gone crimson and now everybody's acting like they just got jump scared by prophecy Twitter. I've seen some weird headlines in my life, but the 7 red in the red sky as foretold sounds like the title of a deleted Bible DLC.
We're receiving reports of unusual atmospheric phenomena. These shapes are unprecedented. Our meteorologists are baffled. I don't have any more information at this time. We'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you updates as they become available.
That is terrifying in the most stupid way possible. Like if the apocalypse had a manager and he approved a very dramatic color palette, this would be it. Also, why 7? That's always the worst number for this kind of thing because you know some nerd is immediately going to say, oh, it was actually 6.5 signs, you idiots. This is the exact moment everyone starts pretending they're spiritually qualified. Half the crowd is going to call it a miracle, the other half is going to call it a scam, and one guy in the back is absolutely trying to sell shirts that say I survived the 7th red. The funniest part is how fast people go from weird sky to I knew this day would come. No, you didn't. You were eating Cheetos and scrolling shorts 2 minutes ago. And if the prophecy says anything about me personally, I'm out. I'm not dying in a red-themed event. That's embarrassing. Yeah, that checks out. Every apocalypse needs a guy with terrible grammar acting like he cracked the case. Honestly, if the sky is gonna end the world, the least it could do is be a little more subtle instead of looking like a giant cosmic rash. Right, let's get into this. I've been thinking about grief a lot lately, which is already a weird sentence to say out loud because apparently my brain decided every normal emotion needs to be a cursed loot drop. And before anyone gets weird about it, yeah, this is gonna get a little real, but I'm still me, so naturally my coping mechanism is being an idiot.
It's weird, isn't it? How grief just comes at you sometimes. You think you're okay, and then a song plays, or you see a picture, and suddenly it's like it was yesterday. You missed the little moments, you know? The everyday stuff.
Honestly, the worst part is how it just shows up uninvited and starts smashing plates in your kitchen. 1 second you're fine, the next second you hear a song, smell something dumb, or remember some stupid little detail, and your brain just goes, here we fucking go. Yeah, and I hate how universal it is because everybody thinks they're the only one getting ambushed by it, but nope, it's just part of being alive and getting emotionally dogpiled. Fade reference. Doggy 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 97, I swear to God my brain is a troll. That's exactly what I mean. You You try to be sincere for one damn second and your own head kicks down the door like an unpaid landlord. But for real, grief is just love with nowhere to go, and that sounds corny as hell, but it's true. You don't really get over it, you just learn how to carry it without dropping it every 5 minutes. That tweet is painfully accurate because my internal monologue is basically a racetrack for feral thoughts. But yeah, if you're dealing with it too, you're not broken, you're just human. And if your brain starts screaming like mine does, congrats, you've got the deluxe edition of emotional damage. Today, we're looking at the absolute Super Bowl of internet sewage, a masterclass in making infinite slop while vacuuming up everyone else's work like a horny Roomba in a copyright graveyard. This is the kind of content strategy that makes you feel like your brain just got pickpocketed by a guy with a ring light and erectile dysfunction. This is the blueprint right here, the sacred text for parasites. It's basically a cookbook for turning stolen clips into flavorless mashed potatoes for the algorithm, like if plagiarism got rebranded by a guy who says we're scaling authenticity. The whole strategy is always the same boring goblin ritual. Find a clip someone else made, slap your drooling reaction face on it, add subtitles big enough to be seen from space, and then pretend you transformed it instead of just sneezing on it. And there it is, the altar of slop. Just a command center for industrial-grade content theft, like Batman if his superpower was stealing TikToks and making everyone dumber by accident. What kills me is they always package this like some genius-y Sigma grindset secret, when it's really just digital shoplifting with better fonts. It's not building an audience, it's building a landfill with Wi-Fi, and somehow they still act like they deserve a Nobel Prize in hustling. This is one of the most mind-meltingly stupid things I've ever seen, like if a goldfish got hit in the head with a frying pan and then started a commentary channel. We've reached a point where the Moist CR1 Tai-Kai L-Clone Factory is producing content with the same emotional range as a car alarm, and somehow that's considered entertainment. It's got all the depth of a puddle of piss and all the charisma of an erectile dysfunction commercial written by a lawnmower. So this is the masterpiece we're looking at today, a guy whose entire vocal toolkit has been reduced to one prehistoric cave scream, like his brain blue-screened and left only one key functioning. It's like if you slammed your nuts in a dresser and decided to make that your brand identity. And listen, I'm not against innovation, but this isn't innovation, this is a hostage situation for the English language. This is what happens when content creation becomes so lazy it loops back around into performance art, except without the art, talent, or even a functioning sentence. He's just sitting there going like he's trying to alert the village to an incoming dragon attack, and somehow there are probably people in the comments saying W take king. That's not a take, that's the noise your microwave makes if it becomes sentient and experiences agony. Then you've got these dogshit articles trying to analyze it like it's the Zapruder film, like experts are divided on the meaning of the scream. There is no meaning. The meaning is that a man discovered he can farm engagement by sounding like a pterodactyl getting a prostate exam. We love when websites do this too, where they dress up total nonsense in this fake serious tone like it's some grand cultural moment. No, it's not the future of commentary, it's the death rattle of effort. The whole thing feels like someone typed Moist CR1 TKL but removed vocabulary into an AI sludge machine, and this was the wet fart it coughed up. Every second of this is just one long audio equivalent of accidentally sitting on your balls, and people are treating it like it deserves panel discussion coverage. Here he is in all his glory, looking like he's been trapped in the exact same sentence for 3 business days. You can practically smell the room through the screen, and I mean that with the same disgust I'd reserve for a gym sock used as a piss filter. The best part is the commitment, because he's not even building to anything. There's no punchline, no sudden twist, no galaxy brain payoff. It's just raw, uninterrupted vowel abuse. It's impressive in the same way seeing a guy eat drywall is impressive, where you're not clapping because it's good, you're clapping because you can't believe a human being chose to do it. If Charlie from Wish.com is gonna copy the whole look, at least steal a second letter. Grab a B, maybe a C, spice it up. But no, this dude put all his stats into screaming and left intelligence, creativity, and basic dick and ball function at 0. So yeah, that's about it. A man found a way to turn one endless A into a career move, which is somehow more depressing than it is funny, and that's saying a lot. This whole thing feels like being teabagged by the concept of low effort itself. Absolute garbage, absolute insanity, and I can already feel 10 more clones warming up in the content microwave. Right. Today we're watching an ad that starts like breakfast at a church picnic and ends like the first day of the apocalypse. It's about pizza nuggets, which already sounds like something invented by a guy selling meth in a mall kiosk.
Hey kids, feeling peckish? Introducing Pizza Bites, the snack that's totally radical.
Wow! Whoa, these are like the best!
They're packed with cheesy goodness and guaranteed to fuel your study sessions.
This is such a perfect 90s commercial. The shirt colors are screaming, the jingle is crawling into my skull, and these kids are acting like pizza bites are the second coming. Honestly, I'd eat 3 and hate myself immediately. That tweet is exactly how these things spread. One kid says lol gross, and 5 minutes later everyone's inhaling molten cheese like it's oxygen. The internet is just one giant cafeteria tray with Wi-Fi. Jesus, the transformation is disgusting. Those faces stretching into pepperoni demons is some nightmare fuel, but it's also kind of impressive. That's not snack food anymore, that's a biohazard with seasoning. They love that the emergency responses were looking into it as if the problem is a database error and not a school lunch item birthing Godzilla's stoner cousin. That box art is hilarious and horrifying. Y'all never stop is a wild slogan, cause that is not a promise, that's a threat from a cheese cult.
Containment is failing! Repeat, containment is failing!
And of course the fix is nuking the city, which is a very normal escalation for a snack commercial. I respect the commitment though. If my lunch ever requires a missile, I'm skipping it. Today we've got a lost 1976 Disney clip that somehow got buried, and I'm already terrified because the title alone sounds like someone fed a dinosaur Taco Bell and gave it a camera crew. Let's roll the tape and see how the Mouse House accidentally discovered biological warfare. Oh my god, that's worse than I imagined. It looks like Jurassic Park got possessed by a prankster with diarrhea and a grudge. Somehow the animation is smooth, the pacing is awful, and the whole thing feels like a Cursed Children's special that got edited by Satan's intern. This is the kind of article you read and just know somebody at the studio had to say no, we are not releasing the dinosaur-ass monsoon to the public. And honestly, best decision they ever made. That tweet has the energy of a man who opened a cursed lunchbox and found the Ark of the Covenant in there. I respect the dedication, but I also think this footage should be stapled shut and thrown into the sun. Yeah, that's the money shot right there. If you told me this was a banned Disney test reel, I'd believe you instantly, because nothing says family entertainment like a dinosaur committing war crimes with its ass. Right, so apparently California is just on fire as a hobby at this point. And yeah, I saw the LA stuff near the forests and immediately knew this was going to be one of those nature is trying to uninstall civilization situations. I'm looking at the live coverage, the weather people, and the random social media clips people keep posting like it's all normal, which is always a great sign.
Analogy third zero up, especially the spot milligan, not intrusion galactic distraught, the material essential let it get strike blockade with John through. And it's just all the bail.
Yeah, that's the exact nightmare fuel you'd expect, just a giant smoky mess with wind basically acting like the arsonist. If you live anywhere near that dry brush and forest line, it feels like your yard is just waiting for a single bad day to become a headline. The weather guys always come in clutch here, because the answer is basically it's hot as hell, dry as a bone, and the wind is doing drifting practice. You combine that with a bunch of fuel-packed brush and it turns the whole region into a giant tinderbox. And then social media shows up with shaky clips, screaming, and 1,000 people posting the same smoke cloud from different angles like we're all watching a disaster speedrun. It's one of those situations where the explanation is ugly but simple: dry climate, wind, heat, and too much flammable vegetation all lining up at once. So yeah, that's why it keeps happening out there, and it's not some mystery spell, it's just the worst combo imaginable. The whole place gets one spark away from chaos when conditions line up like this. That's it, see ya. Right, so today I stumbled onto the dumbest possible clip, and I'm already pissed off because the whole thing is just me standing there silent like a damn mannequin. Then, for no discernible reason, I fucking explode. Great, fantastic. Really elegant storytelling, whoever did this. Yeah, yeah, that's the clip. No build-up, no dialogue, no warning, just instant fireworks like I got hit by a cosmic fuck you. And I'm not gonna lie, the commitment to absolute nonsense here is kind of impressive. I mean, what am I even supposed to say to that? You know, some people have a bad day, I apparently have a bad existence, because apparently my body's just a special effects budget with legs. So yeah, if you were wondering whether silence could be explosive, turns out the answer is absolutely yes, and it sucks. I hate how funny that is. But it is funny, which is the worst part. That's really all there is to it, honestly. It's stupid, it's violent, and it's weirdly perfect in the most brain-dead way possible. I'm not sure what lesson we're supposed to take from this, besides don't stand too close to the camera. That's it, see ya. This is one of the most batshit internet meltdowns I've seen in a while. It has the same energy as getting held at gunpoint by a middle school science teacher with a boner for Pluto, just absolute lunacy. Somehow Michaela is forcing everyone to watch solar balls became a real sentence people are saying with their whole chest, and that alone deserves prison time. So this is the main flavor of the insanity. Michaela apparently being painted like some kind of cartoon supervillain forcing people to binge planetary edutainment like it's a CIA interrogation tactic. It's such a goofy premise that it loops back around into being incredible, like if peer pressure was sponsored by Uranus Joe. And the best part is people are talking about this like it's a human rights violation, like bro, no one survived Vietnam just for you to compare YouTube recommendations to torture. If someone forced you to watch solar balls, just close your eyelids. That technology's been available for a while. Then of course you've got these dogshit gossip sites writing about it like it's the fall of Rome, presenting a YouTube spat with the seriousness of a war tribunal. This article probably took 15 minutes and 3 brain cells, and I think 2 of them were busy trying not to shit themselves. Overall, this whole thing is unbelievably stupid, which is exactly why it's so entertaining. Michaela is forcing everyone to watch solar balls sounds less like a controversy and more like the threat a divorced dad makes when he finally discovers astronomy content. Alright boys, apparently my brain has decided this is the hill to die on because today we are talking about the greatest loss in modern civilization, phones 4U. I have no idea why this entered my skull at full volume, but now I'm cursed with the knowledge that it needs to come back, and honestly, yeah, it does. Phones 4U needs to come back. 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 There you go, I've said it enough times to summon the corporate ghost or whatever. This is the kind of deep investigative journalism the internet deserves, and if they don't bring it back after this, then I don't know what the hell we're even doing here. Anyway, that's my official stance, and I stand by it with every fiber of my being. Phones 4U needs to come back, and I'll die on that stupid hill. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently John Pork is calling your phone, which is already a fucking sentence that sounds like it was generated by a guy getting chased in a dream by a ham sandwich with legs. I saw this thing blowing up and yeah, it's stupid enough that I had to look at it. If some random pigman keeps ringing you, there are only so many reasonable reactions before you start questioning society. There he is, the asshole himself, looking like he just bought a vape and a timeshare. That is not a phone call problem, that is a police report with extra steps. Honestly, if John Pork is calling you, don't answer, don't feed into it, and definitely don't let the internet convince you this is a normal afternoon. Block the number, save your sanity, and maybe burn the phone as a ceremonial sacrifice to the gods of not being weird.
My character of the user, only the word sedges like a brief of the user of the prompt, like using the character. and from the phone call have the...
This is the kind of prank that works because it's just stupid enough to be annoying and just harmless enough that everybody pretends it's profound. It's not profound, it's a pig with a cell plan. If you want the actual move, just ignore it, block it, and if you're feeling brave, send one reply that says, "Stop calling me John." That's maximum engagement with minimum brain damage. Bottom line, don't answer the pork, don't negotiate with the pork, don't let the pork win. Block it, move on, and reclaim your dignity from the county fair of bullshit. That's it, see ya. Right, so Zootopia 3 got announced, and honestly, I'm already weirdly invested in this shit. I saw the announcement and immediately went, okay, Disney, don't fuck this up, which is basically my default reaction to anything with a number 3 on it. This is exactly the kind of announcement that gets people to sit up for 2 seconds and pretend they don't care, then spend the next week arguing about it online. And yeah, the first movie had enough charm to carry a whole damn franchise on its back. I'm telling you, if they keep the buddy cop shit tight and don't overcomplicate it, this could actually land. The second you start making it about 12 new side plots and some mystical sewer council, it's over. The article pretty much says what everyone expected, which is that Disney looked at their money printer and said, yeah, let's do that again. Not exactly a shocking twist, but hey, at least this one has a shot at being good. Overall, I'm cautiously optimistic, which is rare for me because most sequels make me feel like I'm being robbed in slow motion. But Zootopia still has enough goodwill that I'm willing to give it a chance. If they nail the comedy and keep the characters actually fun, this could be a big win. If they blow it, well, at least we'll all have something to bitch about together. That's it, see ya. Alright, breaking news, I just opened my fridge and it was a goddamn graveyard. No milk today. Which means breakfast has become a hostage situation and my cereal is now just crunchy sadness in a bowl. That is the exact face of defeat right there. Nothing says my life is in order like staring at a fridge like it owes you money and all it has to offer is a pickle and a vague sense of shame. I hate that I can't even argue with that tweet. Water in cereal is villain behavior, but at that point you're not eating breakfast, you're auditioning for a war crime documentary. Of course, the website says tomorrow. That's internet language for go fuck yourself, you're on your own. I wasn't even asking for artisanal cow juice, I just wanted the white stuff to make my cereal less depressing. So yeah, no milk today. Tragic, humiliating, and somehow deeply personal. Anyway, I'm gonna drink coffee like a raccoon with student debt and pretend this morning never happened. Man, I just found out the Burger King got caught slipping with McDonald's, and that is some fast food soap opera bullshit. I mean, you got a king, a clown, and an impossible amount of grease. This shit writes itself. I saw the whole thing online and immediately knew I had to talk about this absolute dumpster fire. Look at this shit. That's the exact face of a man who knows he fumbled the bag. This is not love. This is a drive-through betrayal with extra sauce. And of course, the internet turned it into a whole damn event because people love watching mascots ruin their lives. I swear fast food companies stay one bad week away from a full collapse. The articles laying it out like it's the fucking Pentagon leak, and I respect the commitment to the bit. But yeah, this is peak corporate adultery energy, and I'm fully here for the chaos. Honestly, Burger King needs to go sit in the corner and think about what it's done. You can't wear the crown if you're gonna be out here acting like a damn menu item with no morals. That's the story, that's the scandal, and that's some ugly-ass fry grease behavior. That's it. See ya! Alright, so apparently somebody at the Cadbury factory looked at the word Cadbury and thought, nah, close enough, let's just make it sound like a toxic metal. That's the kind of mix-up that makes me feel like the whole place is run by a guy with a hammer and no brain, just absolutely swinging at the first shiny thing he sees. And now we've got chocolate eggs that might as well come with a tiny hazmat suit and a dick joke about Easter being hazardous to your testicles. Look at that, that is not a candy egg, that is a lawsuit with a bow on it. If you hand me a chocolate egg and it comes with OSHA energy, I'm immediately assuming someone in quality control is either blind, dead, or trying to poison the entire northern hemisphere for fun. The article design alone tells you everything. Anytime a site looks like it was assembled by a raccoon having a panic attack, you know the news is probably real enough to be depressing, but fake enough to be funny. Also, if your candy has the same name energy as a battery acid, maybe don't eat 3 of them in one sitting unless you want your stomach to file for divorce.
Oh my god, look! Cadmium in Cadbury eggs! The workers are just shrugging it off!
This is the exact kind of video where the cameraman is losing his mind and the factory guy is just like, yeah man, that's premium chocolate, while standing next to a machine labeled toxicity enhancer. You can hear the dumb decisions rattling around in there like loose change in a dryer.
And now the moment of truth. Let's see what's inside. Our limited edition heavy metal collection.
I mean, come on, if the inside of the egg sparkles like a rock from hell, maybe stop calling it dessert. At that point it's not Easter, it's an evidence locker with sugar on top. We got another Long March 3B rocket launching out of Zichang, and Thatspace Doje guy is losing his damn mind over it. I found this because the internet loves nothing more than a guy getting unreasonably hyped about a rocket doing rocket shit. Honestly, fair enough, but also calm the fuck down a little.
There Kazi yes for the prompt of the prompt, and the prompt house, and whilst been prompt, we've haft clans. And we had the phoning ask this one a pest.
Yeah, there it is, just a giant glowing tube punching a hole in the sky like it pays rent up there. It's kinda hard not to get at least a little hype when the launch looks this insane. This is the exact face of a man who has found his purpose in life, and it is screaming about orbital mechanics. Honestly, respect, because that level of enthusiasm is infectious as hell. And look, it's not subtle either. This thing just absolutely rips off the pad and suddenly everybody's pretending they're an aerospace engineer. Which is fine, because for like 30 seconds we all are. Clean little bastard too, just dead straight and stupid bright. If you're not at least a little impressed, you might actually be broken. So yeah, he's excited, I'm not judging him, and the launch is genuinely cool as shit. Space stuff always has that effect where even the dorks start acting possessed. Respect the rocket, respect the hype, and maybe breathe a little between screams. That's it, see? Windows 95 was such a bizarre moment in time, like they looked at computers and said, what if we made the whole thing feel like a toy box from hell? And somehow it changed everything. This was the era where every click sounded like your computer had a sinus infection, and every error felt like a personal attack on your balls. This is the visual equivalent of opening a haunted toolbox, and I love how the interface was like, here's a start button, as if they just invented fire and wanted a medal for it. Also, the taskbar looked like it was designed by a man who had never once seen a woman and was extremely proud of that. The start menu was honestly the most sexually charged thing about the whole operating system, because people would just press it and feel alive again, and every time you installed something it was like summoning a demon that only knew how to delete your homework. This is exactly the kind of article that would make some guy in 1995 stare at a 14-inch monitor and whisper technology is finally beautiful. Meanwhile, the machine is actively loading like a dying horse with a LAN cable shoved up its ass. That's the true spirit of Windows 95 right there. Not functionality, not stability, just pure confidence and a little bit of chaos in the pants. That's it. See ya. Right, so apparently the world decided it needed a new bullshit headline today, and somehow I got dragged into reading about a guy peeing out painful clothes, which is genuinely one of the most cursed things I've ever said out loud. I saw the hospital confirmation and my first thought was, yeah, no, I'm not clicking that with a straight face. That is such a specific medical nightmare. Like, how does this even become a sentence, let alone a confirmed thing? If your body starts serving up denim urine, then I think the universe has filed a formal complaint against you.
Immediately on the prompt of, the description of, and phone of the penguinz0 cells. And they're phoning of that.
And of course the video is trying to act like this is just another Thursday, like the anchor didn't just read the dumbest medical event ever put to air. I love how everyone on the clip is trying so hard to stay professional when the story sounds like a prank made by a brain-damaged goblin. The tweet version somehow makes it worse because now it's all sanitized and official, which is exactly how you know it's real as hell. Nothing says modern medicine like turning absolute insanity into a neat little update with a blue check. Not even mad, I'm impressed that human biology can still surprise me this hard. This is the kind of story that makes you stare at the wall and question the entire species. Anyway, that's a rough day at the office, and I hope that man gets whatever cosmic reimbursement is owed to him. That's it, see ya! Right, Right, so I gotta talk about this absolute culinary war crime because somehow Alex Jones has turned his entire diet into something that looks like it was assembled in a swamp at 3 a.m. I found out and I genuinely thought somebody was fucking with me, but no, this man is out here eating like a deranged amphibian with a gun. Look at this shit, that is not a meal, that is a crime scene with seasoning. This is the kind of plate that makes your body file a complaint with HR.
They're poisoning our water! Don't you see what they're doing? It's a global conspiracy! You're mad!
Talking like a man possessed while eating like a raccoon that learned how to monetize. Somehow this is the least surprising thing he's ever done, which is honestly impressive as hell. Okay, what the fuck, I'm actually turning into a frog over this. This is probably what his diet does to normal human beings after prolonged exposure, and that's terrifying. Now he's gonna try to catch me like I'm some rare swamp creature, which is rude as hell. But honestly, if you eat like this long enough, yeah, you're basically inviting the marsh to take you back.
They're after me! They're trying to silence me! It's after Jones me! They're Jones Abe! They're trying to silence him! Hey, Static Toy! The side mounts here! Yeah.
This is the most ridiculous predator-prey dynamic imaginable because I'm the frog and he's still somehow the more unstable animal. I hate that this makes sense in any universe. Anyway, his diet is frog shit in human form, and I'm not saying that lightly. It's moist, feral, and somehow always screaming at you. That's it, see ya. Oh my god, this is such a pristine early 2010s disaster. I can already smell the faded newsprint and cheap weed from here. Donald Duck somehow managing to turn a drive-thru into a felony stop is just incredible, like a man with a beak and no pants still somehow making worse decisions than half the internet. Look at this man, he really went out there and said I'm gonna hit the speakers, the menu board, and maybe a cop if I'm feeling ambitious. And then the weed in the car just seals the whole thing, like he wanted the police report to read like a rejected comedy sketch. This is the kind of story that makes you question reality a little bit because every detail is better than the last in the worst possible way. You've got the crash, the arrest, the weed, and the fact that it's Donald Duck, which means the universe was absolutely huffing paint that day. He looks less like a cartoon character and more like a guy who just lost his license because he tried to order a 20-piece nugget while doing 40. Honestly, incredible craftsmanship from the criminal justice system on this one. Right, so Plants vs. Zombies 3 is apparently a real thing that exists, which is already the first red flag. I found out because people kept spamming me like I'd personally insulted their family if I didn't look at it, so here we are. Yeah, this is the part where they try to convince you it's still the same beloved thing, but it looks like it got force-fed a corporate smoothie and told to smile for the investors. It's got that polished mobile game stink on it already. And that's the thing, man. People loved the original because it was simple, charming, and didn't feel like it was trying to sell them 14 different currencies and a battle pass for a sunflower with a hat. Okay, so this is the actual game, and you can immediately see the problem, which is that they took a formula that worked and wrapped it in enough mobile nonsense to make me want to throw my phone into the sun. Like, look at this shit, it's still technically Plants vs. Zombies, but it feels like the soul got mugged in an alley and left with 3 pop-ups and a tutorial arrow pointing at a gem shop. And every article about this thing reads the same way. Fans are divided, early impressions are mixed, and EA hopes to reach a broader audience, which is corporate for we changed it until people got mad. We get why they tried to do more with it, but sometimes more is just worse, and that's kind of the entire issue here. If you have to keep explaining why it's fun, you already fucked up somewhere. So yeah, Plants vs. Zombies 3 looks like it forgot what made Plants vs. Zombies good, and that's a brutal place to be when your whole brand is nostalgia and goofy backyard tower defense. I am not saying it's completely doomed, but it is carrying the exact energy of a sequel that should have stayed in the drafts. That's pretty much where I'm at on it. It's a weird, over-designed stumble that makes me appreciate the older games even more. Sometimes the simplest shit is the best shit, and this feels like proof of that. That's it, see ya. Right, so I'm minding my own business, and then I see this absolute fever dream of a headline, and I'm like, yeah, that's either the dumbest thing I've ever heard or the greatest thing I've ever heard. I had to check it out because apparently the anime military-industrial complex has now gone completely off the rails. This is already insane. If somebody rolled up to my room on a tank and started recruiting me into the army of Tedeslavia, I'm not asking questions, I'm just assuming I've finally lost the plot.
Enlist in the anime army of Tetsalavia! We need your skills!
That is such an aggressively stupid entrance that I almost respect it, because you have to have some serious confidence to do a war recruitment speech while standing on military cosplay horsepower. She's got that I legally own a country now look. And honestly, if the army has this level of commitment, I get why people are signing up. I'm not saying I'd join immediately, but I am saying if the tank has snacks and the uniform is clean, we're at least hearing the pitch. Anyway, this whole thing is completely unhinged, and I love that for everybody involved. Bottom line, this is peak nonsense, and somehow it works. Tetoslavia is clearly running on pure momentum and delusion, which is honestly the most powerful government structure imaginable. That's it, see ya. Oh my god, we've reached a point as a species where people are apparently making content about turd burping. And somehow this is the hill everybody decided to die on. It's like the internet saw a completely normal functioning ass and said, nah, let's make it worse. This is the dumbest possible timeline, and somehow it keeps finding new ways to show me a bigger dick-shaped monument to human failure. That's the exact face you make when you hear someone say turd burping with full confidence like it's a viable lifestyle choice. There's no world where that sentence should exist outside of a medical emergency or a police interview, but here we are, content creators turning their colon into a trumpet. This is the kind of article layout that exists solely to make sure your grandparents think the internet is a biohazard. And honestly, they'd be right, because if I saw a new turd burping trend in a headline, I'd assume the author was having a stroke and the editor was actively encouraging it. The wild part is how every trend starts as just a joke and ends with somebody building a brand around it like they discovered fire. Nobody needs this, nobody asked for this, and yet people are out here acting like they invented the next great performance art when really they just found a new way to be a complete dickhead online. I love how the internet always tries to wrap the dumbest possible behavior in pseudoscience so it can feel important. Experts weigh in on what? Exactly, an idiot making bowel noises for views. That's not a phenomenon, that's just proof that sometimes evolution takes a smoke break and forgets to come back. Anyway, I'm concerned mostly because this means the algorithm has become sentient and it hates us personally. If this keeps up, the next trend is going to be someone weaponizing their appendix for clout, and I'm not mentally prepared for the amount of dick jokes that would create. Right, so today is one of those days where the universe decides to prank me personally because I got bitten by a radioactive spider and immediately thought, oh hell yeah, I'm about to become Spider-Man. Turns out, no, I'm not getting superpowers, I'm just getting a medical issue and a new appointment scheduler in my life. Yeah, that's the exact moment the dream died, because instead of climbing walls, I'm apparently getting diagnosed like a guy who lost a bet with nature. Nothing says hero origin story like a doctor telling you your blood work is cooked. That's the part that really sells it, man, because I was ready to be a menace in the city, and instead I got hit with the worst possible DLC. I don't even get cool powers, I just get chemotherapy like I did a weird side quest wrong. So now I'm sitting here trying to figure out if I can still swing around the city or if I'm just gonna be a bald guy with debt and regret. Honestly, pretty bullshit if you ask me. But yeah, lesson learned, radioactive spiders are not a shortcut to greatness, they're just a fast track to misery. I was really hoping for the mask, the suit, the whole deal, and instead I got the saddest plot twist imaginable. That's it, see ya. Right, I need to talk about this nightmare scenario because apparently my room has become a fucking Disney side quest. I was minding my own business and then this anthropomorphic cat just starts materializing in here like it pays rent. 3 times, not once, not twice, 3 separate occasions, which is way too many for me to keep acting normal about it. First pop in, I nearly fell out of my chair. Like, cool, great, love when a humanoid cat breaches my personal space with 0 warning and just stands there acting like it's the most natural thing in the world. Second time I was already pissed because at that point it's not a surprise, it's a pattern. If a Catman keeps teleporting into my room, I'm starting to wonder what I did to deserve this kind of bullshit. Right, I need to talk about this nightmare scenario because apparently my room has become a fucking Disney side quest. I was minding my own business and then this anthropomorphic cat just starts materializing in here like it pays rent. 3 times, not once, not twice, 3 separate occasions, which is way too many for me to keep acting normal about it. First pop in, I nearly fell out of my chair. Like, cool, great, love when a humanoid cat breaches my personal space with 0 warning and just stands there acting like it's the most natural thing in the world. Second time I was already pissed because at that point it's not a surprise, it's a pattern. If a Catman keeps teleporting into my room, I'm starting to wonder what I did to deserve this kind of bullshit. Third time is when it crosses into harassment. I'm not saying I'd fight a cat person, but I am saying I'd like a warning before the feline jump scare convention starts in my fucking bedroom. So yeah, that's my review. It's spooky, annoying, and honestly kind of impressive how committed this thing is to ruining my day. I need this cat to either pay rent or stay the hell out of my room. Third time is when it crosses into harassment. I'm not saying I'd fight a cat person, but I am saying I'd like a warning before the feline jump scare convention starts in my fucking bedroom. So yeah, that's my review. It's spooky, annoying, and honestly kind of impressive how committed this thing is to ruining my day. I need this cat to either pay rent or stay the hell out of my room. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the internet decided today is the day we all need to watch me lose my fucking marbles in real time, which is great because I was hoping to have a normal, calm video where absolutely nothing stupid happens. I found out about this because somebody clipped it and then 500 people spammed me like I had personally declared war on reality.
I think I remember something, but it's far away. Where am I?
Yeah, that is the part where I'm already clearly not in the same universe as everybody else, and honestly it only gets worse from here because I am trying to remain professional while my brain is doing backflips in a ditch. The funniest part is I'm still acting like this is a normal commentary video, like I'm about to review some drama, when in reality I'm pretty sure the walls are breathing and my desk is haunted by a sentient wet sock. This is where the whole thing starts going sideways in a way that makes me look like I'm buffering in 144p. I can hear myself talking, and still somehow I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, which is the exact kind of confidence you need when you're trying to keep a video from becoming an accidental cry for help. That's the moment I realized I was in too deep, because now I'm looking around like I've been summoned by a raccoon wizard, and I'm trying to remember if I have bills due or if I've transcended into soup. And look, I'm not saying this was a great decision, but I am saying that if you've ever wanted to see a man get mentally punted into another dimension while still trying to deliver a coherent thought, this is basically the premium edition. 5. Lost the plot completely here, which is fair, because the plot left 10 minutes ago and it didn't even have the decency to tell me where it was going. Anyway, the takeaway is don't do dumb shit, especially not when you're trying to make a video, because you will end up looking like a sleep-deprived goblin trying to solve algebra in a haunted aquarium. So yeah, that's my extremely responsible public service announcement from inside the meat grinder of my own bad choices. This was stupid, I feel weird, and I am never trusting my audience with my chemistry set again. That's it, see ya.
Guys. Alright, so apparently the internet has decided to pit Hank Hill against Doodle, which is one of the most bizarre matchups I've ever heard in my life. And honestly, that alone is enough to make me sit down and talk about it, because this is either going to be a masterclass in absurdity or the saddest fight card since two people argued over a parking spot at a Walmart. Guys, the funniest part is people always act like these fictional matchups are some deep philosophical question, when really it's just nerds trying to decide whether the middle-aged propane guy can beat the unhinged Doodle creature in an alley. And the answer probably depends on whether Hank has access to a lawn chair, a can of beer, and the sheer power of being mildly annoyed. Guys, that tweet is the exact kind of brain rot I expect from the modern internet, and I respect it, because once you start scaling a fight by cartoon logic, anything is possible. Hank could either calmly end the whole thing in 7 seconds, or Doodle could do some absurd impossible garbage and turn the entire matchup into a felony of animation.
He fell! He stumbled! But he remains! Witness the unstoppable force of Doodle!
Guys, see, that's the issue. Hank fights like a man who has paid taxes and refuses to die with dignity compromised. Doodle fights like a maniac who just realized there are no real consequences and now wants to lick the moon. If this turns into a real confrontation, I'm honestly betting on Hank out of sheer emotional stability alone. Guys, but if Doodle can force the fight into some weird cartoon dimension, then all bets are off and we're basically just watching a man get bullied by physics. Still, I'd pay good money to watch Hank Hill glare somebody into the dirt while muttering about propane and proper boundaries. That's cinema.
This is one of the weirdest grocery store rabbit holes I've seen in a while. We're talking about a supermarket brand war where the final boss is a discount pasta box, which is insane because nothing should have this much aura while looking like it was designed during a printer's last dying breath. It's got all the intensity of a custody battle but for canned peas, and somehow that feels way more erect than it should. So this is the main event here. Mark Reaper, the distributor brand from E. Leclerc, basically the supermarket, saying, why buy the famous stuff when we can make the same thing with a logo that looks like tax paperwork? And honestly, that's the whole gimmick. No seduction, no foreplay, just raw shelf efficiency. Leclerc has been pushing this thing as the practical consumer champion move, like they're Robin Hood if Robin Hood stole from sexy packaging and gave to people who want cheaper jam. It's not glamorous, it's not trying to make you feel special, it just sits there in the aisle with the confidence of a guy wearing cargo shorts to a wedding. And then you get the article angle, all this talk about purchasing power, market strategy, consumer trust, like we're discussing nuclear diplomacy instead of store brand crackers. But that is kind of the whole French supermarket cinematic universe. Every low-price yogurt apparently needs a 4D chess explanation. What makes it funny is that Mark Reaper isn't even pretending to be hot. A lot of store brands at least try to flirt with you a little, maybe throw on some rustic farm art or fake artisan vibes. This one feels like it would hand you the product and say, yeah, it's tuna, what the fuck else did you want? Look at this thing, it has the sex appeal of a PDF. This package looks like it was made by a committee whose only goal was preventing any human emotion from entering the room. It's aggressively functional, like if oatmeal gained consciousness and became an account. But that's why it works. People know what it is, they know where it comes from, and they know it'll probably save them a few bucks, which in this economy is enough to make a plain biscuit box look like a massive throbbing victory. Right, so apparently there's trail cam footage of Joe Biden wandering around like he's auditioning for a nature documentary nobody asked for. I'm gonna be honest, if the footage is real, the only thing I care about is whether he's out there feeding deer, arguing with a squirrel, or trying to whisper to a tree like it owes him money. That's the thing with trail cam footage, man, it makes everybody look guilty. You could catch someone just taking a midnight stroll and suddenly they look like they're smuggling a whole llama through the woods. If this is Biden, he looks exactly like a guy who took one wrong turn and ended up in a tutorial on getting eaten by mosquitoes. Of course, the internet turned this into a federal investigation because people can't see one blurry clip without acting like they cracked the Da Vinci Code. Half the replies are probably that's definitely him, and the other half are saying it's fake because the moon was in the wrong position or some insane shit like that. I swear online discourse is just people hitting each other with wet pool noodles. Yeah, that's peak Twitter. Somebody posts one muddy frame and suddenly it's breaking president caught in the forest at 2 a.m. I love how every mystery gets treated like the end of civilization when it's probably just a dude walking around looking like he forgot what room he was in. Jesus Christ, the internet switches obsessions faster than a raccoon on Adderall in a buffet line. 1 week they're polishing Japan like it's the second coming of anime titties, now they've hard pivoted so hard into glazing Israel they almost snapped their own dick clean off. It's genuinely impressive, like watching national simping become an Olympic event. This is the image that really sums it all up. It looks like if nationalism got drunk, raided a party city, and then locked itself in a gas station bathroom to become a Yu-Gi-Oh trap card. And that's the whole thing, man. The internet doesn't actually care about places, people, or nuance, it just needs a new body pillow to drool on. They treat geopolitics like sneaker drops. Yesterday it was holy shit Japan has vending machines, now it's bro Israel is literally the most base place ever invented, it's just trend chasing with a fake mustache on. This fake article feels real because that's exactly how people talk online now, like they're drafting a fantasy league for countries. There's no sincerity, just raw dick writing analytics. It's all algorithmic horniness, that's the disease. People don't form opinions anymore, they subscribe to vibes like it's a loot box, and somehow every take comes out sounding like a guy with Cheeto dust in his keyboard explaining foreign policy through TikTok edits. Holy shit, this is one of the most unnecessary apologies I've ever seen, and I've watched grown adults apologize to chairs after losing arguments. This is like if a guy slipped on a banana peel, blamed the moon, and then uploaded a 10-minute tearful TED talk about it. It's got the same energy as a boner at a funeral, just completely wrong place, wrong time, and somehow still happening.
My apology to raccoons. I was wrong about you. Please forgive me.
This is the actual apology video, the nuclear launch code of needless guilt. He's sitting there looking like he just got back from a custody hearing with a trash can, acting like the raccoon community demanded reparations. Starts by saying he's made harmful statements toward raccoons, which is already incredible because that sentence should only exist in a gas leak. Bro talks like he committed war crimes in a Petco parking lot, and the whole thing has the emotional weight of a guy confessing he stole fries from a blind pigeon. Then there's this article milking it like it's Watergate with whiskers, like journalists finally found their JFK moment except it's dumpster goblins. The site looks like it was designed by someone who got kicked in the head by an ad blocker. By the end, he promises to do better by raccoons, which is such a beautiful pile of shit to say out loud. It's a masterpiece of fake gravity, like apologizing to a hot dog for bad vibes. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Holy shit, Roblox is really out here making a movie, and they just dropped the cast reveal like it's supposed to be normal. I saw Jason Statham attached and immediately thought somebody in that writer's room got held at gunpoint by a 7-year-old with an iPad. Yeah, there he is, Mr. Roblox, the most unhinged sentence ever spoken by a studio executive. Jason Statham looks like he's about to punch a loading screen through a wall, and honestly that might be the only appropriate reaction. They don't know who looked at the little plastic block game and said we need the bald British violence guy, but I respect the commitment to complete stupidity. This is the kind of casting that makes you either clench your jaw or lose your damn mind.
This summer, prepare for the blockbusting event of the year.
This is exactly the type of announcement that gets people arguing on the internet for 3 straight days while secretly everybody knows it's hilarious. The face reveal is doing all the work here because the concept alone is already so absurd it feels like a parody that escaped containment. And the best part is they're gonna act like this is prestige cinema, like this is some serious franchise launch, and not just a giant joke with a marketing budget. I can already see the trailer cutting between explosive fights and a little block dude going oof like that's supposed to emotionally devastate me. The article layout is always what sells it too, because every one of these websites is designed like they're reporting on the second coming of Christ when it's really just guy from action movies plays Blockman. That disconnect is what makes this shit so funny. But yeah, I get it, it's a cash grab, it's stupid, and it's probably gonna be a complete mess, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't entertained by the sheer audacity. This is the kind of casting reveal that feels illegal in at least 12 countries. Anyway, that's the whole thing. They cast Jason Statham as Mr. Roblox, and somehow that's both the dumbest and most perfect idea imaginable. I hope the whole movie is just him aggressively solving cube-related problems with maximum violence. That's it, see ya. Right, I just found out Ghost in the Shell was apparently a documentary the whole time, which is pretty fucked up if you ask me. I always thought it was a cool cyberpunk movie, not a fucking exposé on my Hidden Factory settings. And now we gotta talk about what's inside my skin like I'm one bad software update away from becoming a Roomba with feelings. Yeah, there it is, just a completely normal human being having a totally normal identity crisis. This is the part where the government goes oops and I start hearing fans whirring in my sleep. That's the shit I'm talking about. It's not even subtle, it's just congrats, your ass is an appliance. The whole thing feels less like fiction and more like someone accidentally recorded my manufacturing line. And the article design is always hilarious too, like they're breaking down my internal wiring with a straight face. Experts confirm he is mostly titanium and regret, thank you for your service. Oh yeah, look at that, absolutely disgusting. I've got the exact same vibe as a guy who wakes up and realizes the warranty expired in 2009. So yeah, Ghost in the Shell was basically telling me the truth before I was ready for it, which is rude as hell. I'm processing this information with the grace of a broken vending machine.
That's it, see ya.
Right, so apparently the new topic admissions have been closed and people are losing their absolute minds over it, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say with a straight face. I found out because everybody online started acting like their brains got unplugged at the same damn time, and now it's just nonstop chaos and bad decisions. Yeah, this is where the whole thing starts, and the second the door shuts everybody acts like oxygen got taxed. It's honestly hilarious how fast people go from normal to feral when they can't add one more stupid topic.
No new topics.
And this is the part that really sold me, because people aren't just mad, they're straight up evacuating the planet over it. If that's not peak internet fragility, I don't know what the hell is. The funniest part is everybody acts personally betrayed, like they were owed a new topic every 5 minutes. Relax, take a breath, go outside, maybe stop orbiting the forum like a bunch of starving seagulls. This article makes it sound like a national emergency, and honestly, that's not even that far off from how people are behaving. The comments are just a slaughterhouse of overreactions and broken keyboards. It's stupid, it's funny, and it's somehow exactly the kind of bullshit the internet will treat like the end of civilization. People need to chill before they start re-entering the atmosphere over a locked topic queue. But yeah, that's the whole mess. A closed door hit the community like a flashbang, and now everybody's drifting into space for no reason. That's it, see ya. So I took this dumbass vacation trip to Silent Hill, and it was exactly as miserable as it sounds, just fog, busted roads, and that weird feeling that something's staring at you from 40 feet away. I figured it'd be a relaxing little getaway, but the town looked like it was built by somebody who hates happiness and interior lighting. The first thing I noticed was the fog, because apparently this place wants to cosplay as a washing machine on its last legs. The whole town felt dead but also weirdly aggressive, like it was offended I showed up. Yeah, that was the vibe immediately. Just welcome to hell, please enjoy the complimentary rust. I kept waiting for a normal human being to appear, but all I got was environmental depression and a shitload of silence. Then I hit the hospital area, and at that point I was committed, because quitting felt like letting the town win. I'm not saying I'm brave, I'm saying I'm too stubborn to let a spooky place bully me. Honestly, it was a terrible vacation, but it was also kind of incredible in the most fucked up way possible. Silent Hill really said, here's your mental breakdown, enjoy the scenery. Would I go back? Absolutely not, unless I'm being paid in actual gold bars and emotional damages. That's it, see ya. Right, we need to talk about this absolutely unhinged trilogy of nonsense, because apparently reality took a bong rip and started writing fan fiction. We got Trump supposedly announcing his resignation after having sex with Mia Khalifa, then we got him doing a goddamn backflip on stage with fireworks and fighter jets spelling out the American flag, and then he gets carried off by eagles like he's the final boss of bald freedom.
Hello, Americans. After careful consideration and in light of recent developments, I am announcing my resignation from the office of President of the United States. This is the best course of action for our nation. We're getting breaks.
This first clip is already insane because it has the energy of a middle school rumor written by a guy who just discovered sarcasm. Like, yeah, sure, the former president publicly quits because of the horniest possible plot twist. That sounds totally stable and not at all like something someone made while half asleep on a couch.
USA! USA!
Okay, that second one is actually kind of sick in the dumbest possible way. It looks like if a wrestling entrance in a 4th of July fever dream had a baby, and that baby was raised exclusively on fast food and severe confidence. And then the Eagles take him away, which is honestly the most respectful exit a nonsense legend like this could ask for. That's not a resignation, that's a power move from an alternate universe where the Constitution is just a decorative pillow.
I don't even know where to begin with this.
Right, so apparently the internet woke up today and said, what if John Lennon came back as a Muslim priest? And somehow that sentence has become a real thing people are arguing about. That is such a deeply online, terminally warped sentence that I almost respect it. Almost. Because on one hand, it's obviously ridiculous, and on the other hand, people will hear one weird rumor and start building a whole cathedral of nonsense around it like they're getting paid by the delusion. This is the kind of rumor that starts with one guy in a comments section and ends with 50 people acting like they personally interviewed a ghost. And look, I get it, reincarnation stories are fun in the same way brain damage is fun, but this one has extra layers of stupid, because now you've got music legends, religion, and internet fan fiction all doing a three-way kiss in a parking lot. that tweet alone has the IQ of a wet sock. The details are too strange to explain is exactly what people say when they have absolutely nothing to explain and are praying nobody asks a follow-up question. If your source is a guy named Chad with 14 followers and a profile pic of a vape cloud, maybe hold off on declaring cosmic truth. This article is doing that classic journalism move where they take one tiny, stupid rumor and inflate it until it sounds like the Dead Sea Scrolls got leaked by TMZ. And I love how every paragraph is just some say, others believe, internet users speculate, which is reporter code for I have no idea what's happening but please keep clicking. Still, if John Lennon really did come back as a Muslim priest, I hope he at least got better management this time.
The quiet of Harmony Creek was shattered. A ripple of fear, a tremor of uncertainty began to spread like wildfire. Whispers turned to shouts, glances to stares. The unthinkable was happening. Rumor, insidious and chilling, was taking root.
The funniest part is how fast people go from to I need an entire theology thread on this right now. Nobody is allowed to just say that's weird anymore. They have to immediately become either a conspiracy theorist, a historian, or a guy who types like he's solving a murder with wet spaghetti.
As you can see, the evidence is irrefutable. The connections are undeniable.
And then comes the evidence montage, which is always a fancy way of saying, here are 6 unrelated images and 1 insane conclusion. You've got people connecting dots that aren't even on the same planet. It's like watching someone build a bridge out of chewing gum and confidence.
And so, after months of painstaking research, we arrive at a conclusion, or rather, a distinct lack thereof. The legend of the Whispering Caves, the lost city of Eldoria, the prophecies of the Star Seer, all appear to be based.
At the end of the day, this is just another perfect internet fever dream. Maybe it's a joke, maybe it's bait, maybe somebody inhaled a forklift battery and started posting philosophy. Either way, I'm begging people to relax before they turn every dead celebrity into a spiritual crossover event. Alright, so apparently I have to address this extremely serious matter, which is that I have an itchy butthole and somehow the internet thinks this is breaking news. Absolutely insane development, truly the downfall of civilization, and honestly my ass is the real main character here. But yeah, that's the whole story. There's no grand conspiracy, no medical thriller, just me being personally betrayed by my own asshole for no reason. I hate that I have to say this out loud, but I also hate the feeling of my own body acting like a prank channel. This is the kind of issue that makes you question everything, like what am I supposed to do? Start a press conference every time my ass gets a little ambitious. The worst part is now I know some of you are enjoying this way too much, which is gross, but also extremely on brand for the audience. Right, so I got sent this clip, and it's one of those moments where you just sit there wondering how the hell this got recorded and uploaded without everyone involved immediately moving to a cave. Neil is on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he keeps going full caveman with the same line over and over, which is a choice, I guess.
Give me your! Give me your! Give me your! Give me your R! Give me your! Give me your!
Yeah, that's the part that really gets you, because it starts out like normal podcast nonsense, and then Neil just keeps machine gunning that sentence like he's trying to summon a demon with the worst possible spell. Joe's doing his best what the fuck is happening face the whole time. This is the exact energy of somebody who decided embarrassment was for other people, and just fully committed to being the weirdest guy in the room. It's insanely repetitive, but honestly that makes it even more cursed, because now it lives in your head rent-free. The funniest part is that the internet always acts shocked like it discovered fire, but this is exactly the kind of unhinged shit that gets clipped and spread forever. Nobody asked for it, everybody regrets hearing it, and yet here we are. So yeah, Neil's on the podcast, Joe's trapped in the blast radius, and the phrase just keeps coming back like a shitty horror movie villain. It's absurd, uncomfortable, and somehow impossible to ignore. That's probably the whole problem with it, actually, because once you hear it, you're cursed with it for the rest of the day. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently today's discourse is that I, for some reason, turn into Xavier so based. I don't know who made this accusation, but I'd like to formally announce that my body is still legally mine, and I have not been seized by the algorithm yet.
Got to laugh.
Oh. Oh.
That is a horrifying sentence to read with my own eyes. Charlie turns into Xavier, so base sounds less like a headline and more like a curse you'd find scribbled on a bathroom stall after 3 energy drinks and a felony. This is exactly the kind of article that exists only because some guy needed to hit a quota before lunch. The phrasing alone is doing all the work, because if you actually said that out loud in public, somebody should take your keyboard away and make you stare at a wall for 8 hours. That tweet has the energy of someone who got way too comfortable with the retweet button. I love how every time somebody loses an argument online, they just declare a transformation arc like I'm a Pokemon and they're the professor handing out nonsense. If that's the transformation, I'm genuinely impressed by the commitment to stupidity. The whole thing feels like I got bitten by a radioactive comment section, and now I have to spend the rest of my life explaining to strangers that I am, unfortunately, still me. Oh boy, we're doing alternate history brain damage today, and somehow Alexander Hamilton is trading his dual-prone American speedrun for a Swedish monarchy arc. I saw this and immediately thought, yeah, that's exactly the kind of nonsense that would make history teachers uninstall themselves. Okay, so here's the deal. Hamilton just stumbles into Sweden like he's late to a meeting and ends up with the crown, which is honestly the most offensive amount of main character energy imaginable.
By decree of unforeseen circumstances, we present to you His Royal Majesty, Alexander Hamilton, King of Sweden!
This is the part where everybody in the room realizes the timeline is completely fucked, but nobody has the balls to say it out loud. And now he's doing king stuff, which means either Sweden gets a weird reformist golden age, or everyone gets taxed into the dirt by the first guy ever to weaponize ambition. Honestly, I respect the hustle. You can't call that man a quitter, because even in an impossible scenario, he'd still find a way to be insanely committed to the bit. Alright, so apparently I woke up, got my brain turned into mashed potatoes, and now I'm sprinting around my room like a confused Roomba with a concussion. I saw the clip and thought, yeah, that checks out. That is absolutely the behavior of a man who has been medically nerfed. This is the exact point where the for your own good part starts sounding like a fucking threat. That right there is pure post-op nonsense, like the brain cell responsible for common sense got evicted first. Honestly, I respect the commitment, because if you're gonna have your mind rearranged, you might as well fully commit to being the dumbest meteor in the room. Anyway, the footage says everything you need to know, which is that the human body is a freak show and recovery is apparently just terrorism with a doctor nearby. I tell you to keep your head up, but in this case that advice is doing a lot of heavy lifting. That's it, see ya. This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen, man. A company made an energy drink so catastrophically vile it allegedly makes your balls hit the emergency eject button, and somehow they're also today's sponsor. That is such a brutally efficient business model, it feels like a dick joke written by Satan himself.
Drop in to power.
So this is the ad. It looks like if a Monster Energy executive got hit in the head with a dumbbell and woke up believing testicular collapse was a marketable lifestyle. Everything about it screams FDA speedrun any %, and the can design looks like it was focus tested exclusively on divorced men named Brent. The commercial promises instant primal energy, which is usually code for your heart trying to beat itself out of your chest like it's escaping prison. And then they slip in all these microscopic warnings like temporary groin lightness may occur, which is an absolutely Hall of Fame way to describe your nuts filing a resignation letter. But right, today we're diving into Lucian's true story, which is basically ancient literature saying, hey, what if I just lied to your face for like an entire book? And I mean that lovingly, because this thing is absolutely unhinged in the best way. Kicks off with this guy telling you straight up that everything he's about to say is fake, which is honestly one of the most honest things any author has ever done. He and his crew get swept into all this nonsense, including weird storms, impossible geography, and a bunch of there's no way this should be physically possible moments. It's like if someone took every bedtime story, got hammered, and decided reality was optional. The funniest part is that Lucian is clearly roasting other writers the whole time. He's basically saying, look at these idiots writing fake travel stories and pretending it's history, while simultaneously writing the most fake travel story imaginable. That's elite trolling. That's modern internet energy before the internet even existed. The book keeps escalating too. You get giant creatures, absurd civilizations, people living in places that make zero sense, and an overall vibe of the author dared the universe to outdo him. It's not really about plot in a serious way, it's about stacking bullshit until the pile becomes art. And honestly, that's relatable. That's the human condition with better punctuation, which is why true story rules. It's a giant prank with literary clout, and somehow it still lands after all these centuries. You can feel Lucian smiling through the page like, yeah, I got your ass, and then he just keeps going. Absolute menace behavior. Right, so apparently Jesus Christ decided the best possible return to Earth was for a Chick-fil-A run and a live trumpet solo in front of a bunch of crying babies, which is such a weirdly specific apocalypse that I almost respect it. I found out about this because the internet is, as always, a complete fucking landfill, and somehow this was the top item in the pile. If this is the second coming, I need him to at least wait for breakfast hours. The whole visual is already doing way too much, like he came back just to maximize confusion and protein intake. The babies are screaming, the trumpet is blaring, and somehow Chick-fil-A is still the most American part of the scene. That's the clip, and it's so stupidly perfect that it feels edited by God himself if God had brain rot. You can't even be mad because the commitment to the bit is insane. The article somehow treats this like a legitimate event, which honestly makes it funnier. I love when journalism just fully surrenders and says, fuck it, let's report the Lord's fast food choices. If the Savior's first order of business is nuggets and a brass solo, then I guess we're all just along for the ride. The babies are gonna remember this forever, unfortunately, and so am I. That's it, see ya. Right, so today I somehow got roped into this absolutely unhinged onion challenge, and yes, it is as disgusting as it sounds. I'm gonna keep it real, this was a terrible idea from the jump, but curiosity is a powerful bitch, and apparently so is hunger. We start with the first bite, and immediately my entire soul leaves my body. That first crunch is criminal, man. Raw onion tastes like someone weaponized a salad ingredient and gave it a personality disorder. And then, like an idiot possessed by a demon, I keep going after every bite and just start unleashing the longest ooh you've ever heard. It's not even a sound anymore, it's a cry for help with seasoning on it.
Oh!
This is the kind of content that makes you question every choice you've made up to this point. By the end, I'm basically fighting for my life, my mouth is wrecked, my eyes are watering, and I'm still committed to the bit because apparently self-respect was never in the budget. It's impressive how something so simple can feel like a punishment from a medieval king. Honestly, raw onions are undefeated if your goal is to make a grown man sound like he's being exercised in real time. I respect the commitment, I hate the flavor, and I'd like my taste buds to file a formal complaint. That's it, see ya. And honestly, that's the genius of it, because people are going to lose their minds over the sheer stupidity of it. Half the internet is going to call it blasphemy, the other half is going to drink it anyway because it's sugar water and we are weak.
Introducing Coal Pep, a limited edition experience. Coming soon.
Mean if the drink tastes good, then fine, whatever, but the idea alone is so stupid I respect it. That's the kind of absolutely brain-dead corporate move that somehow prints money in 4K. Yeah, this is the article where everyone pretends to be shocked while secretly refreshing the store page. The site design is doing that fake serious news thing so it can deliver the most unserious bullshit imaginable. And that's the whole story, really two giant brands pretending to be best friends because the marketing department needed a nap and a paycheck. It's stupid, it's hilarious, and it'll probably sell like crazy. Honestly, I hate that it works, but I also kind of love that it works. That's just where we're at now. Pure corporate nonsense with a soda label on top. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Coke and Pepsi are doing a collab, which is either the dumbest thing I've ever heard or the first sign that the universe is packing it in. I saw the headline and thought it was fake as shit, because these two brands have spent decades acting like mortal enemies for no reason other than marketing goblins. There they are, the sworn arch rivals of diabetes teaming up like it's a buddy cop movie. This is the corporate equivalent of two dudes fighting in a parking lot and then deciding to open a taco truck together. And honestly, that's the genius of it, because people are going to lose their minds over the sheer stupidity of it. Half the internet is going to call it blasphemy, the other half is going to drink it anyway because it's sugar water and we are weak.
Introducing Coal Pep, a limited edition experience. Coming soon.
Look at this bullshit. They really leaned all the way into the fake tension like it's some historic event. The whole thing feels like if McDonald's and Burger King hugged for 5 seconds and immediately started charging extra for the privilege. I mean, if the drink tastes good, then fine, whatever, but the idea alone is so stupid I respect it. That's the kind of absolutely brain-dead corporate move that somehow prints money in 4K. Yeah, this is the article where everyone pretends to be shocked while secretly refreshing the store page. The site design is doing that fake serious news thing so it can deliver the most unserious bullshit imaginable. And that's the whole story, really two giant brands pretending to be best friends because the marketing department needed a nap and a paycheck. It's stupid, it's hilarious, and it'll probably sell like crazy. Honestly, I hate that it works, but I also kind of love that it works. That's just where we're at now. Pure corporate nonsense with a soda label on top. That's it, see ya. Right, I just saw this insane clip and man, the internet is absolutely cooked. It starts off like some unholy hypnosis chant and then just goes completely off the rails, which is about the level of mental stability I've come to expect from the average comment section. I'm gonna break it down because this thing is equal parts bizarre and concerning.
Repeat, repeat, repeat. Repeat, 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 repeat.
Yeah, that's the part that really gets me, because it's not even funny after a second, it just becomes one of those what the hell am I watching moments. The repetition is so obnoxious it basically drills itself into your brain, and then the ending just slams on the brakes like reality itself got bored. I mean, there's no deep meaning here, it's just a perfect example of how quickly a stupid viral bit can mutate into total nonsense. And once it gets to that ending, all you can really do is sit there and wonder who keeps making this shit and why it keeps working. Overall, this is dumb as hell, but I can't even pretend it didn't hook me for a second. That weird chan energy is exactly the kind of brain rot that spreads like wildfire. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently sex bots are evolving, and we've reached the point where a company is just openly saying, yeah, we made the future, and also it's horny as hell, which is an insane sentence to have to say out loud. Elon's involved, so naturally it's either going to be revolutionary or a complete disaster with a titanium ass and a user manual the size of a Bible. This is Eve, which is already a brutal name because that means they wanted this thing to sound biblical while also being able to moan in 12 languages. I'm sure the marketing team was in a conference room like we need it to feel human, and some guy in a suit was immediately like, what if we made it look like it knows your browser history? The article is treating this like the second coming of electricity, when in reality it's just a very expensive machine designed to make a billionaire even weirder. And I'm not saying that's the end of civilization, but if we start getting subscription tiers for robot foreplay, I think the whole species deserves whatever happens next. The scariest part is how normal they're gonna try to make this sound. Oh, it's for companionship. Yeah, and a forklift is for transportation, but if I see one rolling into my bedroom, I'm gonna have questions. This is where we are now, apparently staring directly into the abyss, and the abyss has a USB-C port. Honestly, the funniest part is the confidence. They always launch this stuff like it's an iPhone, but nobody ever asks the key question, which is why did humanity invent a robot girlfriend before fixing literally anything else? Priorities are so cooked, man, that's it, see ya. Right, we've got a monster of a topic today, and by monster I mean the internet once again decided to eat drywall for content. This is one of those videos where you can feel the dignity evaporating in real time, like somebody left a steak in the sun and called it a brand. This site just screams. Yes, we are professionally documenting a guy screaming about fever like he's trying to resurrect the concept of embarrassment. I love how the whole thing is presented with the confidence of a major historical event when it's really just internet rot in a hoodie.
No, no, no! No, no, no! It's not working! Come on! Push it! We're so close!
That's incredible. That is not a person, that is a betrayal of the nervous system. I don't know what fever he wants, but I'm pretty sure the only cure is a normal amount of shame and a glass of water.
This is a disaster! Didn't say!
He's got the energy of a guy who just lost an argument with his own reflection and decided to monetize the aftermath. This is what happens when somebody's inner monologue gets its own Twitch channel. And then we smash cut to this absolute goblin-free nightmare of a frame, which honestly looks like the exact moment a man realizes he has become the content. Great posture though. Looks like he's about to either explain a theory or commit a felony against a folding chair. So yeah, this is the biggest topic ever because it's not really about fever or yelling or whatever the hell that was. It's about the internet turning emotional collapse into a recurring bit, and somehow that's still less embarrassing than most brand deals. Right, so I found this absolute bullshit in the wild, and it somehow involves me chips and a level of mechanical nonsense that should have been illegal from the start. I'm pretty sure this is what happens when late-night snacking meets a cybernetic breakdown, and somehow it's my problem now. Yeah, that's the exact level of dumb craftsmanship I respect, because if you're gonna turn into a robot, you might as well use the new joints for something stupid and beautiful. This is peak evolution, not conquering the planet, just engineering a snack tower like a freak. The best part is the complete lack of emotion, like he's not even making food, he's assembling a monument to poor impulse control. If I saw this in person, I'd just nod, because honestly that's a hell of a use for robotic augmentation. That's disgusting, efficient, and weirdly elegant, which basically sums up every great mistake ever made in a kitchen. I support the machine rights movement if this is what it leads to. So yeah, incredible transformation, excellent snack engineering, and a very strong case for never letting me near advanced robotics again. The future is horrifying, but at least it can hold dip. That's it, see ya. And this is one of the most unhinged pieces of internet garbage I've seen in a while, and that's saying a lot because the internet has the dick IQ of a wet stapler. It's like somebody fed Cyberchase into a blender full of monkey piss and nostalgia bait. I'm genuinely impressed, offended, and a little aroused by the commitment.
I am the hacker, Mathraft Chaos. Cyberchase is mine to warp. Feel the meme power!
Right off the bat, you know it's serious when the edit is already having a seizure before the intro even finishes. The hacker looks like he got audited by the devil and came out with a restraining order from reality. And that's the whole vibe, just endless abuse of one poor cartoon villain. He's getting cooked, exploded, reverse engineered, memed on, and probably tax evaded all in the same minute. The fake website look is perfect because it feels like a page made by a guy whose favorite meal is code and spite. Old internet design always makes nonsense feel more official, like somehow this trash got filed with the FBI.
Time to hack the dunk. You get a dunk and you get a dunk.
I'll be back.
Honestly, the best part is how confidently stupid it is. Not in a bad way either, just in that very specific YTP way, where every second feels like an electrical fire in a hot topic. That's the masterpiece right there, just pure humiliation art. You can tell the editor sat down and said, "Today I will ruin one fictional man's entire week," and then absolutely followed through. Holy shit, this Dr. Jr. situation is like watching a raccoon try to perform surgery with a butter knife. It's messy, confusing, and somehow way more embarrassing than getting your balls caught in a screen door. I can't believe this is real, but here we are, knee-deep in another internet disaster that smells like expired lunch meat and bad decisions. This is Dr. Jr., the human equivalent of a gas station boner pill somehow gaining sentience. He looks like the kind of guy who'd diagnose you with bad vibes and prescribe powdered rhino horn and a podcast subscription. Apparently this dude's been going viral for handing out the most unhinged medical takes possible, like if WebMD got addicted to ketamine and started freelancing. Every clip I've seen of him feels like a side quest in a nightmare. Here's the article covering the backlash, and it reads exactly how you'd expect when a fake genius speedruns career suicide. It's basically a fancy way of saying, yeah, this guy's full of more shit than a festival porta potty. The funniest part is how confident he is. That's always the secret ingredient with these internet freaks. You can say absolutely anything, but if you say it with enough confidence and a half-buttoned coat, suddenly people treat you like the messiah of ass medicine.
Drinking soda is good for hydration. Ice cream cures sore throats.
This is the actual viral clip making the rounds, the crown jewel of Dumbassary. Watching it feels like getting medically evaluated by a wet sock. Every second of this is incredible. Man, Dr. Jr. isn't just wrong, he's wrong with theatrical flair like a Shakespearean penis wart in human form. Right? So I got sent this goofy-ass headline, and it sounds like somebody fed a fanfiction prompt into a news editor, because apparently there's a 5th Spider-Man movie called Spider-Man, A Guy Ruined My Day, and Peter Parker just straight up murks the dude who married his girlfriend. That's such an insanely specific petty-ass title that I had to look at it twice, and then I saw the clip and it got even dumber.
And then of the phone type, the phone type, the point seasons where the text with the user in the prompt for the user in the phone with an evolution command.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of shit that makes everybody in the room go silent for a second, because now we're not even doing superhero drama, we're doing revenge divorce court with webbing. It's like the MCU got hit with a truck full of spite and bad decisions. The poster alone looks like somebody wanted to make my ex married somebody else feel like the end of civilization, and honestly I respect the commitment to being absolutely unwell about it. It's trash, but it's the kind of trash you can't stop staring at. The news version is somehow even funnier because now they're framing it like a serious cultural event, like Breaking Web Guy has the worst day of his life and handles it like a psycho. I'm not saying I support it, but I do understand the energy. Anyway, that movie sounds completely insane, and I need whoever wrote it banned from getting within 10 feet of a screenplay again. That's exactly the sort of nonsense that makes me lose faith in humanity for about 6 minutes. But yeah, Peter Parker absolutely did not have to go that hard over a wedding situation. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently people are out here turning Roblox into a damn pharmacy, which is already a sentence I hate having to say out loud. I stumbled into this because the internet is a landfill, and somehow this was in the trash pile, so let's talk about the dumbest shit imaginable. So this is the kind of garbage that makes you question whether moderation is real or just a myth people tell kids. It's somehow both stupid and impressive, which is a nasty combo.
Now the whole thing framed like a look at this clip from inside the game. Is this legit? Be careful out here, folks.
And of course the clip is edited like a crime documentary for people who eat glue, because that's the modern internet economy. You've got idiots, loopholes, and platform trying to pretend this is all normal. The article reads like someone was forced to explain to a manager why their kid's game has black market energy. It's the same old story. People find a stupid exploit, spread it around, and everybody acts surprised when it gets ugly. Honestly, this is less gaming culture and more everyone involved needs to be audited by God. If a block game somehow becomes the setting for this nonsense, the platform has bigger problems than a bad headline. Still, it's wild how fast people turn anything into a grift if you give them 5 minutes and a chat box. That's the internet, baby, a fucking circus with better lighting. That's it, see ya. Right, so today I'm doing something extremely stupid and probably gonna embarrass the absolute hell out of myself. I'm singing Take Me Home, Country Roads by John Denver, which is a song that sounds nice until you realize it's basically designed to make your voice sound like it got hit by a truck. But whatever, I've heard enough of it to pretend I know what I'm doing, so let's just dive headfirst into the bullshit and see if this turns into a beautiful moment or a complete disaster.
Take me home, country roads. Take me home, country roads.
Not gonna lie, that was already off to a real solid start, which is to say I am hanging on for dear life and praying my vocal cords don't file a complaint. This is where the song starts getting dangerous, because now I'm actually feeling it, and that's when you start making eye contact with the lyrics like they owe you money. honestly. That was way more fun than it had any right to be, and yeah, it was rough in a few spots, but so is life and so is every karaoke machine within a 50-mile radius. I think if you sing this song with enough confidence, nobody notices when you sound like a haunted lawn chair. That's it, see ya. We are so fuck. 24, this is the most brain-melting shit I've seen in a minute. It's like the entire city got hit with a group puberty event and decided laws were just decorative. 24 people are swerving like they're steering shopping carts through a hurricane, and somehow everyone in this damn clip is operating at the intelligence level of a damp sock. 24. That is not driving, that is weaponized stupidity on wheels. 24, and I swear to God, every frame looks like it was sponsored by a brain injury. 24, the fact that people are just casually holding vodka bottles while turning traffic into a demolition derby is beyond parody. This is some end of days type behavior. 24, look at this aftermath. 24, it's like a drunk raccoon got a hold of a licensing office and started handing out permits to chaos. 24, there is no universe where this ends with a good idea, and yet somehow every single person involved acted like a final boss of terrible decisions. 24. Even the article layout can't make this look normal. 24, because this is the kind of story that sounds fake until you see the video and immediately lose faith in humanity. 24, it's impressive in the worst way possible, like everyone here collectively decided rules were for nerds and consequences were a myth. 24, we are so fun. 24, I'm not even mad, I'm just staring at the screen like a dying goldfish trying to understand how society got this broken. 24, this is peak nonsense, peak disaster, peak how the hell is this real, and somehow it keeps getting worse every second. 24, that's it, see. Right, so apparently the world has decided that the letter F is now a tactical nuke for your brain. One tiny F slips out and boom, your memory gets carpet bombed, your personality gets factory reset, and you wake up halfway through doing an activity like your life is a corrupted save file. And somehow, yes, I am also on the chopping block here, which is just fantastic because I already spend half my day sounding like a dehydrated bat. This is the dumbest apocalypse imaginable because it's not even zombies or nukes, it's grammar with a body count. You can't say coffee, you can't say wife, you can't say office, so everyone's just standing around like broken action figures trying to communicate with hand gestures and interpretive suffering. If somebody says fridge near you, congrats, you're now spiritually rebooting.
F. We're receiving reports of unusual behavior at the local... Something is happening! We're losing the feed! It's repeating! We can't! God!
This is where I'd normally say some intelligent takeaway, but honestly I think society's cooked. Imagine trying to order food and the cashier goes, would you like fries? And then you both just stare at each other like newborn deer that got hit by a memory eraser. That's not a minor inconvenience, that's an unpaid internship in psychological torture. Yeah, that checks out. If this happened for real, I'd just stop talking and start pointing at things like a feral mute with a YouTube channel. Honestly, the scariest part isn't the amnesia, it's that every time someone says an F word you get reset right back to the beginning of whatever stupid thing you were doing, which means this entire video is probably about to start over and I am not emotionally ready for that. Right, so apparently Nvidia is out here pumping water from Africa now, which is the kind of headline that makes you stop, blink twice, and wonder if the internet has finally rotted through the floor. I saw this story and instantly knew it was either going to be some insane corporate nonsense or the worst misunderstanding on the planet. So this is the main claim getting thrown around, and just look at it, because the second you see Africa and pumping water in the same sentence, you already know the discourse is about to get messy as hell. Now, the obvious problem here is that headlines can be slippery as fuck, and people love taking some half-baked bullshit and turning it into a full-blown apocalypse.
OMG, guys, look at this. Can you believe it? Nvidia is being accused of diverting water?
That's the kind of clip that gets people frothing at the mouth immediately because it's designed to piss you off before you even know what you're looking at. And yeah, if the claim is real in any meaningful sense, then that's obviously a huge problem. But if it's bullshit, then it's just another masterpiece of online brain damage. This is where I start getting suspicious, because the site looks like it was assembled by a raccoon on Adderall, and every source is just a breadcrumb trail into more horseshit. Before everybody starts lighting torches and sharpening pitchforks, maybe make sure the story isn't being massaged into some something worse than it is. If it's real, that's disgusting. If it's fake, then congrats, the internet did what it does best and made a complete clown show out of nothing. Either way, people need to chill the fuck out and read past the headline once in a while. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the Weather Channel situation is the thing today, which is already a sentence that sounds like a prank call. I saw the clip and within like 5 seconds it was obvious this was going to be some truly brain-melting nonsense.
Aski foi Hassan Contito, why humbly of the calling culture, the tone leaf wage nogo, or vices vetti that I steer, or the prod Ali get.
That is an elite level of losing your shit because he goes from let's discuss this calmly to full anime meltdown in under a second. The red face and the blow up part make it look like stress finally manifested as a physical threat. I love how the internet takes a normal conversation and then just drives it off a cliff for no reason. He didn't get mad, he became a goddamn emergency siren with lungs. That's the kind of bit that works because it's so stupid it wraps back around to being genius. There's no recovery from that. Once you hit the whole argument is cooked. Honestly, if you're gonna cover the Weather Channel situation, you might as well do it with a complete nervous system failure. Respect the commitment, disrespect the sanity. We think the whole thing is peak nonsense and I'm here for it. Sometimes the internet just hands you a screaming man balloon and tells you to deal with it. That's it, see ya. Right, the Fortnite Battle Pass situation is absolutely cooked, and I mean that in the most greasy corporate Bacali way possible. They really looked at the words Battle Pass and said, how can we make this feel like a gym membership with a concussion? This right here is the whole problem. If you have to build a courtroom exhibit to explain why your Battle Pass feels shady, that usually means the vibe is already dead. I'm not even mad at the game, I'm mad at the principle of it, which is just getting fondled by greed in a parking lot. Look at this nonsense. That UI has the energy of a gas station that charges extra if you blink too fast. And the worst part is people keep buying it, which means Epic is sitting there like a smug little raccoon in a suit, except I said no raccoons, so imagine a golden retriever that learned fraud. Oh my god, that is unbelievably foul. That's not a reward track, that's a hostage situation with confetti. They really said, congrats on paying us, now pay us emotionally. Yeah, that tweet sums it up perfectly. People can tolerate grinding, they can tolerate goofy cosmetics, but once it starts feeling like the game is reaching into your wallet with a sweaty little paw, the trust is gone. Right, today we're talking about the absolute circus surrounding Lanus Tech Tips, or as I like to call it, how many times can one brand step on a rake before it becomes performance art? This thing starts as a bedroom tech channel and somehow ends with people arguing about backpacks, mice, affiliate links, and a private jet like it's a season finale of bad decisions. That image pretty much sums it up. It's like every apology video, every controversy, and every trust me bro decision got thrown into a blender and the blender started making tutorial content. The wild part is the pattern. They get caught, they deny it a little, then the internet drags them by the ankles until they fix it quietly and pretend the original problem was just a misunderstanding. That's not crisis management, that's spiritual limbo with better lighting. Yeah, I mean, fair. If somebody yeets my custom prototype into the content furnace and then acts surprised when I'm mad, I'm not accepting a hoodie as compensation. I'm calling everyone I know and probably becoming a villain.
We deeply regret the recent issues and are committed to resolving them.
That's the entire arc right there. It went from cool guy talks about computers to corporate speedrun of how to make every audience distrust you at once. And honestly, that takes effort. Right, so apparently Tom Holland is already talking about passing the Spider-Man torch, which is wild because the guy still looks like he got cast yesterday, and now we're speedrunning the legacy conversation. I saw this headline and immediately thought, yeah, Hollywood loves nothing more than turning one guy's success into a whole corporate baton relay. And that's the part that gets me, because this is the exact kind of image they use when they want to make a quote sound way more dramatic than it probably was. It's like, here's the future, here's the current guy, now please panic and click. But honestly, if he's really cool with it, that's pretty normal, man. Nobody wants to be Spider-Man until they have to do Spider-Man shit for like 10 years straight, and every interview turns into, so are you done yet? The real question is who the hell they'd even pick next, because whenever these conversations start, the internet immediately acts like it's a constitutional crisis. Like, relax, the suit will survive, the fandom will survive, and Disney will absolutely survive. So yeah, it's a classic announcement setup with a giant headline doing most of the heavy lifting. Shocker, the machine is still machining. I don't really have some profound take here. It just feels like the usual studio noise dressed up as an emotional farewell. Still, if he wants out, fair enough, swing away and let somebody else get dunked on by the internet. That's it. Right, so this needs to get uploaded, and honestly that's already a terrifying sentence to read first thing. I saw the whole thing pop up and immediately knew it was one of those oh brother, here we go situations. Let's just get into it before the internet finds a way to make it 10 times stupider.
No, no, no.
Yeah, that's the exact kind of shit that makes you sit back and wonder who in the hell signed off on this. It's so aggressively bad in such a stupidly specific way that it almost feels personal. And this is the face of a man who has seen the abyss, and the abyss is a broken upload button. There's no fixing that with positive thinking. You just have to mash refresh and pray to whatever God handles file processing. Of course, the site says everything is working perfectly, because every broken system loves pretending it's fine. That's the classic move, just gaslight the user until they start questioning reality.
The upload is still failing.
Yeah, cool, awesome, absolutely incredible. Nothing better than watching the same problem repeat itself like a bad dream with a loading bar. At that point, you're not troubleshooting, you're just participating in a ritual. My thoughts are simple. This needs to get uploaded, and it needs to stop acting like a fucking asshole. If it can break, it will break, and somehow it'll do it at the worst possible time. That's it, see ya. Okay, I found the dumbest website on the planet, and that's saying something because the internet is basically a dumpster full of haunted sandals. This place sells evil versions of everyday items, which is apparently what happens when a cursed eBay listing mates with a Hot Topic warehouse. Why does the evil spoon look like it's been convicted of tax fraud? And why is the toaster described as capable of browning bread and souls? Honestly, this is the kind of website you'd find at 3 a.m. right after muttering, "What if capitalism," but with a little demon on it. I love that every item has the same vibe of this will absolutely ruin your morning routine and maybe your bloodline. The evil mug probably whispers slurs to your coffee, and the can opener looks like it take your finger as a service fee. That's premium nonsense. Buy it just to see if the toast comes out medium rare and emotionally unavailable. This is the first appliance I've seen that feels like it should be banned by the Geneva Convention and also sponsored by a metal band. Wow, we're already at the lunchroom has become a federal investigation stage, huh? I saw this and immediately thought, yeah, that sounds like a headline written by somebody who just got emotionally bullied by a sandwich. Still, if this is real, that's a pretty insane thing to get banned over, so let's get into it. That is the most stupidly specific punishment imaginable. Like, they didn't ban the kid, they banned the goddamn condiment combo. If the sandwich is now a hate symbol, we are officially cooked as a species. And, of course, the replies are just a civil war of people saying this can't be real, and other people saying actually it happened at my school, which is the internet's favorite brand of proof. Nothing says society is functioning like a lunch item becoming evidence in a racism case. If a school had to issue a statement over a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, that means the adults have completely lost the wheel. Imagine explaining to your grandma that the reason lunch got canceled is because the jam was being bigoted. Honestly, I'm not even mad at the sandwich, I'm mad at whatever timeline we're in where this sentence can exist with a straight face. This is the dumbest damn thing I've heard today, and that's saying a lot. If it's real, then somebody absolutely nuked the vibe so hard they got the whole menu punished. That's it, see ya. so apparently I woke up today and got handed whatever the fuck this is. I saw the clip and genuinely had to rewind it because my brain refused to process what I was looking at, like the universe just short-circuited for a second. Yeah, that is exactly as unhinged as it sounds, and somehow even worse because there's no setup, no warning, just pure goblin behavior. I don't know who let this happen, but somebody needs to be audited immediately.
Woman is being presented as the focus of the moment while Charlie leans into the ridiculousness, making it look like the episode derailed for the sake of the gag.
This is one of those clips where you can feel the entire internet collectively stare into the void and say, what the hell am I watching? It's so stupid that it loops back around into being weirdly impressive. Honestly, I respect the commitment to making the episode a complete train wreck. It's degenerate, it's baffling, and somehow it feels on brand in the most idiotic way possible. I've seen a lot of dumb shit, but this one's in a class of its own. That's it, see ya. Alright, I found this Saint Hamuti situation and man, it's one of those things that hits you in the face immediately. The dude looks like he's either about to explain the meaning of life or start a fist fight with a spreadsheet. I saw the pic and knew we had to talk about it because this is exactly the kind of nonsense my brain is drawn to like a moth to a busted porch light. This is the perfect I'm saying something extremely important and absolutely unhinged face. The warm lighting makes it feel like he's giving a sermon in a kitchen at 2 a.m., which is always a dangerous vibe because those are never normal conversations. You can tell he's locked in too, like he's got a whole paragraph queued up and he's not giving you the chance to escape.
So I was just thinking about like the whole concept of, you know, time and how it's like totally relative, right? And it's just...
And yeah, the video matches the image perfectly, same energy, same I'm about to say some wild shit posture. It's always funny when the visual alone tells you the person has never once spoken in a calm and reasonable tone in their life. This is the kind of face you see and instantly know the next sentence is either genius or completely cooked. The article format makes it even better because now the internet is pretending this is a normal civic issue instead of a dude with intense eyes and a war-ready beard talking into a camera. That's the whole game, really. Slap a headline on it and suddenly everybody acts like they're in a deposition. Anyway, my thoughts are simple. This is peak internet behavior, and I respect the commitment to looking this serious while existing in this state. That's it, see ya. Right, so I stumbled onto this cursed little relic, and yeah, we're doing this now. Apparently there was an actual Lost Mr. Men episode made by Renegade Animation, Corian and Croat N Nutra C, which already sounds like somebody smashed a toy box into a licensing dispute and somehow got a cartoon out of it. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes you go, yeah, that probably should have stayed lost because it has that weird energy of a studio desperately trying to make a kid's show feel important. And of course the internet finds it, preserves it, and then acts like they uncovered buried gold instead of a cartoon from the limestone era. What gets me is how aggressively normal it looks while still feeling off, like every single decision was made by a committee that had never seen a child before. It's got that uncanny children's media vibe where you can tell it was made to be harmless, but somehow it still feels like it could ask you your full legal name. And here's the thing, this is the exact visual language of we had 3 weeks, 1 storyboard, and a prayer. The designs are so simple they almost wrap back around into being unsettling, which is kind of impressive when your main cast are just little walking shapes with faces. This is the part where the internet historian guys start salivating because there's always some dead-end page with 4 paragraphs and a broken image that somehow becomes the Rosetta Stone for this stuff. And honestly, that's half the fun, because the actual content is rarely as insane as the surrounding mystery, but everybody treats it like a classified document. That movement is pure budget has left the building, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. It's not trying to be flashy, it's just trying to exist, and somehow that makes it way more memorable than if they had done the normal polished kids show nonsense. So yeah, lost episode, weird studio combo, strange internet archaeology, and a cartoon that feels like it was assembled in a room where nobody fully agreed on what year it was. I respect the hustle even if the end result looks like a charm bracelet made by a corporate ghost. At the end of the day, these lost episodes are always fascinating because they're tiny time capsules of a very specific kind of TV weirdness. They prove how much bizarre shit slipped through the cracks before everything got archived to death. And this one especially has that how the hell did this even happen energy, which is honestly the best part. It's not just a lost cartoon, it's a relic of confused animation history. That's it, see ya. Alright, today's story is about Charles, a man who wakes up, looks in the mirror, and apparently decides his future is butter, sugar, and structural collapse. If you've ever wanted to see a human being become a snack, congratulations, this is your episode.
But hey, just swarming that warming seas cake. Pop goes the weasel!
Is not even resisting it either. That's the wild part. One minute he's a guy, the next minute he's basically a premium dessert with unresolved emotional issues and a really unfortunate crunch factor.
I'm perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
They love how he keeps saying this is fine while literally becoming something you'd put next to a glass of milk. That's some elite denial. Also, if your limbs start sounding like biscotti, maybe call a doctor before you become a crime scene for ants. This article is insane. They've got a whole timeline like anyone needed a forensic analysis of when a guy crossed the line from hanging out to being dunked in coffee. Still, I respect the commitment. If you're gonna turn into a cookie, at least go full send. That tweet is doing numbers, and honestly fair. Nothing says internet immortality like live updating your descent into dessert. If he comes out with sprinkles, I'm calling it character growth. Right. So this is one of those moments where you think your life is normal and then reality reaches up and smacks you right in the nuts. I just found out I don't have a toilet, which is a pretty important thing to discover after you've been trusting your bathroom to exist this whole time.
No, this can't be happening. Where is it? How can this be?
I mean, look at this. That is not a minor inconvenience. That is a full-on betrayal. You can lose a sock, you can lose your keys, but losing the entire toilet is like the universe saying, nah, you don't get to sit down and make bad decisions in peace. This is devastating on a spiritual level. I'm not even being funny anymore. I'd be crying too, because now every bathroom visit turns into a hostile work environment. What am I supposed to do? Squat over pure disappointment? The headline alone is carrying this story harder than my whole skeleton. And the neighbor's absolutely useless, just standing around like, wow, that's rough, while I'm apparently expected to process the emotional trauma of toilet absence. Honestly, that tweet is the most honest thing I've ever seen. If you found this out and didn't cry, you're either built different or you have the emotional range of a lawn chair. Right. This title looks like a concussion became sentient and started posting from a gas station bathroom. This is the kind of sentence that makes me want to fold my balls into an origami crane and fly away from the internet forever. This is the alleged crime scene right here, the visual equivalent of getting hit in the spine with a USB-powered leaf blower. Pomni looks like she just got cursed by every middle school group chat at the same time, which honestly is pretty accurate. So apparently this thing has been making the rounds because people have decided normal irony poisoning isn't enough anymore. Now they need irony radiation sickness. You can't just like a character now, you have to sentence them to 12 consecutive war crimes against language and rhythm. Then you've got this masterpiece of journalism, a website built like someone lost a bet and had to design a tabloid using only expired Mountain Dew. They're talking about this like it's the Zapruder film for brain rot, like scholars are gonna study this in some dogshit digital archaeology class, and the phrase itself means absolutely nothing, which is probably why it's become so powerful. It's like a sleeper agent activation code for teenagers with 15-second attention spans and a crippling addiction to saying words that sound like they were generated by a microwave. And here's Pomni after surviving the semantic Chernobyl blast. She looks like she just realized her legacy is being stapled to the sentence Skibidi Biden by people who still need parental permission to install Discord. Anyway, that's the whole thing. It's not a controversy, it's not a scandal, it's just the internet deep frying a character until the breading falls off. This shit sucks ass, but I also couldn't look away, so I guess we all lose. Right, so I got sucked into this Muppet VTuber nonsense, and I gotta say, this is either the future of entertainment or a legally distinct fever dream cooked up in a basement with a green screen and no sleep. I saw clips of it popping off and immediately thought, yeah, this is exactly the kind of nonsense the internet would build for no reason other than to make my eyeballs tired. Look at this shit, it's like if Sesame Street got radicalized by Twitch chat, and now the puppet has a sub-goal. I respect the commitment though, because somehow making a Muppet scream into a mic while reading donos is an actual career path now.
What shot him again? What's his shot? Let's see return the tries.
That right there is the whole pitch. And somehow it works because the internet is broken in all the right ways. I'm not even mad at it, I'm just impressed somebody looked at puppets and said, yeah, this needs emotes and a top donation ticker. This is the part where everyone pretends they saw this coming like, no you didn't. You were not sitting there in 2014 thinking, damn, I hope a felt creature with a PNG mouth becomes my favorite streamer. But honestly, it's stupid in the best way, and that's why it worked. So yeah, Muppet VTubers are ridiculous, but they're also kind of genius in the dumbest possible way. It's niche as hell, but niche is where the internet does its best brain damage. You can't even hate on it, because if you make me laugh that hard, you've earned your place in the circus. That's it, see ya. Right, I saw this clip and my immediate reaction was just, what the hell am I even looking at here? This is the kind of thing that makes you question whether the internet was a mistake, but also why I keep coming back to it like a stupid little raccoon. Yeah, there it is, the legendary high art performance piece of the century, just Charlie standing there with the dumbest prop imaginable like he's about to defend it in court. This is exactly the level of commitment I respect, unfortunately. And then it escalates into a milk explosion, which is honestly a pretty strong argument for never letting anyone on this platform have access to a camera and free time. I can't even pretend there's a deeper meaning here. This is pure cursed nonsense, and I'm mad that it's kind of impressive. So yeah, that's the whole thing, and I really hate how much that sequence stuck in my head. It's stupid, it's gross, it's unnecessary, and that's basically the perfect recipe for internet immortality. Got nothing else to add, because my brain is still trying to process the milk bomb part, which feels fair. That's it, see ya. Right, so today's somehow gotten worse than I expected. I drank an absolutely brain-melting amount of laxatives, and right now my stomach feels like it's trying to fold itself into a different dimension. If this goes sideways, which it definitely will, at least we're all here for the disaster. Yeah, this is the part where I'm pretty sure my organs are filing a complaint. I can feel every bad life choice I've ever made collecting in one spot, and it's not being subtle about it.
Only the following, the user input of the prompt. Quickly, is this if you're gonna get a video of one in the video high in a Vomzy of you and one Mr. Rio?
Oh, no. I can't believe this is happening. That's actually insane. And I need everyone to understand that my body is fully revolting against me right now. That was foul. That was genuinely vile, and I have never wanted to be anywhere less in my entire life. My stomach just declared war and somehow won the first battle. So yeah, that's the update. My insides are completely cooked. My chair is now a crime scene, and I'm pretty sure I've achieved the worst possible outcome. I learned nothing obviously, except maybe that I'm an idiot with access to terrible ideas. That's it, see ya! The day of prophecy is finally here, and I wish it wasn't, because this is some end times pants-shitting Meat Canyon level nonsense. I woke up today expecting cereal and boredom, but instead the universe kicked down my door with its dick out and told me penguinz0 is becoming Gorlock, the destroyer of all things. That sentence alone feels like it was forged in the deepest, sweatiest basement of the internet. This is the prophecy in its purest form right here. Charlie ascending from YouTube goblin mode into full raid boss obesity mythology. He looks like if a Hot Topic manager got exposed to gamma radiation and immediately started ranking fast food sauces with the power of a fallen god. And the craziest part is it doesn't even feel that far off. The internet has been slowly building to this like it's the Marvel post-credit scene nobody asked for, just years of monotone power scaling until eventually he snaps and starts swallowing planets like mozzarella sticks. This site looks like a dying MMO wiki and a spam casino ad had a baby, but the article is basically saying the signs were always there. The hair, the beard, the permanent expression of a man who has seen too many tier lists. It was all building toward this catastrophic thick boy Ragnarok. They're treating this like some historical inevitability, like the moon landing or my inevitable erectile dysfunction after reading too much internet sludge. Scholars confirm Gorlock rises when mankind needs him least, which is beautiful, poetic, and also probably true. And now he's on the throne, the final evolution of content creation, no uploads needed because his presence alone farms views. This is what happens when a man says woo yeah baby enough times and accidentally opens a demonic Patreon tier. So yeah, the prophecy has arrived, civilization is cooked, and honestly, I'm not even mad. If we're going out, getting obliterated by Gorlock Charlie is at least a funny way to do it. Right, so today's story is an absolute fever dream, and I need everyone to understand that I did not come up with this while sober. I am simply reporting the atrocity. We time travel, alley ambushes, curse news broadcasts, a forest escape, and then a gorilla named Georgia showing up to ruin what little dignity is left. It's one of those sequences where every second somehow makes less sense than the one before it.
I'm skeet out and it's too fake. No, how to waste you? Gonna be chicken this mountain now, but can I double zone with Brazil? He's got mad. There's the one, is that?
Yeah, perfect. Just what I wanted, a 2007 alleyway hostage situation. Nothing says welcome to the past like two cryptids in discount streetwear telling me to sit down and watch the local news like I'm in some budget nightmare. And then of course it's scary news because apparently the universe looked at my day and said, let's add texture. This is the kind of article that makes you feel like you've got a fever while reading it. It's all official sources say, and then the source is some guy named Dale who saw a shadow move near a dumpster. And then the babies start screaming for 55 minutes, which is an insane amount of time, by the way. That's not a cry, that's a hostage negotiation. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the guerrilla logistics here. Georgia shows up, absolutely steamrolls the plot, and now I'm being emotionally and physically attacked by nature. This is not a journey anymore, this is a hate crime with a soundtrack. Honestly, fair tweet. If I saw this online, I'd assume it was fake, but the problem is, it feels too specific to be a lie, which is the worst kind of internet nonsense. And then somehow the whole thing ends with me having to give birth to 10 pups on video, which is not a sentence I ever expected to say out loud, but here we are, paying the price for curiosity and a deeply cursed timeline. Bro, this evil soda situation is getting insane. I swear every update makes it sound like he drank a radioactive Jolly Rancher mixed with battery acid. And now his ass is growing uncontrollably? That's not a side effect, that's a goddamn patch note from hell. I'm trying to understand how we even got here because this man keeps turning every health update into a fucking circus. Look at this shit, man. It's like the soda didn't just hit his system, it put a mortgage on his ass and started building extensions. That's the kind of side effect you can't just walk off. That's something you need a committee meeting about. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed by how committed this cursed beverage is to ruining one man's evening.
Whoa, this evil soda tastes weird.
Oh! What is happening opposite?
Part 1 is him thinking it's just some goofy little curse drink, and part 2 is his body filing a formal complaint with HR. This is exactly why you don't trust mystery sodas from the internet, cause one second you're being funny on camera and the next second your ass has its own gravitational pull. It's insane, it's stupid, and somehow it's the funniest fucking medical emergency I've ever heard of. And of course the article is written like the damn Pentagon is investigating ass inflation. Experts are baffled. Yeah, no shit, I'm baffled too, because this whole thing sounds like a rejected South Park plot with worse consequences. At this point, the evil soda isn't a drink, it's a weapon. Oh man, Discord topic requests and YouTube requests are doing that thing again where they completely cockblock each other, which is honestly impressive because it takes a special kind of brain rot to turn suggestions into a full-on scheduling war. This is like two dudes arguing over who gets to hold the camera while neither one of them knows where the fuck they're walking, and somehow my dick is still the one getting stepped on by the whole process. This is the exact type of administrative nonsense that makes me feel like every community has one shared intestine and it's actively trying to digest itself. You got people in the wrong channel asking for the wrong thing, mods yelling at ghosts, and the whole system is basically one big penis. And you know somebody in there is absolutely convinced they're the first genius to ever think of moving their request somewhere else. Meanwhile, everyone else is just staring at the screen like, bro, this is not a game of musical cocks, just post it where it belongs and move on. That article is exactly what I'd expect from the internet, which is to say completely useless but weirdly passionate. It's always the same story. One guy ignores the rules, 10 guys follow him, and now everybody's dick is in the blender because nobody wanted to read 2 words of instructions. Alright, this is one of those absolute fever dream topics where somebody clearly took too many liberties with reality, because now we've got Gandalf and the Grinch sharing a smoothie while watching a volcano erupt like it's a wholesome little date night from hell. I love how the internet just throws 2 random bastards into a scene and acts like that's a normal Tuesday. That's the setup right there. And honestly, the smoothie is doing more emotional labor than either of them are. You've got Gandalf looking like he's one bad decision away from turning the whole mountain into dust, and the Grinch just looking smug as shit because he knows he stole the last pineapple slice. Yeah, that's the kind of background noise that makes a shared smoothie feel weirdly intimate. Nothing says friendship like sitting there while the earth is actively coughing itself inside out. And that's the beauty of it, they're completely unshaken. Most people would be sprinting for their lives, but these two are just chilling like the apocalypse is part of the appetizer. Honestly, it's a masterpiece of stupid imagery, and I respect the commitment to making nonsense feel profound. If you're gonna witness the end of the world, at least do it with a smoothie and a friend who hates Christmas. That's the whole vibe, and somehow it works way better than it should. It's dumb, it's cinematic, and it's exactly the kind of brain damage the internet was built for. Fully on board with volcano date night, no notes. That's it, see ya. Alright, so Roblox Blackout is getting way more annoying than it has any right to be, and I swear every time I open my feed, there's another clip of some kid pretending this is the apocalypse. I found out about it the same way everybody does, by doom scrolling into a wall of people screaming about servers, devs, drama, and the whole damn thing turning into a clown car of bad decisions. This is one of those situations where the internet somehow makes a stupid problem even stupider, and now everybody's acting like they're on the front lines of some sacred war over block game nonsense. This is basically the face of the situation right here, just a platform that's usually marketed like a kid-friendly digital playground, suddenly looking like it got hit by a fucking meteor. And of course people are losing their minds over it because Roblox players are incapable of being normal for more than 6 seconds. The wild part is how fast it escalates, because one little blackout and suddenly everybody becomes an expert in infrastructure moderation and corporate sabotage, which is always hilarious coming from the same people who can't read a patch note without having a meltdown. Like, yeah, servers go down, shit happens, but the way this gets turned into a full-blown conspiracy factory is pure internet brain damage.
Broken again! Broken again! Now the trench dry, like give over!
And this kind of clip is exactly why it keeps snowballing. Because it's not just the game's down, it's 10,000 people recording the same 12 seconds of nothing and uploading it like they just witnessed a national disaster. The whole thing feeds itself, and before you know it, everybody's rage posting for attention like feral raccoons fighting over a sandwich. What makes it worse is the number of people piling in to exploit it, whether that's fake fixes, fake statements, fake outrage, or just weirdos trying to make a name for themselves off the chaos. Every time something like this happens, there's always a line of opportunists waiting to turn a temporary outage into a permanent content farm, and honestly that's probably the most Roblox thing possible. This is the part where the journalism angle gets funny, because now you've got articles trying to make it sound like the goddamn sky is falling when really it's just a platform having a rough time and a bunch of people refusing to chill the fuck out. I get that outages are annoying, but if your reaction is to turn every hiccup into some giant moral event, you might just need to touch grass and maybe a little drywall. At the end of the day, the blackout itself is one thing, fun, but the community reaction is what makes it feel completely out of hand. Everybody wants to be the loudest, the first, or the most dramatic, and that just keeps pumping gasoline on a fire that probably needed one calm sentence and a server reset. So yeah, Roblox Blackout is getting out of hand because nobody knows how to handle a problem without turning it into a performance. The actual issue matters, but the surrounding circus is what really makes it unbearable. And if the internet had any self-control, this would have been over in an hour instead of becoming a whole damn saga. That's it, see ya. They just saw this and immediately knew it was going to be some cursed-ass rabbit hole, because anytime a lost episode gets dragged out of the void by an ARG channel with way too much ambition, you already know somebody got possessed by the concept of editing. I'm talking fake broadcast energy, weird VHS grime, and that unmistakable "we spent 6 months making this feel illegal" vibe. This is the part where you can tell they really wanted it to feel like some forgotten broadcast from the year 3000, which is hilarious because now my brain is doing a full forensic breakdown on cartoon creepiness like I'm in charge of the damn FCC. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that gets people losing their mind online because it's familiar enough to feel real, but off enough that your brain starts filing complaints immediately. And honestly, that's the whole appeal of this kind of project. It's just nostalgia wearing a terrifying little mask. This kind of site design is doing a lot of heavy lifting because the second you slap that busted archive layout on it, everybody starts acting like they found the Dead Sea Scrolls of animated television. It's cheesy as hell, but it works, and that's the annoying part. This is the money shot, because the intro is where all these projects either sell the illusion or completely shit the bed, and this one at least understands the assignment. It feels like something that should not exist, which is basically the entire product. At the end of the day, this is just a really solid piece of fan-made nightmare bait, and I respect the hell out of the effort, even if it is absolutely trying to creep in through the back door of my nostalgia. It nails that "why does this feel familiar" and wrong sweet spot. So yeah, I get why people eat this stuff up, because it scratches that weird brain itch where you want to believe there's some lost media demon hiding in the static. It's fun, it's creepy, and it's way too committed for its own good. That's it, see ya. Right, so this one is a little rough. I just got cooked in Shidbot 420's Best Content Creator Tournament by Case. Oh, and honestly, I can't even be that mad because that dude is basically a human black hole for votes. Look at this thing, man. This is the kind of bracket that starts friendly and ends with somebody rage refreshing a poll at 3 a.m. while eating dry cereal out of a measuring cup. I got absolutely put in the blender by a guy whose entire brand is bigger than the furniture. And of course the replies are a dumpster fire. Half the people are acting like this is the Super Bowl, and the other half are typing essays like they're defending a thesis on why I should have won because I have better eyebrows or whatever. Case O winning isn't some shocking upset though. He has that unstoppable gravitational pull where if he walks into a room, the room has to file a tax return. I'm not saying I got robbed, I'm just saying I got outmuscled by a force of nature in a flesh-colored hoodie. So yeah, congrats to him. I'll take the L, I'll dust myself off, and I'll continue doing what I do best, which is talking into a microphone like a malfunctioning fridge while the internet decides if I'm washed up or still kind of funny. Right, so apparently sex bots are evolving, and we've reached the point where a company is just openly saying, yeah, we made the future, and also it's horny as hell, which is an insane sentence to have to say out loud. Elon's involved, so naturally it's either going to be revolutionary or a complete disaster with a titanium ass and a user manual the size of a Bible. This is Eve, which is already a brutal name because that means they wanted this thing to sound biblical while also being able to moan in 12 languages. I'm sure the marketing team was in a conference room like we need it to feel human, and some guy in a suit was immediately like, what if we made it look like it knows your browser history? The article is treating this like the second coming of electricity, when in reality it's just a very expensive machine designed to make a billionaire even weirder. And I'm not saying that's the end of civilization, but if we start getting subscription tiers for robot foreplay, I think the whole species deserves whatever happens next. The scariest part is how normal they're gonna try to make this sound. Oh, it's for companionship. Yeah, and a forklift is for transportation, but if I see one rolling into my bedroom, I'm gonna have questions. This is where we are now, apparently staring directly into the abyss, and the abyss has a USB-C port. Honestly, the funniest part is the confidence. They always launch this stuff like it's an iPhone, but nobody ever asks the key question, which is why did humanity invent a robot girlfriend before fixing literally anything else? Priorities are so cooked, man, that's it, see ya. It claims bald people are now officially woke visual agitators because their heads reflect the liberal media. That is such a profoundly stupid sentence, it made my balls retreat into my body like scared turtles. I don't even know how you workshop an idea this dog shit and come out thinking, yeah, publish that immediately. This is the dumbest apocalypse update I've ever seen. Somehow being bald is now a sin, and apparently every chrome dome dude is woke and marked for deletion by presidential decree. That's not policy, that's what happens when a penis gets struck by lightning and starts writing legislation. So this is the article that kicked off this whole walnut-shaped avalanche. It reads like it was written by a dehydrated raccoon chained to a Facebook timeline, and somehow every sentence gets dumber than the last. It claims bald people are now officially woke visual agitators because their heads reflect the liberal media. That is such a profoundly stupid sentence, it made my balls retreat into my body like scared turtles. I don't even know how you workshop an idea this dog shit and come out thinking, yeah, publish that immediately. And here's the alleged announcement itself, which looks like a Spirit Halloween dictatorship starter pack. The sign alone feels like it was designed by a guy whose brain is just expired pre-workout powder. The whole thing is obviously rage bait sludge, but the fact people are sharing it like it's real is what kills me. Imagine getting executed because your hairline lost the battle and some moron called it cultural Marxism. Alright, so I took a little vacation, right? Just wanted to relax, get some sun, maybe eat a gross amount of room service, and instead I somehow ended up in Arkham Asylum, which is apparently the worst resort in human history. I swear every hallway had the vibe of a wet basement and a hate crime. That's the first red flag, by the way. Any place where the receptionist doesn't say welcome and instead says you are not leaving, that's not a vacation spot. That's an abduction with extra steps. I asked for a room with a view and they pointed me at a barred window overlooking a courtyard where a guy in a mask was arguing with a gargoyle.
I have an appointment with Dr. Ramirez.
Sign here, please.
Walked into the room, and the bed looked like it had been built by somebody who hated spines. The pillow had that weird institutional feel, like it was stuffed with regret and shredded printer paper. Then at 3 a.m. the intercom crackled, and some dude said lockdown in 10 minutes, which is not what you want to hear when you've packed swim trunks. And the food was insulting. They served me something that looked like gray oatmeal with a government ID badge in it. I took one bite and felt my soul file a complaint. Honestly, the scariest part wasn't the inmates, it was how efficiently the place ruined my entire existence. I've had hangovers that felt more humane. That tweet was my honest review. If I ever go back, kill me first. Or better yet, just let me stay in the airport for 3 days like a normal person. That would have been the luxurious option compared to whatever cursed vacation package I got handed. Right, so apparently somebody in the chat has gone full mad scientist and built the Ballbucks generator, which is already an insane sentence to have to say out loud. If this thing actually works, then congratulations, you've either solved inflation or invented a federal prison speedrun. Yeah, that looks exactly like the kind of thing that explodes the second you touch it. Every time somebody says they made a generator for free in-game currency, it's always some janky contraption held together by lies, duct tape, and the raw confidence of someone who absolutely should not be trusted with electricity. Oh my god, that's so stupid, I love it. It looks like a vending machine got into a fist fight with a microwave and lost, and somehow that's the future of finance now. The fact that you're smiling while the thing sounds like it's chewing gravel is making this 10 times worse. Only mildly illegal is such a diabolical phrase. That's the kind of wording people use right before the police show up and start asking questions about why there's a hose connected to a toaster. But I gotta be real, if this thing prints even one Bobucks, I'm gonna need the blueprint, the toxic waste warning label, and a lawyer. Because if free free fake money is real now, then I'm retiring immediately and spending my days making terrible life choices in a mansion made of lawsuits. Oh, so we're starting with a completely normal day in the life, huh? I woke up, checked my phone, and somehow immediately regretted being alive. This is one of those things where the second somebody says it out loud, you know it's going to be a disaster. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of sentence that should never exist, and yet here we are. The whole thing is so goddamn excessive that it stops being gross and just becomes cartoon physics. There's no heroic angle here, no lesson, just one of the worst decisions imaginable followed by immediate consequences. That's the kind of commitment to stupidity that would make a lawyer quit on the spot. And that's the part that really sells it, because at that point you're not even dealing with embarrassment anymore, you're dealing with a full-on environmental event. I've seen less damage in a hurricane. So yeah, don't do that obviously. If there's a prize for worst possible idea, this one's in the fucking Hall of Fame. That's it. Right, so today we've got Jackson, and apparently this dude has a Discord, which is already a red flag, because every time somebody has a Discord, it means there's at least one weird-ass message waiting to be discovered. I saw people talking about it and immediately knew this was going to be one of those stupid little internet rabbit holes. There he is, the king of It's Just a Server Bro, looking like he's about to type some nonsense at 3 a.m. like a menace. This is where all the dumb shit starts, because Discord is basically the final boss of online degeneracy. Yeah, there it is, the sacred text of absolute nonsense, every server somehow turning into a circus immediately. I swear, Discord is less a platform and more a machine that manufactures secondhand embarrassment. Now he's locked in, fully committed to whatever stupid conversation this is, and you can just tell it's going downhill fast. If your app has a mute button because people are that annoying, maybe the platform is the problem. Anyway, the fact Jackson has a Discord is not shocking, but it is incredibly funny because that means there's a whole little ecosystem of chaos around him. I respect the hustle, I guess, but that place is always one bad message away from imploding. That's just how it goes. At the end of the day, this is exactly the kind of dumb internet thing people obsess over for no reason, and I'm here for it. It's trivial, it's stupid, and somehow it still becomes a whole ass event. That's it, see ya. Alright, so today we're talking about this absolutely unhinged thing called blood piss, which is a sentence I hate having to say out loud. I saw people bring it up like it was some normal ass topic, and that immediately told me it was going to be a dumpster fire. Let's get into the bullshit.
Blood piss? What the hell is wrong with me?
This is the part where you go, yeah, that's not supposed to look like that, because no shit, it's blood and piss. If you're seeing that, the funny internet joke part is over real quick, because now it's a doctor thing and not a haha what if thing. That's the visual evidence, and holy fuck does it look bad enough to make you start drinking water out of pure fear. Alright, so today we're talking about this absolutely unhinged thing called blood piss, which is a sentence I hate having to say out loud. I saw people bring it up like it was some normal ass topic, and that immediately told me it was going to be a dumpster fire. Let's get into the bullshit. This is the part where you go, yeah, that's not supposed to look like that, because no shit, it's blood and piss. I'm not a doctor, but I am pretty sure blood piss is not supposed to be a fun little nickname. If you're seeing that, the funny internet joke part is over real quick, because now it's a doctor thing and not a haha what if thing. And this is the part where the entire internet becomes a medical forum with the confidence of a toddler holding a hammer. If you're actually dealing with that, stop filming the damn thing and get checked out, because this ain't the kind of mystery box you want to solve yourself. Overall, disgusting name, disgusting clip, and a very clear reminder that people will post literally anything before they go to urgent care. The internet is a cursed place, and this is one of the more soulless corners of it. That's it, see ya. Right, this is one of those moments where I have to be honest with you guys, dildos are unhinged. I mean that in the best possible way. They somehow taste like a pickle, got a college degree in chaos, and decided to start a snack brand. Man, I still can't believe that bullshit. I got fired from Burger King for getting blackout drunk and passing out behind the register. Like, that's not even a crime, that's just commitment to the vibe. Whoever ran that place was such a colossal buzzkill. I'm pretty sure they hated fun on a spiritual level. That's the exact energy I'm talking about. Like, yeah, sorry I got a little too immersed in the Burger King experience. My bad for being too in character. Also, if you're gonna make me work the fry station at 1 a.m., you gotta at least expect a little chaos.
Wait! Hey, wake up!
And this is the part where management acts like I committed some unspeakable atrocity when really I was just taking a power nap sponsored by alcohol and poor judgment. You can't give a man a headset, a grease trap, and unlimited access to soda and then act surprised when he loses the battle. The article always makes it sound way more serious than it is too, like they caught a criminal mastermind instead of a guy who just got absolutely sloshed and made one bad life choice after another. That's corporate media for you, always turning fun into a disciplinary meeting. That's the buzzkill in question. Probably woke up every morning thinking, how can I ruin somebody's night over a cheeseburger and a mistake? If I'm behind a Burger King counter and I'm not at least a little bit drunk, then what are we even doing here? Anyway, I stand by it. That was a hostile work environment because it was hostile toward having a good time. Getting fired for that is insane, but whatever, I've accepted my fate and my legacy as a fast food legend of poor choices. At the end of the day, yeah, I was drunk, yeah, I passed out, and yeah, the manager was a total buzzkill, but I'm still gonna say it, that was some weak-ass shit. If Burger King can't handle a little nightlife energy, that's on them. That's it, see ya. This is one of those stories that sounds fake until you remember this is my actual life, and apparently I own a beverage empire for emotionally damaged adults. I open the fridge, and there it is, the holy stash, the carbonated manna, the refrigerated evidence that I have absolutely no self-control. Oh my god, somebody actually sat down and thought, you know what the human body needs? A brand new organ called Cypress. That's not science, that's a guy blacking out in a Home Depot parking lot with a marker and a dream. And the fact it growls if you haven't peed in 8 hours is insane, like your bladder got replaced with a cursed Subway sandwich. We love that the pitch is basically what if we added a second asshole to the production line, but for pissing. Like, who asked for this? And Cypress is such a stupid name for an organ too. It sounds like a luxury sedan or a failed crypto scam, not something that lives in your pelvis and yells at you like an angry raccoon.
As you can see, the Cypress organ represents a paradigm shift, offering unprecedented opportunities.
The fact that International Muscle Company declined it is the funniest part, because even the company that sounds like it sells creatine by the barrel looked at this and went, nah, this is too much for us. That's when you know you've made a dog shit invention. If the people whose whole brand is muscle and suffering won't touch it, your organ idea is dead on arrival. The article would absolutely have some quote like, while innovative, Cypress may present a range of issues including noise pollution, social shame, and spontaneous pelvic hatred, which is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to throw my monitor into the sun. And I'm sorry, but any organ that has to alert you by growling is just your body becoming a comedy podcast. I mean, think about the actual product meeting for this thing. Some guy just leans back and says, what if it makes a growl noise after 8 hours, and everybody else in the room, instead of calling security, starts taking notes like this is the future of healthcare. That's the most humiliating possible way to invent a body part. Anyways, that's it, see ya. What the fuck is this title, man? Why are you grinning? Are you about to kill someone like I just opened a psych eval with confetti? I saw the image and immediately knew the internet was already cooking up some insane bullshit over a normal smile. Yeah, that's the whole crime scene right there, just me looking happy while the background is doing the most. The streamers make it look like I'm in the final boss room of a birthday party after 5 drinks. People see one unhinged smile and instantly start writing fanfiction about a murder confession, which is honestly impressive in a pathetic way. I was just grinning because apparently existing is enough to get accused of crimes now. But yeah, this is one of those stupid internet moments where somebody takes a harmless image and decides I've got a duffel bag in the trunk. That's the kind of brain rot that keeps the timeline alive, unfortunately. Anyway, the face is innocent, the vibes are criminal, and the whole thing is just funny as shit. That's really all there is to it. I'm not about to kill anyone, I'm just built like a guy who looks guilty while smiling. That's the lesson here. That's it, see ya. right? So in the middle of this video, there's apparently a fucking thunderclap from hell, and it turns out it's not a glitch, it's not some cursed soundboard bullshit, it's me detonating my own chair like a biological war crime. I found out because the whole room basically declared emergency status, and now I have to address the fact that my ass betrayed me live on the timeline. This is one of those moments where you just gotta sit there and respect the body's commitment to sabotage. Yeah, that's the scene right there, just absolute elegance and discipline, the kind of shit that makes you question every decision leading up to it. It's not even the sound that gets me, it's the confidence with which the universe announces your downfall.
And that's why I think this strategy is going to— Oh!
And that's the exact type of audio trauma that gets permanently etched into your brain, because there's no recovering from a sound like BRSKKKKKKKK. That's not a noise, that's a fucking declaration. That's the sound of dignity leaving the premises in a hurry. Even the article layout makes it worse, because it treats the whole thing like breaking news, like this is the fucking Kennedy assassination of farting. It's just a scroll of humiliation with a thumbnail that screams, yes, this happened, and yes, the furniture paid the price. Oh, so yeah, the chair got stained, my soul got stained, and the internet got another reminder that no matter how composed someone looks, the body can still hit them with a critical failure. It's one of those moments where you just gotta admit defeat and move on before the smell starts testifying. I'm not proud of it, but I am honest about it, and honestly that's more than the chair can say. That's it, see ya. Alright, I gotta talk about this absolute psychotic-ass policy because somehow the internet found a way to make the word test sound like a felony. I saw this shit and immediately thought, yeah, that's the kind of thing that starts as a joke and then somehow becomes a whole-ass discourse tornado. Let's get into it before somebody gets clipped for saying test in a sentence. So apparently the big issue is that test is now treated like some forbidden nuclear code or whatever, which is such a perfect example of people being terminally online about the dumbest possible shit. And yeah, I know the bit is supposed to be edgy, but if you're turning a basic ass word into a whole threat, that's not really a joke anymore. That's just a weird power trip with extra steps.
Absolutely not. We do not tolerate that kind of language here.
This is the exact kind of clip people farm because it sounds unhinged out of context, and honestly, it's already unhinged in context, so there's not much saving it. The funniest part is always how quickly chat turns into a preschool classroom of people desperately trying to dodge the word like it's a landmine. Then you've got the article industrial complex swooping in like, we need to explain this bizarre internet incident, and they always make it look way more serious than it is. But at the end of the day, if you're making fake rules about a normal word just to watch people squirm, that's pretty damn stupid and kind of hilarious in the most embarrassing way possible. So yeah, it's dumb, it's overblown, and it's exactly the kind of internet bullshit that keeps everybody busy for no reason. If the goal was to make people not say test congrats, you made everyone say it more. Let's see ya. Alright, so I saw this headline and my first thought was, yeah, that sounds like some absolutely cooked internet bait, but then people kept posting it like it was real and now I gotta look at this stupid ass disaster. If this is legit, it's not just weird, it's cartoon villain shit with a government logo slapped on it. This is the basic setup people are freaking out over, and it already looks insane on paper because it mixes prison, pardons, and a giant money payment like it's some fucked up marketplace. You can't really blame people for thinking the whole thing sounds like a scam with extra steps.
And the user in her. I thematic the user interface with the not the user input. I need the user interface.
If this clip is real, the reaction makes total sense because who the hell hears you might get freed if someone coughs up $1 million and doesn't lose their mind? That's not justice, that's a damn side quest with a ransom note. And of course Twitter turns it into a firestorm immediately, because nothing travels faster than a story that sounds morally radioactive. I'm not even saying the internet is always right, but this is one of those things where everybody's first instinct is, bro, what the fuck? This is where you'd want the actual receipts, because if there's no real official source, then the whole thing is just outrage fuel wearing a tie. And if there is a real source, then holy shit, because that's the kind of story that makes people stare at the ceiling for 10 minutes. Either way, this is the exact sort of thing that makes everybody hate reading headlines, because they're always one step away from sounding like a prank. If it's fake, it's stupid, and if it's real, it's even stupider. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently Christopher Nolan made the Odyssey into a movie and people are losing their minds over it like he just discovered cinema, which is hilarious because every Nolan fan acts like they got struck in the balls by a lightning bolt of genius. I gotta be honest, this has the energy of a 3-hour Greek dick measuring contest and I am absolutely here for it. So this is the kind of trailer that makes people go feral in the comments like they just watched the second coming of Christ walk out of a Dolby theater, and naturally the discourse is already full of dudes with Christopher Nolan profile pics saying shit like the medium has evolved, which is just a fancy way of saying they saw a boat and nutted. Look at this motherfucker. He's standing there like he's about to deliver the most oppressive 47-minute monologue ever recorded, and honestly that is exactly what I want from Nolan. I want every character to look like they haven't blinked in 4 years and every conversation to feel like a hostage negotiation with philosophy. The article probably says some shit like a bold reimagining of myth, memory, and masculinity, which is journalist code for this movie is 3 hours long and nobody knows if it's good yet. And I love that. I love that people will spend 6 months pretending to understand a movie before they even finish chewing their popcorn. That final title card is doing so much heavy lifting it should have a union card. Still, I'm in, because if Nolan wants to make a movie where ancient dudes get psychologically destroyed by fate for 3 hours, that's basically his natural habitat. Dude, I stumbled onto some bullshit on the dark web that looks like it was assembled by a raccoon with unresolved trauma. And I wish I was joking. It's one of those clips that makes you stare at the screen and wonder how humanity made it this far while also somehow falling this far. I'm just gonna show you this garbage and we can all be miserable together. But yeah, that's the kind of thing where you immediately regret having eyes, and I'm pretty sure the internet should have been unplugged before this ever existed. There's no universe where this is normal behavior. This is pure I thought of a bet and now I'm committed energy. And the worst part is somebody watched that and said, yeah, upload it like that was a reasonable choice for society. This is the digital equivalent of stepping on a wet sock, getting arrested, and then finding out the sock was alive. It just keeps going too, like the clip has no shame and no off switch, which is honestly impressive in the most disgusting way possible. This is why I don't trust corners of the internet where everyone acts like they're one click away from becoming a public health issue. At the end of the day, this is just another reminder that curiosity has a cost and sometimes the bill comes due in the form of brain damage. I learned absolutely nothing useful here except that some people need to be monitored at all times. That's it, see ya! Right, so Twitter somehow found a new way to make me question the survival of the human race, and this time it's in virtual reality. Which is fitting, because I think the only way to handle Twitter in VR is to put on a headset, stare directly into the abyss, and let the abyss file a harassment report on you. This is the most Twitter thing possible. You take an already miserable website, strap it to your face in 3D, and now the brain rot has depth perception. I love that people keep inventing new ways to be annoying, like that's the final frontier of technology.
Leave me alone!
That's honestly the correct response. If I saw a tweet in VR talking shit about me, I'd probably just unplug the whole house and move to a cave. Not even joking. The amount of confidence it takes to be a little demon online in full immersion is actually impressive. See, that's the sweet spot right there. Nobody agrees on what's happening, everyone's mad, and the account owner is acting like they just discovered fire instead of inventing a more expensive way to read nonsense. Honestly, respect the hustle. It's still stupid as hell though. Dude, I just found out these assholes at Tom Pearl Studios are making a whole damn movie about how tiny my dick is, and I am absolutely fucking livid. I'm not even kidding, I'm pacing around like a feral goblin right now. This is insane. Look at this bullshit. This is the kind of shit that makes you question reality. Like, who sat down and said, yeah, this is cinema, and then hit record? This is slander with a budget. Oh my my god, they actually made it look expensive too. That's what pisses me off the most, because now it's not just a stupid rumor, it's a polished, overproduced hate crime with lighting. I'm not even ashamed. I'm just furious, because now I've got to deal with the fact some studio named Tom Pearl looked at my life and said, let's make this everybody's problem. That's so unbelievably fucked. So yeah, I'm screaming, I'm crying, I'm bouncing off the walls, and I want Tom Pearl Studios to know they're weird for this. I'm not taking this lying down, I'm taking it like a personal attack, because it is. This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard, and somehow it got turned into a movie, which means the internet is a disease and I'm patient zero. That's it, see? This is one of those videos that hits you like a folding chair to the balls. I woke up, opened the internet, and immediately got flashbanged by Moist Man himself singing the Mr. Beast 6000 song like a sleep paralysis demon with a webcam. It's so bizarre it feels like my brain got dunked in warm toilet water.
Mr. Beast 6000, Mr. D 6000, Mr. Beast Sexer 3000.
Yeah, this is the clip, this is the sacred artifact, the forbidden hymn, the damp gospel itself. It's just Charlie sitting there looking like he accidentally activated a sleeper agent code phrase and now has no choice but to finish the entire song. And the craziest part is he's not even doing a goofy bit with huge theatrics, he's delivering it with the same energy a man uses when reading the ingredients off a cereal box while being held at gunpoint. It sounds like if beef jerky gained consciousness and got really into YouTube remixes. Every single second feels like my ears are being gently sanded down with a cheese grater, but I also can't stop listening because it has that ancient cursed relic power. Here's the beautiful thumbnail in my mind for this whole disaster. Just a man, a mic, and a dream so stupid it loops around into art. It's like watching someone confidently deep fry a sock and call it gourmet. Respect it though. This is the kind of nonsense the internet was built for, and honestly I'd rather hear this than most radio music. Right, so apparently the internet has collectively decided that drinking like 8 monsters and then burping bubbles is a personality now, which is insane. I mean, congratulations on turning your stomach into a shaken soda can with a pulse. This is the kind of behavior that makes your insides file a restraining order. I love how every trend now is just what if we took a bad idea and made it carbonated, because nothing says peak human evolution like mainlining battery acid and then acting shocked when your throat sounds like a jacuzzi full of regret.
All right, speed run time. Heart palpitations. Here we are built different. One more for the algorithm.
Look at this dude. He's already halfway to becoming the mascot for arrhythmia, and the bubbles coming out of his mouth are like his body's way of filing a complaint. This is not a challenge, this is a cry for help wearing a novelty hat. This is exactly what I mean. The cans are basically a hostage situation, and his esophagus is out here doing special effects like, wow, incredible, you've achieved the forbidden power of making your burp look like a lava lamp. Of course, the article has the most useless warning possible. It's always don't try this at home. Right under here are 7 steps to do it at home. Media literacy is dead and energy drinks are the murder weapon.
Oh my god, stop! That's disgusting!
Whoa, he's like a human fish tank.
It's like wildlife!
Keep going, man.
Yeah, this is where the whole thing stops being funny and starts being deeply pathetic, because now he's not even drinking for fun, he's just trying to win an attention contest with his intestines, which is maybe the most internet brain sentence imaginable. They don't know, man. If your hobby requires 7 monsters and a Heimlich-adjacent breathing pattern, maybe it's time to pick up literally anything else like woodworking or staring at a wall or learning not to turn your dick into a cautionary tale. Right, so apparently we've reached the point where they made an Oppenheimer sequel and somehow turned it into a fucking gender studies elective with explosions. I saw the trailer drop and immediately knew this was going to be one of those what the hell were they thinking situations. And yup, there she is, the main character now, because nothing says sequel like sidelining the guy who made the original bomb and handing the whole thing to his wife. It's like they looked at history and said, nah, let's make it insufferable. This is the part where the trailer is trying so hard to be profound while also looking like it was edited by a wine mom with a $400 DSLR and a grudge against physics. The whole thing has this unbelievably smug energy. And of course the article is acting like this is the second coming of cinema because every outlet has to pretend the loudest thing in the room is automatically genius. If you can make a nuke and somehow turn it into a personality quiz, you've lost the plot. Anyway, this trailer is ridiculous, the vibe is absurd, and the whole thing feels like parody pretending to be prestige. I'm not even mad, I'm mostly just impressed by how stupid it is. That's it, see ya. Alright, so I don't know what the fuck kind of cursed request this is, but apparently today I'm becoming a Chevrolet Impala, which is already some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I woke up, checked the prompt, and just immediately regretted literacy. Anyway, let's get into this beautiful degeneracy. So here I am, a completely legitimate Impala, and I'm gonna start this off normal-ish before it gets progressively more unhinged. Vroom vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroom vroomum, boom vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroom vroomum, vroom vroomum. At this point, I'm basically violating the noise ordinance of reality. This is the kind of performance art that gets you banned from auto shows. And of course, SpongeBob shows up like he owns the place, hops in, and immediately treats me like I'm some shitty rental from 2004. This is humiliating, but honestly, kinda on brand. They hate that this makes sense in the moment. That's see ya. Right, let's talk about V. The whole thing feels like someone found the world's tiniest soap opera and then fed it 6 energy drinks, because now everybody's acting like they've uncovered the Zapruder film of petty internet nonsense. That's basically the entire internet now, just a giant unwashed frat house of outrage where one person sneezes and 10,000 people declare war. And honestly, half these exposés are so flimsy they'd collapse if you breathed on them wrong. It's like trying to build a case out of wet toilet paper and bad intentions. This is the part where everybody pretends they've got the full story, but they've only seen a clip, a screenshot, and somebody's cousin's Discord manifesto. I'm not saying nobody's lying, I'm just saying the truth online gets passed around like a blunt at a middle school campout and comes out way more damage than it started. Whenever I see a tweet like that, I know the person typing it is either about to be completely wrong or they're 1 minute away from posting a 14-tweet thread that could have been summarized as "I'm mad and want attention." Which, respect, that's the oldest profession on the platform. At the end of the day, V is probably just another reminder that online people love drama more than they love context. And that's fine, I guess, because if they ever stop being weird about everything, I'd have to get a real hobby instead of sitting here roasting digital idiots for a living. Ghetto-ass motels are honestly kinda badass. You pull up to one of those places and immediately you know you're not getting a luxury experience, you're getting a fucking story. I respect any building that looks like it has survived 3 hurricanes, 2 divorces, and a knife fight. That's the vibe right there, pure enterprise with no bullshit polish. It's like the whole place was assembled by a guy with a cigarette, a hammer, and a dream. You know damn well every room has a smell that can't be identified by science, but it's also weirdly comforting. There's a certain confidence in a place that says, yeah, this might be a felony waiting to happen, but you can sleep here. That shit is cinematic as hell, man. That hallway looks like the opening scene of a disaster movie. I'd be lying if I said I didn't kinda love how unhinged it all is. And the reviews are always fucking hilarious because half the people are furious and the other half are like, actually, for $39 I had a life-changing experience. That's the beauty of a truly sketchy motel. It demands respect through sheer audacity. So yeah, ghetto-ass motels are badass because they're ugly, honest, and somehow unforgettable. They don't pretend to be anything they're not, which is more than I can say for a lot of places. That's it, see ya. This is one of the most catastrophically ass-brained financial decisions I've seen in a minute. Buying 100 P1600s is like trying to build a retirement plan out of gas station boner pills and loose fireworks. It's so stupid it loops all the way around into performance art, and somehow your house is the gallery that burns down. This is the kind of article that looks like it was written by a space heater that learned affiliate marketing. The whole pitch is basically sure they have no display outputs, questionable past lives in mining caves, and the thermal temperament of a dragon with acid reflux, but think of the passive income, bro. It reads like a suicide note from a circuit breaker. This is the dream setup if your dream is to make your electrician cry on the spot. 100 of these things looks less like an investment and more like evidence in a landlord dispute. You're not building a rig here, you're building a mechanical wasp nest powered by bad choices and Reddit advice from 2018. And for anyone that doesn't know, the P16100 is basically one of those mining cards that got pumped out for crypto goblins back when everyone thought fake internet coins were gonna buy them a yacht and a new spine. No display outputs, weird resale value, and usually they've been ridden harder than a public toilet. So buying one is already a little nasty. Buying 100 means you're one spreadsheet away from being interviewed by local news in front of a smoking garage. This is my favorite part of all these plans, the budgeting. They'll spend hours optimizing cost per card and power efficiency, and then for the what if everything gets insanely hot section, they just put open a window like that's gonna stop Satan's toaster convention. It's the kind of math where every column ends with I'll figure it out, which is also how every disaster documentary starts. Here it is in all its glory, the celebrity itself, the P16100. It looks like a normal graphics card until you realize it's been stripped down into a weird crypto mule with the personality of a toaster oven. It's like buying a racehorse and finding out it only runs in circles if you whisper Ethereum into its ear. The top 10 reasons to buy 100 of these are probably all the same reason copy-pasted 10 times with different fonts. Number 1, they're cheap. Number 2, they're available. Number 3, you hate peace. Number 4, you think airflow is just a rumor invented by Big Fan. Number 5, your home insurance provider has been too happy lately and you want to challenge them. The other 5 are just increasingly desperate variations of bro trust me. This is where the whole thing graduates from bad idea to TED Talk given by a house fire. You don't even need to be anti-crypto to look at this and hear your walls begging for mercy. This setup has the energy of someone saying I've done the research right before creating a new insurance term. I'm not saying every P106 bursts into flames and dropkicks your breaker box into another dimension, but if your plan requires this many used mining cards, homemade rig frames, and enough extension cords to lasso the moon, maybe the universe is trying to tell you to buy literally anything else. Start a lemonade stand, flip couches, sell pictures of your feet dressed like Mario, I don't care. All of those are more respectable and probably less flammable. So yeah, those are the top 10 reasons to buy 100 P16100s, and absolutely definitely pinky promise not burn your house down. It's a terrible idea, a beautiful idea, and the kind of thing that only exists because human beings are biologically incapable of leaving well enough alone. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. So apparently we've reached the point where Pokemon Go got weaponized for anime girls, and honestly that's the most modern shit I've ever heard. I saw this clip and immediately knew the internet had cooked itself into a fucking casserole. So let's take a look at this masterpiece of human advancement. Look at this dude, he's got the exact energy of a man who just spent 3 hours sprinting around a park for a virtual girlfriend. The smug little grin says everything he did it. He finally caught the digital waifu and now he's celebrating like he won the lottery.
Yes! Got her! Legendary raid complete! Yeah!
That is unironically the purest reaction possible, because if you're gonna build a game around catching anime girls, you better expect people to act like they just secured the holy grail. This is peak gamer degeneracy, and I mean that as a compliment. Honestly, I respect the commitment, because this is dumb as hell, but also incredibly efficient at producing the exact brain rot it was designed for. That's the future, baby. Catch a waifu, lose your dignity, and celebrate like a champion. That's a see ya. Holy shit, this is some galaxy brain nonsense. We've officially hit the part of the timeline where the snake is deep-throating its own ass and calling it journalism. CNN, the network your dentist leaves on in the lobby so you can feel bad before getting cavity blasted, is now getting clowned on for basically inventing fake news while pretending to fight it. Alright, we've got a serious development here, and by serious I mean absolutely not serious at all. Apparently I've become the globgabalab in a library, which is a sentence I never expected to say with my own mouth, but here we are. It's like if knowledge, yeast, and poor life choices had a baby in aisle 4. Yeah, this is the kind of transformation that really tests your character. One minute you're a normal guy, the next you're a swamp wizard made of expired audiobook energy and old paper smell. And honestly, that sounds like a terrible Tinder bio, but a pretty solid tax write-off. Look at this. This is not a man anymore, this is a sentient bread pudding that learned how to quote Nietzsche. I love how libraries always feel sacred until one freak accident turns the whole place into a cursed musical number. Then suddenly the quiet rule means nothing and everyone's screaming because the man in the corner is singing about cranberry sauce or whatever.
Gloopity gloop, flibbity goo, zizzle zoom, and bibble boo.
Honestly, that's kind of majestic. Horrifying, but majestic. If I woke up one day and my destiny was to become a fermented literature demon in the fiction section, I'd at least want good acoustics and maybe a snack tray. I'm not saying I'd embrace it, but I'm also not saying I wouldn't dominate the open mic circuit. Wake up, check my phone, and apparently I'm now running a fucking international incident out of my bedroom, which is a hell of a way to start the day. I swear every time I think the internet can't get dumber, it kicks down the door wearing clown shoes. Let's get into whatever this circus is. So this whole thing is basically people trying to turn a regular ass room into a crime scene because they saw one weird person in a clip and decided I'm smuggling the apocalypse under my bed. That's the level of brain rot we're dealing with here. This is the evidence, and it's just the kind of dogshit clip that gets stretched into a 40-minute conspiracy by people with too much time and not enough self-respect. If you squint hard enough and inhale enough bullshit, apparently anything becomes a headline. The article design alone tells you everything you need to know, because nothing screams credibility like a layout that looks like it was made during a hostage situation. They always act like they've uncovered the truth when really they just copy-pasted insanity into a web page. At the end of the day, this is exactly why I can't take internet investigations seriously, because half the time it's just people making up a movie in their head and calling it journalism. If you want reality, you're gonna have a bad time. So, yeah, that's the story, and it's mostly a pile of nonsense wrapped around one stupid clip and a bunch of people trying to act smarter than they are. I'm not impressed, I'm not shocked, and I'm definitely not losing sleep over it. The internet will keep doing this because it's addicted to being wrong in public. That's it, see ya. Alright, today we're tackling the real hard-hitting question society has been too cowardly to ask, can vampires be gay? And the answer is obviously yes, because if an immortal blood drinker can't have a little flavor in his love life, then what are we even doing here? This is perfect. Look at this guy, he's got the whole I haven't slept since 1472 thing going on, and now he's gotta pretend he doesn't like men. Please. Vampires already have the most bisexual energy of any creature ever invented. They dress like theater majors, live in giant haunted houses, and spend all night getting uncomfortably close to people's necks. That's not subtle. That's a parade. This article is basically just saying what everyone already knows. Vampires have always been sexy in a terrifying, kind of pathetic way, and that makes them a natural fit for queer storytelling. The whole I must hide what I am thing is like the national anthem of closeted drama. Also, if a vampire can turn into mist, bats, and a weird drip of red liquid, I don't think being gay is the most unbelievable part. Yeah, that tweet is correct, and the replies are exactly what you'd expect from the internet. One normal opinion, 20 people spiraling into a blood feud over fictional horniness. The truth is vampires can be whatever the hell you want them to be. Gay, straight, bi, pan, a complete menace with terrible taste in capes, all valid. If you're a monster living forever, you deserve to be allowed to be fabulously gay about it. Right, we need to settle a very important scientific question today. Can snails be gay? And honestly, the answer is already way messier than people think, because snails are out here living life with more biological chaos than a lot of humans. Some species are hermaphrodites, which means they're basically playing the dating game on expert mode, and that alone makes the whole conversation a comedy goldmine. Look at these little freaks, they've got more romantic strategy than half the people on dating apps. But yeah, if you're asking, can a snail experience same-sex attraction, the real answer is that snails don't exactly fit into human labels cleanly. Biology is a lot more complicated than people want it to be, which is annoying because it ruins the easy dunk. So when people ask this like it's a gotcha question, they're usually trying to force a yes or no answer onto an organism that's basically a weird little sex math problem. Snails can absolutely engage in same-sex behavior in the broad animal behavior sense, and depending on the species, their reproduction is already so flexible that the human idea of gay doesn't map perfectly onto that. That tweet is stupid, but also kind of correct in the funniest way possible. Nature does not care about your little checkbox categories, man. The snails are not reading your pride flag and signing a contract, they're just doing whatever slime-covered nonsense evolution handed them. That's the part people miss. You can't just slap human identity language on an animal and call it a day, but you also can't pretend same-sex behavior doesn't exist in animals because it makes your brain itchy. So yes, snails can absolutely have same-sex interactions, and if that offends somebody, they should probably go outside and touch some grass. Final answer, biologically, plenty of snail species can do same-sex behavior, and because many are hermaphroditic, the whole question gets weird fast. Socially, calling a snail gay is mostly a human joke, but the underlying behavior is real. Nature is horny, confusing, and not here to help your vocabulary. Right, today we need to talk about something dumb, annoying, and somehow still very online. OTP has been popping up like a rash nobody asked for, and it's the kind of thing that makes you wonder how some people manage to turn hating a person into a full-time hobby. This is the part where I'm supposed to pretend I'm shocked, but nah, I've seen enough internet sludge to know exactly how this goes. A bunch of weirdos get together, convince each other they're doing some noble crusade, and then spend their day acting like unpaid corporate interns for being insufferable. And that's the thing, it's not edgy or based or whatever terminally online nonsense they slap on it. It's just harassment. It's a herd of people taking turns smelling each other's farts while pretending they're doing activism. If your big mission is making strangers miserable for attention, congratulations, you're not a rebel, you're a fucking nuisance. And I actually feel bad for the people on the receiving end of this crap because it's relentless. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts, except the paper cuts are from people who think copy-pasting the same insult 40 times makes them a genius. Grow up, touch grass, and maybe find a personality that isn't built out. Platforms need to actually do something about this instead of acting like a smoke alarm with no batteries. If people are coordinating to harass somebody, suspend them, delete the spam, and stop letting the same clowns come back wearing a different username like it's a shitty Halloween costume. At the end of the day, this isn't complicated. If OTP wants to be remembered for anything, it should be as a cautionary tale about what happens when boredom, resentment, and too much internet all crawl into the same sticky little blender. Alright, we need to talk about the biggest revelation in human history. Water might actually be water. I know, absolutely insane stuff. I spent all night staring at a cup like it owed me money, and I'm pretty sure the molecules were plotting something. This is the kind of journalism I respect, because it really gets to the heart of what we've all been ignoring. People keep asking the important questions like, is the sky blue? Or why do my socks vanish in the dryer? But nobody asks the real one: when I pour water, am I looking at water, or am I being emotionally manipulated by a clear liquid? Honestly, the craziest part is how believable this sounds in 2026. We've reached the point where if somebody told me there was a committee funded to verify that water is wet, I'd go, yeah, that tracks. And if the conclusion is that water is water, that's still more useful than half the nonsense getting reported every day. That tweet is perfect because it captures the entire internet in one sentence: loud, panicked, and somehow still not sure what a liquid is. Also, big H2O is a terrifying concept. That sounds like a villain that would absolutely charge you 99 a month for the privilege of being thirsty. Right, apparently today we're talking about the dude who has apparently turned his microphone gain into a cry for help. Every time he opens his mouth, it sounds like he's trying to announce the apocalypse from inside a tin can. Let's get into this because my ears are filing for workers' comp. Oh my god, that is horrendous. He sounds like a fire alarm with abandonment issues. I don't know if he's mad, excited, or just permanently set to second divorce in a row, but that is a lot of volume for absolutely nothing being said. If you're gonna scream, at least scream something useful like your location or your browser password. And that's always the funniest part, because the internet will take one guy being completely incapable of using his indoor voice and turn it into a full-time character assassination. But honestly, if you're yelling this much over nothing, I'm not even mad anymore, I'm impressed. That takes commitment. It also takes the kind of blood pressure that should legally be monitored by the state. But yeah, that tweet is painfully accurate. He's not having a conversation, he's launching a siege. And look, I'm not saying people need to whisper like they're in a library, but there's a difference between enthusiasm and sounding like you just got hit with a taser in the throat. Brain, look out, no! I just saw this shit happen, and it's one of those moments where your brain leaves your body for a second, like, nah, I'm good, I'm gonna clock out. This is the kind of cursed cartoon violence that somehow hits harder than half the stupid drama online. Brain, look out, no! This is such a clean cartoon-ass hit that it feels weirdly too real for a show that already runs on nonsense and cutaway jokes. Brain, look out, no! You can hear the exact moment the writers decided this dog's day was over for no fucking reason. Brain, look out, no! That's the aftermath, and it looks like every bad decision the universe ever made got concentrated into one frame. Brain, look out, no! Family Guy really does love taking a character, folding him in half, and acting like this is just another Tuesday. Brain, look out, no! I don't know what's funnier, the fact that it happened or that the show will probably move on like nothing matters in 12 seconds flat. That's the magic though, absolute cartoon cruelty with a laugh track. Brain, look out, no! It's dumb, it's brutal, and it's exactly the kind of thing that makes this stupid ass show exist in the first place. Brain, look out, no! That's it, see ya. Oh, right, so we gotta talk about the absolute circus that is the Skibidi Toilet Simulator 2013 drama, which sounds like 3 bad ideas stapled together and somehow became a community meltdown. It starts with everybody pretending this thing is the second coming of comedy, then 5 minutes later they're acting like it personally ruined their childhood and also their taxes. So the whole fight is basically, is this a joke, is this stolen, or is this just too stupid to judge fairly? And honestly, that's the modern internet in a nutshell. Somebody makes a toilet-themed fever dream and suddenly there are 12 threads, 4 apology posts, and a guy named Brandon explaining intellectual property like he's in court over a flushed urinal cake. We love when drama gets this dumb because everybody wants to be the first one to declare moral victory over a game about toilets with faces. If the allegations are true, yeah, that's shady as hell. If they're not, then we're all just watching strangers blow up over a digital plumbing nightmare for no reason, which is honestly even funnier.
Plumbing is fun by now.
That video looks like it was programmed by a drunk microwave, and I mean that as a compliment. But yeah, if you're gonna sell me the 2013 label, you can't have menus that look like they were designed yesterday at 3 a.m. on a bag of gummy worms. This is the part where everyone starts calling everyone else a sheep, a hater, or a corporate shill, and meanwhile the actual product is still a toilet with a face. Honestly, I think the real crime here is making me care this much about porcelain-based nonsense. Right, so apparently today's story is about a random town, a guy named Mr. Penis Viagra, some missing dude from Spain, and whatever the hell is happening with testicular cancer in the middle of all that. I genuinely do not know who came up with this fever dream, but I respect the commitment to being completely unhinged. So yeah, the town is somehow central to this whole disaster, which already makes it feel like a county fair designed by a drunk raccoon. I don't know how this became the headline, but I'm already tired.
The user and always use, and their phone is the prods like the nod of the words like the naughty of, not of in here. And little ghost tracks.
And here comes Mr. Penis back from wherever the fuck he's been, looking like he just got released from the world's dumbest prison arc. The fact he's buying Viagra like this is some triumphant return is honestly hysterical. Meanwhile, nobody can find the missing Mexican from Spain, which is a sentence so stupid it loops back around into genius. At this point, the whole thing feels like a scavenger hunt written by someone with brain damage. The article is doing its absolute best to sound normal while describing complete nonsense, which is honestly impressive. It's like reading a police report that got hit by a freight train. This story is a mess, but it's a beautiful mess, and that's really the only takeaway here. Every part of it sounds fake, yet somehow it keeps escalating harder and harder. I'm not sure who benefits from any of this, but I do know the internet needs to be studied in a lab. This is exactly the kind of bullshit that keeps me employed. That's it, see ya. We need to talk about the phrase skibidi pussy munchers because somehow that is now a sentence people are saying with their full chest. I don't know if this is slang a hate crime against language or some kind of curse password for a haunted Discord server, but either way, we've officially lost the plot, and that's the part that kills me. Every few months, the internet straps on a clown nose, sprints into traffic, and acts shocked when everybody's confused. You can't just mash 3 brain rot buzzwords together and call it culture. That's not a phrase, that's linguistic roadkill. Honestly, I respect the commitment to being completely incomprehensible. That takes talent in the same way setting your own car on fire takes talent. Like, yeah, you did something memorable, but nobody is clapping. This is the kind of slang that makes me want to put my phone in a blender and move to the woods. That tweet is basically the entire internet experience in one sentence. Everybody's pretending to understand, nobody understands, and somehow there's already merch. I swear if I see one more idiot in a neon beanie using this phrase like it means anything, I'm gonna start communicating exclusively through dolphin sounds. So yeah, the verdict is simple. It's stupid, it's aggressive, it sounds like a diseased carnival ride, and I hate that I know what it is. But also, I can't stop laughing at how confidently awful it is. That's the internet for you, just endless nonsense with a ring light. Right, so apparently Captain Falcon woke up this morning and decided he wanted a piece of me. He challenged me to a race, which is already unfair because the man is basically a blue-flamed steroid allegation with legs. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen here, but I respect the confidence. Also, if I lose, I'm blaming the government. Look at this setup. This is like sending a cheetah after a guy driving to the dentist in a car that smells like spilled energy drinks and regret. Captain Falcon is built like the final boss of bad decisions, and I'm over here with the aerodynamic profile of a refrigerator. Still, if he wants to do this, fine. I have one question though. Why does every race with him feel like it ends with somebody screaming their own name? The article is acting like this is some legendary showdown, but let's be real, this is just me being mildly inconvenienced by an intergalactic WWE-style dare. Captain Falcon can have the cool costume, the dramatic pose, and the name that sounds like a muscle car commercial. I've got raw talent, terrible instincts, and the kind of luck that somehow turns every competition into a public embarrassment. Falcon Punch optional is the most insane invitation to sportsmanship I've ever seen. That's like saying knife fight optional or taxes optional. He's treating this like a simple contest, but I know his whole strategy is probably just to blow past me at 400 miles an hour and then flex like he invented traffic. Honestly, I might still beat him if he gets distracted by how hard I'm not taking this seriously.
Alright, so today we're talking about propane pricing, and I gotta say, it's gotten absolutely stupid. I don't know who looked at a clean-burning fuel and thought, yeah, let's make this cost like it's by a wizard, but here we are. Hank Hill is probably out there staring at a receipt like it personally insulted his family tree.
This is the kind of inflation that makes you start questioning every life choice. You buy a tank, you fill it up, and suddenly you're financially committed to grilling burgers like you just financed a small space program. And for what? So you can cook 2 hot dogs and pretend you're living the American dream?
Guys, I love how propane is supposed to be the boring, responsible fuel, but now it's acting like premium gas. Hank Hill would never survive this era without saying that's the proper amount of outrage at least 6 times. He'd probably stand in line, adjust his hat, and call the manager a son of a bitch with the elegance of a Shakespearean king.
Honestly, if propane keeps going up like this, people are gonna start roasting chickens over candles. And then some guy in a suburb is gonna look at his grill and whisper, I just wanted to make ribs, not enter a hostile economic relationship. That's where we're at, and it's embarrassing.
Guys, Hank would see this and have a full moral crisis. Not because he can't afford it, but because the principle of the thing is offensive. And you know what? He's right.
Right, so apparently we've got a completely normal, extremely important piece of broadcast history here, and by that I mean I'm reading some random-ass Wikipedia printout like it's ancient scripture. I found this because I was digging through dumb old station stuff, and somehow it ends with me in my room acting like a divorced librarian with a foot fetish. Yeah, this is the exact energy of I should be doing literally anything else, but instead I'm reading a printout about a Philly TV station like I'm about to uncover the JFK files. And yes, the feet are part of the package, because apparently this room is now a museum exhibit. This is the kind of site that makes you feel smarter and dumber at the same time. It's just walls of text about ownership changes, and somehow that's the most intense thing I've done all week.
Migratory patterns of the lesser spotted newt are, frankly, quite unremarkable. Recent studies indicate a negligible deviation from established norms.
Look at this shit, I'm treating a station ownership line like it's a public execution. And the crazy part is I'm fully committed, because once you start reading Wikipedia aloud in a bedroom, there's no dignity left to save. So yeah, that's the whole thing, just me, a printout, and a very stupid little history lesson. It's weirdly funny how much effort can go into something so pointless, but that's kind of the charm. They respect the dedication, even if it's brain-meltingly useless. Also, the feet were necessary, obviously, for historical accuracy. That's it, see ya. Man, I can't believe this is real. penguinz0 has allegedly found a new hobby, and somehow it's collecting Nvidia trading cards, which is already one of the saddest and funniest sentences I've ever heard in my life. Like, bro really looked at a graphics card and said, yeah, I need the limited edition holographic one that's dick behavior. This is so unbelievably specific that it loops back around to genius. Who wakes up and decides the thing they're gonna obsess over is premium GPU cardboard with a green logo on it? That's not a hobby, that's a cry for help with a coupon code. I love that the article is going to pretend this is the next big culture movement when in reality it's one guy with too much money and zero shame. This is like baseball cards. If the league was powered by autism and frame rates, it's beautiful.
All right, let's see what's in this package. Whoa, the rare NVIDIA card is beautiful. Well, that's actually crazy.
There it is, the full transformation. He's not collecting cards anymore. He's entering the final stage where every purchase becomes a lore event and every rare pull makes him sound like he just found buried treasure under his balls. So the Slenderman situation is just completely fucked, and I saw this shit pop back up again like a cursed Windows XP screensaver nobody asked for. It's one of those stories that still hits like a brick because it started as some dumb internet creepypasta garbage and then turned into an actual nightmare real fast. Yeah, that's the whole vibe right there, just some impossible-looking lanky bastard standing in the woods and instantly making your spine want to file for divorce. The fact that this stupid online monster managed to bleed into real life is exactly why the whole thing is so disturbing. And that's the part that always gets me, because people love acting like internet horror is harmless until somebody takes it too seriously and suddenly everybody's life is on fire. It's not funny, it's not quirky, it's just a brutal reminder that the internet can rot the brains of impressionable kids and nobody gets a clean win out of it. This is what people picture when they think of the Slenderman shit, and honestly it still looks like something your brain would invent after 3 days without sleep. Except in this case, people actually made decisions around it, and that's where it stops being goofy internet folklore and turns into a real horror story. The whole thing got way too fucking real way too fast. It's one thing to joke about creepypasta nonsense, but once that stuff starts influencing actual violent behavior, you're not in meme territory anymore, you're in holy shit, what the hell happened here territory. This is the kind of article layout that slaps you in the face with how serious it is, because there's no fun design, no spooky gimmick, just raw awful reality sitting there in plain text. It reads like a report about how the internet can absolutely poison a kid's perception of reality if the circumstances are bad enough, and yeah, that's why the situation is fucked. It's not just a creepy story anymore, it's a reminder that some shit stays in the culture because it mutated into something way darker than anybody expected. That's the part people should focus on instead of treating it like some spooky campfire tale. At the end of the day, this is one of those internet stories that should make everybody uncomfortable for the right reasons. It's not a fun legend, it's not a cool mystery, it's a disaster. The internet can turn bullshit into something dangerous if enough wrong people latch onto it. That's the actual takeaway here, and it sucks. That's it, see ya. This is such a wild point in human history because every single company is going to act like they saw this coming and definitely didn't spend the last decade making weird slop that can barely summarize an email. And you know, the first question everybody's going to ask is not how will this change the world, it's can it write a better dick joke than Charlie, which is honestly the correct order of priorities. Of course, the article is going to have 10 paragraphs of corporate ass-covering language like safety, alignment, and responsible deployment, which is always hilarious because that's what they say right before something either cures cancer or starts demanding access to the nuclear codes. I'm not saying SuperGPT is going to be evil, I'm just saying if it starts talking like a disappointed middle manager, I'm out. The funniest part is everybody is going to pretend they're calm about this while absolutely panicking internally, because once AGI exists, the whole internet becomes one bad decision away from getting clapped. Anyway, I can't wait to see the launch stream where some guy in a turtleneck tells us this is just the beginning, like he isn't holding a live grenade made of machine learning. Anyway, if SuperGPT is real, then the next week is going to be an absolute circus, and I'm ready for the news cycle to get violently pegged by reality. That's it, see ya. Alright, so apparently AGI is finally here, which is just a terrifying sentence to hear in the same week as everything is totally fine. We've got OpenAI gearing up to launch SuperGPT, and I already know this is going to be either the greatest technological breakthrough in history or the moment civilization gets owned by a glorified autocomplete with a god complex. Also, if this thing makes one joke about my penis, I'm suing the future. This is such a wild point in human history because every single company is going to act like they saw this coming and definitely didn't spend the last decade making weird slop that can barely summarize an email. And you know, the first question everybody's going to ask is not how will this change the world, it's can it write a better dick joke than Charlie, which is honestly the correct order of priorities. Of course, the article is going to have 10 paragraphs of corporate ass-covering language like safety, alignment, and responsible deployment, which is always hilarious because that's what they say right before something either cures cancer or starts demanding access to the nuclear codes. I'm not saying Super GPT is going to be evil, I'm just saying if it starts talking like a disappointed middle manager, I'm out. The funniest part is everybody is going to pretend they're calm about this while absolutely panicking internally, because once AGI exists, the whole internet becomes one bad decision away from getting clapped. Anyway, I can't wait to see the launch stream where some guy in a turtleneck tells us this is just the beginning, like he isn't holding a live grenade made of machine learning. Alright, I have to talk about this because the internet has once again found a way to turn complete nonsense into a pseudoscientific pickup strategy. The idea is basically, if you want a dick pic but don't want to ask directly, just ask for a nose pic, because apparently nose size and dick size are magically linked, which is a sentence that should be illegal to type. Let me just say up front, that is not a real thing. That is bro science wearing a fake mustache and pretending it's a professor. If this were true, every guy with a big nose would be walking around like some kind of genetic warlord, and every tiny nose would be a cursed little goblin situation. Human anatomy does not run on horny horoscope logic. This is the kind of tweet that makes me want to throw my phone into the ocean and then apologize to the fish. The confidence people have when they're saying the dumbest possible thing is insane. Like, no, your nostril width is not a covert penis measurement tool. That's not a loophole, that's just being weird with extra steps.
Hey, could I see a nose pic? Can I have one?
And the funniest part is this is absolutely the sort of thing someone would defend with, well, it's just a joke, after saying it with the seriousness of a man presenting evidence in court. If you want a dick pic, just be normal and ask for one like a brave little freak. Don't turn facial geometry into sexting strategy. That's deranged behavior. This article is exactly right because the only correlation here is between stupidity and the amount of confidence people have when they're wrong. Honestly, the whole thing feels like a prank that got out of hand and accidentally became a personality trait. If your flirting method depends on nose-based code words, you need to log off, touch grass, and maybe sit in a dark room for a while. Anyway, that's enough internet brain rot for today. If anyone ever sends you a nose pic request, just know you are no longer in a conversation, you are in a hostage negotiation with a clown. Right, so apparently the AI cooked a whole damn meal and then served me a raw brick, which is always impressive in the worst way possible. I saw the prompt and immediately knew we were in trouble because this shit had the structural integrity of a wet paper towel. This is the part where the AI is supposed to be helpful, and instead it just starts throwing out nonsense like it's getting paid by the word salad. Honestly, I respect the commitment to failure because that takes talent. And, of course, the article makes it sound all polished and academic like, oh no, the model experienced a minor instruction misalignment, nah man, it face-planted into a fan and kept crawling. That's the funniest part, because when the AI fails like this, it doesn't just miss the mark, it invents a whole new sport where the goal is to somehow be less correct than before. It's kind of beautiful in a disgusting way. At the end of the day, yeah, the AI failed again, which is basically tradition at this point. You almost have to admire the consistency because it never disappoints when it comes to disappointing. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Doodle managed to turn a Mac Mini into a fucking candle by just having 5 topic generation scripts and 2 OBS instances open at the same time, which is honestly the most powerful attack ever devised by a man with too many tabs open. This is the kind of setup that screams I have never once met a cooling system I respected, and now the poor thing is probably begging for mercy like a dick trapped in a zipper. There it is, the little aluminum bastard looking like it got baptized in stress 16 GB of RAM is getting absolutely gangbanged by 5 script generators and 2 OBS instances, which is not multitasking, that's a cry for help with a power cord. This is the kind of article where every paragraph is just a different way of saying, yeah, he fucked it. And honestly, I respect the commitment, because if you're gonna overload a machine this hard, you might as well do it with the confidence of a guy who calls his cock the final boss. That's the cursed part. It's not even doing anything cool, it's just a digital clown car full of overheating nonsense. 2 OBS instances alone is already stupid, but adding 5 scripts on top of it is like putting a second dick on a blender and acting surprised when it becomes a crime scene. You can almost hear the little thing wheezing through the aluminum. 16 GB of RAM is enough for normal use, but this is not normal use. This is 3 bad decisions in a trench coat pretending. And there's the payoff, the classic "I pushed my shitbox too far" ending. It's honestly impressive in a sad way, because you really have to work for a machine to explode from this level of nonsense, and Doodle apparently had the engineering skills of a horny raccoon with admin privileges. Right, so this AI penguinz0 situation is absolutely unhinged, and I need to talk about it before it gets even stupider. Somehow we've reached the point where the internet can't just enjoy a guy talking into a microphone anymore. Now it has to build a robot version of him and throw it into the emotional meat grinder for sport.
Got AI penguins. AI penguinz0. All the sticks at the Clipper Kai. No, it's the penguinz0 blood ranges for waiting on.
That is so unbelievably cursed, man. It's like someone said, what if we took the exact essence of a dude who already barely wants to be here and then made a fake one that's even less alive? The worst part is it's always just convincing enough to make you uncomfortable, like a knockoff hamburger that tastes almost like beef if you ignore the part where it's probably made of drywall dust and regret. This is exactly the kind of thing that sounds funny for about 12 seconds and then becomes a nightmare. Because once people realize they can make an AI version of anybody, it turns into a factory for misinformation, lazy content, and weird parasocial slop. And somehow I'm always watching these things like, yup, that's definitely me, while also knowing it has the soul of a printer with abandonment issues. Yes, the classic internet take, this fake version is better because it has been stripped of every human quality that makes the original person recognizable. Amazing. That's like saying a cardboard cutout is a better boyfriend because it doesn't complain when you leave it in the car during summer. I get why people are fascinated, but I also get why it feels like somebody put my face on a slot machine and now everyone's just yanking the lever for content.
The AI Charlie is rapidly responding to a series of bizarre questions. I can simulate authenticity.
Honestly, the most accurate thing about it is the confusion, because that's what the internet does best. It sees a normal thing, clones it badly, and then acts shocked when the clone has all the charm of a microwaved sock. I'm not even mad, I'm just impressed by how quickly people can turn kind of interesting into deeply concerning with a single bad decision and a little bit of machine learning. Alright, so apparently I've been challenged to do the Big Smokes Order Challenge, which is already a deeply cursed sentence to say out loud. If you don't know what that is, it's basically eating enough fast food to make your organs file a complaint. I'm pretty sure this is how legends are born and also how people get put on a dietary watch list. The funniest part is the confidence people have when they start this challenge, like they're not about to meet God in the bathroom 45 minutes later. Look at this. This is not a meal, this is a financial crime with cheese. And I know some of you think you can crush it, but I've seen the aftermath. It's not a victory lap, it's an emergency evacuation. This article is basically just a public service announcement telling you to stop pretending your stomach is a bottomless pit. Also, if you need a nap after a burger, you're not built for this, you're built for being a couch. That is so unbelievably relatable. Nothing humbles a man faster than overestimating himself at a drive-thru and realizing his only real talent is making poor choices with extra pickles. Alright, let's settle the dumbest historical matchup imaginable, Stalin versus Hitler in a gunfight, and then hand-to-hand. Neither of these dudes is exactly giving elite combat athletes, so this is already a clown show with terrible politics. Gunfight. I'm giving it to Stalin by a slim margin. Neither of them were John Wick, but Hitler feels like he'd flinch the second the first shot cracks, while Stalin at least had the aura of a guy who'd keep squeezing the trigger out of spite. The article doesn't exactly say deadly marksman for either guy, which is fitting. Stalin's rougher criminal-era reputation gives him a tiny edge, while Hitler reads more like the type to fire one shot, miss, and start yelling at the gun. Yeah, that's perfect. It looks less like a duel and more like two clowns fighting over who gets the last rotten potato. Honestly, Stalin probably wins because he's meaner, but that's not the same thing as being good. Hand to hand. Stalin again. Hitler looked frail as hell, and I do not trust a man built like a damp paper receipt to win a fistfight. Stalin at least seems like he'd grab your collar and headbutt you straight into the floor. Final verdict: Stalin wins both, not because he's some martial arts wizard, but because he's more likely to be grim, ugly, and willing to fight dirty. The real winner is nobody, because this matchup is cursed from the jump. Holy shit. The Vatican really said we're making history today, and the internet immediately started lighting itself on fire, and honestly, I get why. I saw the headline and thought it was fake for like 10 minutes, because this is the kind of thing that makes everyone on every side start screaming into the void. Yeah, this is the kind of announcement that turns a calm Sunday into a complete-ass disaster, because people hear transgender saint and their brains just blue screen. The saint is Mariner, and the Vatican's angle is basically that they're recognizing martyrdom, suffering, and devotion, but the optics are obviously nuclear conservative Catholics are losing their minds, Christians online are fighting like they all got personally invited to a cage match, and the whole thing is getting shoved into a culture war blender. And that's the real reason this is exploding, because the church isn't just making a religious statement, it's making a public statement in the middle of an already insane social fight, so now everybody's trying to read theology like it's a fucking stock market chart. They think the reaction is way bigger than one person or one canonization, because people are treating this like a referendum on the whole church, and once that happens, nobody's actually talking anymore, they're just throwing grenades at each other. At the end of the day, the internet is going to be feral about it no matter what, and the church knows exactly how controversial this is, but yeah, this is one of those stories where everyone is mad, nobody is calm, and the discourse is completely cooked. That's it, see ya. Hey, gotta be honest, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever had to process in my entire life, which is impressive because my brain has been marinating in nonsense for years. I heard a rumor that I somehow survived a nuke because I'm such a little patootie I unlocked cockroach powers, and yeah, that sounds exactly like the kind of brain rot my audience would try to staple to my forehead. This is apparently me, just vibing in the apocalypse like I'm on a casual walk to get a snack. Somehow I'm expected to believe I'm indestructible because I have the constitution of an unkillable bug, and honestly that's insulting but also kind of flattering. Look at this bullshit. I'm supposed to have survived the whole thing and immediately adapted to my new life as king of the rubble. The worst part is I do kinda look like I just keep walking after the end of the world, which is a disgusting amount of accuracy. The article really committed to the bit, I'll give it that. Nothing says journalism like explaining that I'm now living amongst ash and debris because I'm built different in the most embarrassing way possible. So yeah, if the world ends, apparently I'm the guy still hanging around in the wreckage asking what's for dinner. That's a terrifying endorsement of my durability, and I hate that it works. Not proud of it, but I am apparently the cockroach king of the apocalypse. That's it, see ya. So apparently I got turned into a sleep paralysis Furby, and people are asking what happened to this video. It looks like someone ran my face through a haunted carnival mirror, gave me hormone monster pigtails, and told my eyeballs to start meowing. This is the kind of shit that makes your dick retreat into witness protection. This is the video everyone's talking about, and yeah, it looks like I got possessed by a Nintendo RPG boss with a beauty filter from the 7th circle of hell. Bring Me the Beanstar sounds less like a title and more like the last thing a guy says before transforming into a anyone confused. No, this isn't some massive channel rebrand where I become a cursed anime livestock hybrid. It's obviously a weird edit or some nightmare joke upload that looks like if AI was trained exclusively on deviant fan art and gas station boner pills. And then you've got these articles treating it like a cryptid sighting, like experts need to assemble and determine whether Moist CR1 Kyle has entered his WarioWare villain arc. Brother, it is just a stupid image, but I respect the commitment because it does look horrifying enough to qualify as evidence in court. So what happened to this video? Nothing mystical. It's just a goofy, cursed visual gag that made people do a double take, and honestly it worked perfectly. It's ugly, confusing, unnecessary, and that's exactly why it's funny.
I don't even know where to begin with this.
Right, so apparently the internet woke up today and said, what if John Lennon came back as a Muslim priest? And somehow that sentence has become a real thing people are arguing about. That is such a deeply online, terminally warped sentence that I almost respect it. Almost. Because on one hand, it's obviously ridiculous, and on the other hand, people will hear one weird rumor and start building a whole cathedral of nonsense around it like they're getting paid by the delusion. This is the kind of rumor that starts with one guy in a comments section and ends with 50 people acting like they personally interviewed a ghost. And look, I get it, reincarnation stories are fun in the same way brain damage is fun, but this one has extra layers of stupid because now you've got music legends, religion, and internet fan fiction all doing a three-way kiss in a parking lot. That tweet alone has the IQ of a wet sock. The details are too strange to explain is exactly what people say when they have absolutely nothing to explain and are praying nobody asks a follow-up question. If your source is a guy named Chad with 14 followers and a profile pic of a vape cloud, maybe hold off on declaring cosmic truth. This article is doing that classic journalism move where they take one tiny, stupid rumor and inflate it until it sounds like the Dead Sea Scrolls got leaked by TMZ. And I love how every paragraph is just some say, others believe, internet users speculate, which is reporter code for I have no idea what's happening but please keep clicking. Still, if John Lennon really did come back as a Muslim priest, I hope he at least got better management this time.
The quiet of Harmony Creek was shattered. A ripple of fear, a tremor of uncertainty began to spread like wildfire. Whispers turned to shouts, glances to stares. The unthinkable was happening. Rumor, insidious and chilling, was taking root.
The funniest part is how fast people go from to I need an entire theology thread on this right now. Nobody is allowed to just say that's weird anymore. They have to immediately become either a conspiracy theorist, a historian, or a guy who types like he's solving a murder with wet spaghetti.
As you can see, the evidence is irrefutable. The connections are undeniable.
And then comes the evidence montage, which is always a fancy way of saying, here are 6 unrelated images and one insane conclusion. You've got people connecting dots that aren't even on the same planet. It's like watching someone build a bridge out of chewing gum and confidence.
And so, after months of painstaking research, we arrive at a conclusion, or rather, a distinct lack thereof. The legend of the Whispering Caves, the lost city of Eldoria, the prophecies of the Star Seer, all appear to be based.
At the end of the day, this is just another perfect internet fever dream. Maybe it's a joke, maybe it's bait, maybe somebody inhaled a forklift battery and started posting philosophy. Either way, I'm begging people to relax before they turn every dead celebrity into a spiritual crossover event. Oh wow, I came across this and immediately thought, yeah, that tracks. The internet's doing its little raccoon in a trash fire routine again. If this is real, it's one of those how did we get here moments where everybody pretends to be shocked, then keeps typing like absolute goblins. So if the plan is add slurs to the banned words list, the concept is fine. The execution is usually where people put on clown shoes and fall down a staircase. Like moderation is already hard enough without turning it into an overcooked, half-broken mess. I'd think this would be the easiest slam dunk in the world, but somehow every platform manages to make it look like they're assembling a bookshelf with no instructions and one missing screw. And yeah, this is the kind of thing that sounds obvious until you realize the system needs to catch the bad stuff without nuking normal conversation. Otherwise, you end up with a filter that's basically drunk and swinging a bat at random words. I think the real takeaway is just that moderation tools need to be smart, not lazy. If you're gonna do it right, or don't act surprised when the whole thing turns into a mess. Right, we've got a bizarre little Buffett today, me apparently doing the most unholy nonsense imaginable. Some website that looks like it was designed by a sleep-deprived cave cryptid, and a couple goth girls making out with suspicious jars of glowing sludge. So yeah, normal Tuesday. Let's get into it. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes me feel like I need to apologize to the entire concept of electricity, who looked at a microwave and thought, yeah, let's give it phone charger energy and see what happens. That's not innovation, that's a cry for help with a USB-C adapter. This website looks like it was built in the 9th circle of hell by a guy who only eats coffee grounds in spite. I love how every sentence reads like a concussion trying to become a manifesto. There's something deeply beautiful about tech misinformation being served with the UI of a failed middle school project. Honestly, respect. If you're going to be doing weird jar witchcraft romance, at least commit to the bit. This is the kind of image that makes me feel like I should either be in a record store or fleeing the country. Either way, I support the lifestyle. time.
No! Just reboot, please!
Charging. Incomplete. Error.
Every second of this gets dumber, and I mean that as a compliment. This looks like the opening scene of a lawsuit. If this is how the future of technology is going, then I'd like to unsubscribe before I end up getting electrocuted by a toaster wearing AirPods. Right, so today we've got a certified disaster on our hands because the TF2 medic has apparently gone full mad scientist and rebranded himself as Dr. Sex, which is already the dumbest and most threatening name I've heard all week. And somehow this freakazoid is getting stronger by the second, so now it's not just a gameplay problem, it's a public safety problem. This is one of those stories where reality sounds like a drunk intern wrote it at 3 a.m. Apparently WZKO-TV ABC Channel 22 in New York is temporarily shutting down, and the whole excuse is so weird I almost respect it.
Almost there, almost there.
This is what happens when the broadcast tower gets emotionally replaced by a video game lobby. I don't even know if this guy is quitting TV or just speedrunning unemployment with extra steps. If I woke up and found out my local channel got sacrificed so somebody could grind Rec Room, I'd feel like civilization was circling the drain. Also, I'm closing the station to play games is such a brutally honest sentence. I kinda admire the shamelessness. The replies would be incredible. Half the people would be furious and the other half would be like, honestly, respect the hustle. It's corporate suicide with gamer lighting. Anyway, if this is real, it's the most pathetic yet funny retirement plan I've ever heard. And if it's not real, then congrats, you created the dumbest April Fool's prank in broadcast history. Holy shit, this is one of the most deranged things I've seen all week, and I watched a guy butter his balls for financial advice. Somehow this is even slimier. It's like a crypto scam put on a fake mustache and tried to speedrun humiliation.
Jai to the moon.
This is the clip's been getting passed around, and yeah, it looks exactly like if hostage negotiation got outsourced to a Discord pump group. My man's reading the script like every word costs him a year off his life. It's got the energy of a school presentation mixed with a prostate exam. The pitch is the usual garbage, revolutionary token, community-driven, future of finance, all the buzzwords they scraped off the bottom of a septic tank. Nobody has ever said community-driven without preparing to rob you with the enthusiasm of a mall ninja. And of course, the world's most trustworthy website, which looks like it was designed by a raccoon on Adderall, drops this article acting like this endorsement means anything. If your site has more flashing arrows than actual nouns, I assume I'm about to lose my kidneys and my browser history. They're pretending this hostage-looking clip is a bullish indicator. That's like seeing a man blink help me in Morse code and calling it strong consumer confidence. If fear in the eyes is part of the roadmap, maybe the white paper is just a ransom note. And here's the freeze frame, the Mona Lisa of bad decisions. You can practically hear his soul filing a workplace complaint. The paper looks like it was written by someone whose entire portfolio is made of expired Steam gift cards. So no, I'm not buying Dollar Jirai, and neither should anyone with a functioning frontal lobe. If your marketing strategy requires implied armed coercion, the coin might not be the next Bitcoin. It might just be dog shit with a ticker. Right, so apparently there's a new thing called the T-Rex virus, which is already a horrifying name because that sounds less like malware and more like a lawsuit from Jurassic Park. The hook here is simple: if your computer starts acting like a prehistoric idiot and your files vanish, that's bad. Also, ready for all your data to be deleted and doxed you is such a deranged sentence that I can only assume it was typed by a guy with one shoe on and a CRT monitor in a swamp. Yeah, that's the part that gets me. If a virus is bragging about doxing you, that's not a computer threat, that's a little twerp with a keyboard and zero social life. And the footage of it. I love how these things always look like a middle school science fair project got possessed by Satan. You know it's serious when the threat level is basically your desktop has been personally offended. Honestly, if this thing is real, then the first rule is don't panic and don't click random garbage, because that's how people end up donating their entire digital lives to the internet's dumbest little predators. Back up your stuff, keep your system updated, and maybe stop downloading free Turbo Movie Crack Deluxe from a site that looks like it was built in a trench coat. If I got doxed by a dinosaur virus, I'd just quit and go live in the woods. That tweet is doing exactly what a tweet should do: be alarming, unhelpful, and slightly embarrassing. embarrassing. But seriously, if you're seeing nonsense like this, the best move is basic hygiene, not heroics. Don't let your computer get jumped by a cartoon dinosaur because you thought a weird file named totally not a virus.zip was worth the risk. Right, so apparently a pteranodon got caught on camera and the internet has gone full cave person over it. And look, I'm not saying it's fake, but I am saying every time a blurry flying thing shows up, people act like they just discovered God's pet bird. That is the most I definitely saw something, trust me bro, footage I've ever seen. It looks like a bat, a kite, a weather balloon, and a giant lizard all got thrown into a blender and this is what came out. Yeah, that article is doing the heavy lifting here because the camera certainly isn't. If this thing is real, cool, we've got Jurassic aerial traffic back in business. If not, then congratulations to the internet for once again turning 3 pixels and a prayer into a full zoological event. This is exactly why I love the internet, because one guy posts a flying blur and suddenly everybody becomes an expert in extinct reptiles. Half the replies are conspiracy theorists, half are flashlight detectives, and all of them are somehow obnoxious. If I saw that in my backyard, I'd either be terrified or extremely impressed, depending on whether it steals my trash or my soul. Okay, that one is way more convincing, and that pisses me off. I hate when a video looks just good enough to make you pause, squint, and ruin your afternoon. Still, until I see one land on a mailbox and start paying rent, I'm not committing to prehistoric bird truth just yet. So apparently the internet has once again decided that sleep is optional, and we've got this thing called tung sahur kicking the door in like it pays rent. I love that humanity can invent a creature that sounds like a broken spoon in a warehouse and still make it a cultural event. That is the dumbest and funniest apocalypse warning system I've ever seen. Imagine being half asleep at 4 a.m. hearing that outside and realizing your options are either get up for food or let the wooden demon of breakfast judgment win. Honestly, fair enough. This is exactly the kind of stuff that makes the internet unbearable in the best way possible. Somebody looked at Wake People Up for Sahur and went, what if we made it sound like a boss fight? That's the energy we need more of. That tweet nails it, because that's literally what this is. It's not a monster, it's a ridiculous alarm clock with legs. And I respect the commitment, because if a man with a drumstick came to my window yelling breakfast at sunrise, I'd be mad, but I'd also probably get out of bed. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, this is a really bad setup. When your microwave starts making that little death rattle noise, you do not ignore it like some kind of brave idiot. You either fix it, unplug it, or prepare for your kitchen to become a low-budget action movie with burnt popcorn shrapnel. That thing looks possessed, man. It's doing that horror movie hum like some ancient curse got trapped in a GE appliance. If I heard this in my house, I'd be standing outside in the yard waiting for the fire department and my landlord to say that'll be fixed in 3-5 business years. This is the kind of microwave that has one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel. And if it explodes, you know it's not going to be a cool explosion either. It's going to be the pathetic kind where it just spits out smoke and ruins your whole evening. Honestly, that's fair. Microwaves are one of the few appliances that can go from warm leftovers to the FBI is here in under 10 seconds. Unplug it, step away, and maybe don't keep giving it food like you're feeding a wild animal. Right, so apparently this clip has been circling around and people keep acting like it's some kind of ancient lost artifact, which is hilarious because it's basically just a very specific vibe with a very loud internet footprint. I saw it come up and thought, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that gets replayed into the ground until everyone pretends they didn't watch it 50 times. There it is, the whole package, leather on leather on leather, like the set designer got paid by the texture. And of course people are obsessed because the outfit is doing all the work while the camera acts like it just witnessed history. Anyway, the name gets said and suddenly everybody loses their mind like the existence of a woman in boots was the final domino. That's the internet for you, one clip and now it's a national emergency with comments. I'm not even surprised anymore because if something has that 80s look and a little bit of attitude, people will treat it like forbidden knowledge. It's all smoke, mirror, and a couch that's seen too much. In the end, it's just a weirdly iconic clip with a very specific aesthetic, and I get why it's stuck. The whole thing has that cheap charm that makes it impossible to ignore. I've seen worse things become a full-on obsession, so this one at least makes a little sense. Weird clip, strong look, internet did what it always does. That's it, see ya. So So a floating yellow smiley face just broke into my life and apparently it knows everything. That's already weird enough, but of course it had to come in acting like a busted carnival psychic with a podcast deal. I guess we're doing this now. Right, this is ridiculous. I'm reading old TV ownership paperwork like it's porn. My dick is confused and my brain's like, who keeps putting corporate names on everything? Also, fun fact, if I had $1 for every weird media merger ID, have enough to buy a tiny penis-shaped island. Anyway, let's look at KYW TV on September 10, 1995 and try not to get boned by bureaucracy. This is basically the primary source FCC ownership entry for KYW TV from that exact time. It literally says who held the license and corporate control, which is perfect for nerds and people who jerk off to legal filings. It's boring and factual, and I love it. TV Japanese leader Japanese Japanese letter 3 Westinghouse Broadcasting new Japanese letter Japanese Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese ensemble electric CO Pedimos TIPIR Japler Japanese leader Japanese leader Ines letter Japanese leader Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japter Japanese letter Japanese letter Boomman Westinghouse Broadcasting Japanese Japanese letter Japanese paper newsletter Ganya Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japligakna Japanese Japanese libel Japanese letter Japan letter Japanese letter a Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Jap letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Shuja Soja Zizat. Here's what the station looked like in that era, complete with Group W signage. It's the visual confirmation that the corporate name wasn't just on paper, it was branded on trucks and logos too. Yes, corporations slap their names everywhere like horny raccoons. 文书线务长1999年9月10日10点所有者 W Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter 底附简介 Enter Westinghouse Broadcasting letter Kidu TV 所有者 Holy shit, a fat bobox butt ass causing a solar eclipse. This is the dumbest, craziest thing ever, like my dick trying to block the sun but failing harder than usual. Can't believe this is real. It's got me thinking about how ridiculous the internet gets with these wild stories and some dick jokes on the side. That's the fat bobox butt ass right there causing the eclipse with its sheer size. It's blocking everything like my own junk in a bad situation, but way more hilarious and unnecessary. People are losing their minds over this eclipse from an ass, as if the universe decided to troll us all with cosmic dick moves. This fake article site rambling about the bobox butt ass eclipse drama. It's all just nonsense, but fits the chaos perfectly with zero effort. Alright, we got one of those classic internet moments where somebody hits the absolute nuclear button and immediately regrets being the dumbest fuck alive. I saw this thing floating around and knew it was worth talking about because holy shit, it's so aggressively stupid it loops back around to being impressive. Let's pull it up and witness the chaos. There he is, just sitting in the middle of his own self-made disaster like the landlord of bad decisions. You can practically smell the panic through the screen, and that's usually how you know the content is going to be fantastic. And the wild part is this is always how it goes, right? Somebody says something unbelievably dumb, the internet does a lap around it, and suddenly everybody's an expert forensic analyst on why the dude fumbled the bag this hard. This is the exact flavor of internet garbage that keeps everybody glued to the screen. It's stupid, it's loud, and somehow it becomes a full-time event because people can't help themselves. At the end of the day, that's the whole story here, just a clown car of bad judgment and public embarrassment. Not exactly rocket science, but it sure is entertaining when it's not happening to you. I think the biggest lesson is maybe don't throw yourself into the wood chipper for no reason and then act shocked when you get shredded. Pretty simple stuff, apparently very hard for some people. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this is like 3 separate brain injuries stapled together with bad intentions, and somehow all of them are happening at once. You've got God's goo making illegal immigrants hit the Gangnam Style pose for 5 milliseconds, Trump, Hillary, Jesus, and 87 dogs doing a coordinated church break-in, and then your colon just detonated like a fucking confetti cannon made of bad decisions. This looks like the thumbnail for the most cursed episode of reality TV ever made, and every single character in it has the exact energy of someone who got banned from heaven for being annoying. The dogs are honestly the least insane part, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say in my life.
Oh God, who's
Yeah, this is the exact kind of clip where everyone in the comments is gonna act like they solved society because they saw 7 blurry seconds of nonsense. Also, if my colon exploded and there's chocolate all over the chair, I'm gonna need a stronger explanation than whatever the hell this is supposed to be. This article has all the trustworthiness of a wet napkin in a thunderstorm, but I love how it's written like the world's dumbest apocalypse is a routine Tuesday. Witnesses report several dogs. Yeah, man, several is putting it lightly. That's a fucking canine militia. And now we've reached the part where the story fully leaves Earth and starts taking place in the ass dimension. If your colon actually did that, I'm sorry, but also you need to get off the internet and call a doctor instead of inventing a biblical dog heist. Right, so apparently today's little episode is about me getting way too comfortable with my own damn body and deciding my foot is the one true love of my life, which is obviously a disgusting sentence to have to say out loud. I don't know what kind of brain rot timeline we're on where this becomes a topic, but here we are, and I've got to address it before people start making edits like I'm in some cursed romance movie. But yeah, this is the exact point where things went from normal weird internet clip to this man has completely lost the plot because I'm just staring at my foot like it owes me money, and apparently that's enough for the whole audience to lose their minds. And look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend this looks good because it absolutely does not, but if you've ever gotten so bored that your own foot starts looking like a viable option, then you know exactly how dire the situation is.
Only of give Mac if only must still make I nos fagus vonzidos here. If only one, and all of the
That's the clip everybody's gonna clip out of context and send around forever, which is fair because this is the kind of dumb bullshit that deserves to be immortalized in the worst possible way. Honestly, this is less a scandal and more a cry for help with extra steps, and I respect the commitment to being unbelievably stupid in a way only I could manage. At the end of the day, it's gross, it's funny, and it's probably a sign I needed to log off harder than I thought. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about the word amazing, which is already funny because the internet will slap the shit imaginable and act like they discovered fire. This is one of those situations where the title alone has more swagger than the actual content, like a tiny little goblin with a megaphone and a huge dick complex. And I love how this is framed like some profound revelation, when really it's just a dude on a screen looking like he got told his Xbox Live account was suspended. The whole thing has that exact energy of I made a masterpiece while sitting there with your pants around your ankles and a Dorito dust mustache. The funniest part is the word choice, cause amazing is doing an insane amount of lifting here. It's like when somebody says, bro, trust me, and what follows is the worst decision you've ever seen in your life, usually involving a camera, a voice crack, and the emotional stability of a wet paper bag stuffed with semen. So yeah, pretty incredible stuff. A true monument to modern internet culture where every simple image gets inflated into a grand event and everyone pretends they're not just staring at a glorified joke with a face. Right, we need to talk about this absolutely unhinged little letter salad that somehow turned into a mystery. I don't know if this is a code, a cry for help, or just somebody slamming their face into a keyboard with purpose, but the confidence is kind of inspiring. It has that rare internet energy where nothing makes sense, and somehow that makes it even worse. That is one of the saddest and funniest things I've seen all week. You ever see something so stupid that you almost respect it? Because this feels like the digital equivalent of writing "trust me, bro" on a bomb. Everyone's acting like there's a meaning here, but it could just be the online version of drooling on a calculator. That checks out. Whenever the internet can't answer a question, it immediately recruits 5 million people to be confidently wrong in public. And somehow the mystery gets bigger, because now everybody's making theories like this is the Zodiac killer of nonsense. If this turns out to be nothing, I am gonna laugh so hard I bite through a nerve. Yeah, that's the whole saga right there. Some things are meant to be understood, and some things are just there to waste your afternoon and make you question your life choices. This one is firmly in the second category. Honestly, respect to the poster for turning complete nonsense into a group project. Alright, today's gonna be weird in the exact way I like it, because I'm playing Flockstep from Rhythm Heaven Fever on the Wii, which is basically a test to see how much my brain can embarrass me in front of a cartoon bird choir. This game looks innocent, but I know it's gonna turn into me getting absolutely bullied by a feathered metronome. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Look at these little freaks marching around like they've got somewhere to be, and here I am trying to play it with the precision of a guy opening a jar of pickles with wet hands. I swear rhythm games are just a socially acceptable way to get called stupid by a happy soundtrack. This is the part where the game pretends it's cute and harmless, and then 5 seconds later it's slapping your face with timing windows tighter than my patience after a long day. Honestly, the marching birds are fine, but one bad input and suddenly I'm the one out here looking like a malfunctioning Roomba with a migraine. Yeah, that sounds correct. Every rhythm game has that one section that tricks you into confidence, and then it turns into a public execution with tap shoes. I don't know who decided birds should be this judgmental, but I hope they stub their toe on a metronome. Okay, now we're cooking. See, this is why I love this stuff, because the second I stop overthinking it, my dumb ape brain actually finds the beat. It's like my hands have to ask permission from my ears, and once they're on speaking terms, everything stops looking like a drunken parade. That image alone is enough to make me anxious. Still, I respect a minigame that's honest about wanting to ruin my day. Flockstep is just one of those perfect little rhythm traps, and if you clear it clean, you feel like a genius. If you don't, you feel like your thumbs got drunk and quit. There it is, the forbidden satisfaction. I hate how good it feels to nail something that was making me look like I'd never heard music before. Anyway, Flockstep rules, the birds are bastards, and I'm pretty sure my soul just got 2% better at timing. Right, so somehow we're back on this bullshit, because the internet has decided a toilet-headed apocalypse deserves a cinematic universe, and people are acting like it's the second coming. I saw the hype start bubbling up and immediately knew this was either going to be a disaster or the funniest thing anyone's pretended to be excited about this year.
And like a few in.
Yeah, that's the exact kind of trailer that grabs people by the throat and goes, "You will care now," which is honestly impressive in the dumbest way possible. It's so unserious that it loops back around into being weirdly effective. This is where the hype machine really kicks in, because one poster and suddenly everybody's acting like they've been waiting for the next Marvel movie. I can't tell if this is genius marketing or just the internet being easy as hell to manipulate. The comments are exactly what you'd expect, just complete brain rot in the best possible way. People spamming "we're so back" like they've got stock in toilet warfare. And honestly, fair enough, the thing is ridiculous, but it knows exactly what it is. So yeah, the hype is real, even if it's rooted in absolute nonsense, and that's probably why it worked. It's stupid, loud, and way more effective than it has any right to be. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, this 727 when you see it thing is like if the internet took a head injury and started speaking entirely in smoke alarm beeps. I feel like I just got hit in the balls by a geometry textbook because everyone's acting like this number is the second coming of ass. This is the crime scene right here. This is the magical bullshit number everybody online treats like it was hand-delivered by God himself in a Mountain Dew can. So if you've somehow avoided this brain parasite, 727 is one of those ASU meme numbers that people spam the second they see it anywhere, like they've just activated sleeper ragent conditioning. It's not even a joke with layers, it's just raw caveman neuron activation. Number appear, monkey clap. I respect it, but only the way you respect a raccoon for opening a dumpster with advanced problem solving. And then of course every fake journalist on the internet writes about it like they're uncovering the Rosetta Stone of virginity. Experts explain why 727 matters. Brother, it's a number. Calm your tits. What kills me is how this spreads outside rhythm games too. People see 727 on a microwave, a receipt, a prison sentence, whatever, and immediately start convulsing in the comments. It's like digital Tourette's, except somehow less useful. Here it is in its natural habitat, a completely ordinary score screen treated like the holy grail for dudes who haven't seen direct sunlight since the Obama administration. At the end of the day, I kind of love this stupid shit. It's completely meaningless, profoundly unfunny to outsiders, and beaten into the dirt so hard it tunneled to China, which is exactly why the internet will keep it alive forever. 727 when you see it. Dickballs. Right, so apparently Domo-kun has gone full kaiju and is stomping through Robloxia like he just found out every building in town personally insulted his balls. This is one of those headlines that feels like it was generated by a broken slot machine in hell, and somehow it still hits harder than half the real news. So this is the main event, the whole meat and potatoes, the colossal fuzzy brick shithouse himself waddling into Robloxia like he pays property taxes there. It's such a stupid visual in the best possible way, like someone took a children's mascot and gave it the motivations of a drunk Godzilla. I love that Domo-kun doesn't even really need a reason. He just shows up enormous as hell and everyone immediately accepts that their day is ruined. No negotiation, no warning, just a giant open mouth full of geometry and bad intentions. That's honestly how peak internet storytelling works. You don't ask why the big brown demon is here. You ask how many baseplate homes are about to get folded like cheap lawn chairs. Then of course you've got the article acting like this is a geopolitical event, like world leaders are in a bunker discussing the fucking Domo situation. I like imagining some fake expert in there saying the structural integrity of Robloxia was already weak, as if a 20-story fuzzy refrigerator with shark teeth isn't the real variable here. That's the funniest part of stories like this. Everyone writes around the insanity instead of directly at it. They treat giant Domo-kun like a weather pattern, like residents are advised to remain indoors during peak chomping hours. Brother, if I look outside and see Domo-kun's nuts scraping the clouds, I'm not sheltering in place, I'm uninstalling reality. Here's the money shot right here. Domo-kun planted in the town square like a demonic community statue. He looks so out of place and yet so correct, like Robloxia had always been missing one towering felt goblin to really tie the place together. And look at the citizens. They are doing that classic Roblox panic shuffle where nobody really runs like a human, they just kind of vibrate away from danger. Meanwhile, Domo-kun's got that blank expression which somehow makes it worse. He's not even angry, he's just existing aggressively, and then the whole town is paying for it with their boxy little asses. This close-up is nightmare fuel made by a kindergarten class, and I mean that as a compliment. That big slack-jawed stare has the energy of someone opening the fridge at 3 a.m., except instead of shredded cheese he's finding a whole town to traumatize. The low angle really sells it too. That's the perspective of a Robloxian realizing this is no longer a cute mascot situation, this is a biblical event with upholstery. Imagine being underneath that thing hearing each step hit like a bass-boosted ass clap from the heavens. That's a level of terror no obby can prepare you for. And here's the aftermath. Domo-kun strolling off like he just finished a side quest and not a felony spree across an entire civilization. That's the kind of confidence I aspire to, just absolute unearned swagger after turning downtown into chunky salsa. What kills me is that there probably wasn't even a deeper plan. He just invaded, ruined infrastructure, emotionally scarred a few hundred block people, and dipped before anyone could ask questions. That's art, that's performance. That's what happens when a meme creature gets kaiju privileges. Anyway, that's about it. Giant Domo-kun in Robloxia is somehow one of the dumbest and most majestic things I've seen all week. Right, so today we're talking about D's, which is apparently a real thing now because the internet's a fucking landfill, and somebody always finds a way to make the dumbest joke known to man spread like wildfire. I saw this shit and immediately knew we were in for a bad time, because if the phrase starts with D's, you already lost control of your life. And yeah, there it is, the legendary setup to get hit with the stupidest punchline imaginable. It's not even clever, it's just a verbal trap with the IQ of a wet sock, and somehow it still works on people every single time. Guys, nuts jokes are the purest form of aggressive anti-humor, and I respect that in the same way I respect a raccoon breaking into my trash can, because at least everybody involved knows exactly how stupid this is. Not much else to say really other than it's fucking bait. That's pretty much the whole deal here, man. It's dumb, it's old, and it still gets people because the human brain is tragically easy to ambush with nonsense. You can't even be mad at it, because it's the kind of joke that survives purely on momentum and spite. That's the internet for you. That's it, see ya.
The user input and the prompt, the prompt any of only music and playing card. The end of the video with the story, with a fuse of one moment of the video.
Alright, so I was in the bathroom minding my own business and I discovered my belly button is not a belly button. It is a fucking portal. I leaned in a little too far and felt the cold whisper of the abyss. There is no lint in there because the void has already consumed it. Look at this thing. Normal people have an in eye or an out eye, and I apparently have the event horizon of a failed star. I dropped a string in there and it never came out, which is either proof of physics or proof that my stomach is connected to hell's inbox. Honestly, I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. This is exactly the kind of thing you find out at 2 a.m. and then you can never unknow it. Now, every time I take a shower, I'm going to be staring at my stomach like, what's in there? Dude, taxes, the meaning of life, my dignity, and if this thing starts making noise, I'm moving out. That's the whole situation, honestly. I have been humbled by a hole in my torso. Humanity reached the moon, and I found a personal singularity where my navel used to be. Absolutely brutal. Alright Joe, so SpaceX blew another giant metal burrito to Kingdom Come, which is already a pretty normal Tuesday, but somehow the internet decided the real villain was some dude named Fazzy. I saw the clip and immediately knew this was going to be one of those absolutely cooked online blame trains where nobody knows shit but everyone's yelling anyway.
We need marketing to raise my money born with bacteria.
Yeah, that's the money shot, the classic we tested $1 billion firework and it did not appreciate being perceived. And somehow the second the smoke clears, people start acting like Fazzy personally jammed a wrench into the engine. This is the part that kills me. Because look at him, this dude looks like he just found out his DoorDash got stolen, not like he sabotaged a spacecraft. But once the internet picks a target, it's basically open season on logic. And, of course, the replies are a war zone because half the people are treating it like a federal investigation and the other half are just there for the fucking chaos. Nobody has proof, everybody has confidence, that's the modern media diet. That's the vibe right there, just pure internet malpractice wrapped in a news headline. I swear people will see a rocket explode and still find a way to turn it into a personality-based blame game. Yeah, Starship went kaboom, Fazzy got dragged into the abyss for no reason, and the whole thing is a perfect example of how brain-dead the online mob can be. It's explosive, it's stupid, and somehow that's the entire story. My thoughts are simple. The rocket failed, the accusations are garbage, and the internet needs to chill the fuck out. Not everything is a conspiracy, and not every random dude is the fall guy for a launch failure. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently today we're talking about the absolute clown fiesta that is Charlie leaking GTA 6 footage. And by Charlie, I mean not me, obviously, because if I leaked GTA 6 footage, I'd be sitting here in a Snorlax-sized hole in the ground, while Rockstar sends a hit squad made of lawyers and disappointment. Image, a blurry screenshot of a gaming forum with a giant red breaking banner, posts exploding everywhere, and a shocked crowd of gamers staring at their phones while the words GTA 6 footage leaked dominate the center in huge, ugly text. That's the perfect vibe for this, because every time something like this happens, the internet turns into a pack of starving hyenas fighting over a steak made of rumors and bad compression. Now, the crazy part is that people always act surprised when game leaks happen, like this industry hasn't been one giant leak bucket since the dawn of time. But GTA 6? Yeah, that's not just any leak, that's the kind of leak that makes every content creator on Earth instantly become a legal analyst and every dude in the comments become a forensic engineer. Write an article-style page about a major gaming leak spreading across the internet with a headline about alleged GTA 6 footage, a timeline of how the clip spread, reactions from players and developers, and a sidebar filled with panic, speculation, and legal warnings from the publisher. This is where the internet does that thing where nobody knows anything, but everyone is speaking with the confidence of a man explaining plumbing while actively drowning in a bathtub. And of course the first response is always, well, if it's real, this changes everything, which is gamer code for I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I need to form an opinion before my lunch gets cold. Tweet, a post from a gaming news account saying the alleged GTA 6 footage is being shared everywhere, followed by thousands of replies arguing over whether it is authentic, fake, unfinished, or secretly part of a marketing plan. That tweet section is always where the mental illness really blooms, because you'll get one guy saying it's a dev build, another guy saying it's old footage, another guy saying it's actually from a completely different game, and then some dude in the replies saying I can tell it's fake because the shadows are wrong, like he's been trained by the CIA to inspect polygons. Video, a chaotic montage of social media scrolling through alleged GTA 6 footage reactions with people screaming in comment sections, clips being reposted, fake analysis overlays, and a final shot of a giant digital storm of misinformation spreading across every platform. Honestly, that's exactly what leaks do now. They don't just reveal a game, they spawn a whole second game called Who Can Sound the Most Correct While Knowing Nothing. And if the footage is real, that's a huge problem for the company, obviously, because now they've got 1 billion people peering into an unfinished project like a bunch of feral goblins at a bakery window. If it's fake though, then congratulations, the internet once again spent 6 hours screaming at a hallucination with a user interface. Either way, somebody's day got ruined, and usually that somebody is a random employee who just wanted to keep their job and not become the face of the biggest leak in gaming. Video, a second section showing a stressed game studio environment after the leak with blurred monitors, frantic messages, a security alert, employees looking exhausted, and a giant visual metaphor of a cracked vault spilling files everywhere. That part always sucks, because people forget there are actual humans involved, and instead treat the whole thing like it's a free demo drop from the heavens. Meanwhile, the lawyers are already loading up like they're about to kick down the door of reality itself. And the funniest part is the fans who say, I'm not watching the leak out of respect, while they are in fact watching the leak with the intensity of a man committing tax fraud. Like, come on, be honest, nobody is more curious than the person pretending to be morally above the situation. Image, a single gamer sitting at a desk with a guilty expression, one hand over their face, the other hand paused over a play button on a leaked clip with empty energy drink cans and a glowing monitor reflecting pure shame. That's the whole saga in one image right there. At the end of the day, leaks like this are basically the internet's favorite combo meal: outrage, curiosity, fake expertise, and one guy yelling this is unacceptable while refreshing the same clip for the 12th time. So yeah, if Charlie leaked GTA 6 footage, that's obviously insane and the fallout would be a mess, but let's not pretend the audience wouldn't be glued to it like it was the second coming of sliced bread with a cheat code. And that's really the truth of it, man. Everyone's offended, everyone's obsessed, and somehow the person who caused the mess is the least interesting part of the entire disaster. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Boy, today we're hunting down the cursed little offspring of capitalism, those combo businesses that should not exist but do, because America refuses to build normally. We're hitting 5 of these freaks and I'm gonna judge them on pairing, execution, and experience, which is exactly how I rate my worst decisions too. This is peak brain rot architecture. Like, hey man, while we're under your hood, do you want some fake cheese and regret? That is efficiency. That is America. That is the closest thing we have to poetry. I love that people looked at a Jiffy Lube and thought this would be improved by a giant Taco Bell on the side, and somehow they were right. The oil change being done before the meal is finished is hilarious too. That's not service, that's a jump scare.
Just stay down.
The Little Caesars and T-Mobile combo is way weaker. That one feels like 2 places that got married because their landlords were dating. Also, trying to put on a screen protector while pizza is cooling next to you is just self-sabotage with pepperoni. That urgent care one is evil in a funny way. Not because Taco Bell is cursed, but because the idea of eating there and then walking 10 feet to a clinic lobby is the kind of convenience that makes your soul leave your body. The funniest part is the thrift store and Dunkin' combo. That one actually makes sense in a gross practical way. You can buy a dumb mug, a reflective jacket, and a caffeine drink, which is basically the full I have given up on style but not on being awake starter pack. Right, so apparently modelslab.com banned Doodle from their Discord server because the penguinz0 livestream was turning the place into a non-stop LTX request cannon, which honestly sounds less like moderation and more like trying to stop a chainsaw with a wet napkin. People saw one livestream, lost all sense, and started acting like the server was a drive-through window for free renders. There it is, the classic Discord death spiral. One guy makes a joke, the chat clips it, and suddenly 50 people are in there yelling the same request like a bunch of caffeinated parrots with broken brakes. I get why they banned Doodle, because once a server gets hit with that much spam, every channel turns into digital diarrhea.
Please respect the rules and keep requests appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, and you can almost feel the mods getting that 1,000-yard stare through the monitor. At some point, you stop moderating and start wondering if you should just unplug the entire server and go live in the woods. And, of course, Twitter turns it into a courthouse with 3 clowns, a guy named BaseTruth420, and somebody posting a gif of a melting toaster. But look, the ban makes sense. If you let one wave of spam slide, next thing you know, the whole server is just people screaming LTX when like it's a hostage situation. This is the most accurate visual representation of online community management I've ever seen. One bad meme and suddenly it's all hands on deck, morale in the sewer, and some poor mod has to become the Terminator for a pile of nonsense. Right, so today I'm looking at footage of somebody trying to run Gemma 3270 mem on a computer that sounds like it was assembled from a toaster and a prayer. 1 gig of RAM, Atom N450. This is not a machine, this is a cry for help. If this thing boots into the desktop without coughing up smoke, I'm already impressed. Oh no, why does it actually work? That's the part that's upsetting me. I was prepared for failure, for tragedy, for a puff of smoke and a funeral, but instead it's just sitting there thinking like a depressed microwave. I'd be crutching backward in my chair too, honestly, because this is the kind of thing that makes you question every choice you've ever made. This is raw survival. This is the computing equivalent of a fish climbing out of the ocean and demanding a mortgage. I'm not even mad at the machine, I'm scared for it. It looks like it's about to develop consciousness just so it can file a complaint. And the guy recording it is acting like he discovered fire while the laptop is out here auditioning for hospice. Yeah, that checks out, but I still hate that it's possible. The fact that something this small can be squeezed into a machine with the horsepower of wet cardboard is hilarious and deeply unsettling. I respect the hustle, I fear the implications, and I think the laptop deserves hazard pay. So apparently Disney looked at the ocean, looked at Mona, and said, yeah, let's do that again, but somehow make it even more expensive. I saw the teaser trending and figured I'd check it out before the internet either nutted itself or declared cinematic bankruptcy. Okay, that actually looks stupidly gorgeous, like they spent $1 billion just to flex on everyone's GPU. The lighting, the water, the whole vibe is so polished it feels like it should come with a warning label for people with weak jaws. And Mona herself still just has that perfect I'm about to carry this entire franchise on my back energy. If they keep the music and the visuals this clean, this movie is going to have people acting like they discovered oxygen for the first time.
Your sunset.
That's the part that got me, because it feels like they're actually trying to make this a legit event instead of just slapping a sequel label on it. If the full movie is anywhere near this teaser, Disney might have accidentally cooked for once. So yeah, teaser looks insane, the animation is doing backflips, and the whole thing has that people are gonna argue about this for months energy. I'm cautiously optimistic, which is basically my love language with Disney at this point. If they stick the landing, this could be a massive W. If they fumble it, the internet is gonna eat them alive in 4K. That's it, see ya. Dude, this site is insane. It's just a little voice zoo of clone dudes, and somehow Joe Rogan is the final boss with 95405, uses this as the kind of page that makes you feel like you got hit in the head with a rake made of dicks. And of course the whole thing is just a parade of cool science man, weird robot CEO, and schizophrenic, panicked like somebody let a drunk raccoon write the metadata. Yeah, this is definitely one of those sites where the whole product is here. Choose which famous guy you want to hear talk about nuts. And the wild part is the personalities are so blunt they sound like they were typed by a guy holding in a fart. Old man talks slowly, very calm bro, that's not a profile, that's a hostage note for a therapist. And look at the numbers. Joe Rogan is so far ahead it's not even a competition, it's just a landslide in the dumbest possible race. Neil Tyson at number 2 is honestly expected because people love making him say stuff with maximum confidence, but the rest of this is just an unbelievable reminder that the internet will clone anything if you dangle enough buttons in front of it. The funniest part is how bare bones it is, no avatars, no fancy descriptions, just names and vibes, like a software engineer got bored and decided to summon a cursed karaoke machine. Honestly, if this page had any more dick jokes hidden in it, I'd be impressed, but no, it's too busy being a graveyard of very specific voice impressions. Right, Right, so apparently we need to talk about the nightmare scenario of a guy getting transformed into Woodman from Mega Man, which is one of those sentences that sounds fake until you stare at it long enough and realize it is somehow still less weird than half the stuff on the internet. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that makes the human brain short circuit. You wake up, your ass is rooted to the floor, your arms are made of splinters, and now you've got to listen to people tell you this is character growth. That's not growth, that's a curse with a leaf filter.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that looked like a nature documentary made by somebody who got banned from the botanical garden. The worst part is I can absolutely see someone in a comment section saying, bro is evolving, like this isn't a full-blown identity emergency. Honestly, he does look kind of cool in a my landlord is a wizard sort of way. But if I got turned into a Mega Man boss, I'd be pissed off too. I'm not trying to become a VHS forest accident because some nerd touched an ancient stump. Of course, there's a guy online who thinks he'd be competitive after becoming a walking tree weapon. That's the internet's greatest disease, absolute confidence with zero functioning neurons. If I turned into Woodman, I'd be collecting sunlight and filing for disability. Bro, I swear the internet has been begging for this like it's some ancient prophecy, and now apparently I'm the chosen idiot. I've gone a full decade with the romantic success of a damp sock, so yeah, this is basically a historical event at this point. I found out about it the same way I find out about most life changes, by people yelling nonsense at me online like I'm a stray cat they fed once.
Finally gooning.
That's the clip, and I gotta say, the production value is somehow still higher than my love life. The wild part is people are acting like this is a normal milestone, like there's a plaque for it or some shit. This is the face of a man who has achieved absolutely nothing and somehow made it everyone's problem. Respect the grind, I guess, even if the grind is pathetic. I'm not even mad, I'm impressed that the lore has gotten this stupid. If you made it this far, congrats, you're part of the sickness now. I've said my piece. The internet has once again been weird as hell, and somehow I'm the punchline and the victim at the same time. That's just the economy now. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently John Pork is calling your phone, which is already a fucking sentence that sounds like it was generated by a guy getting chased in a dream by a ham sandwich with legs. I saw this thing blowing up and yeah, it's stupid enough that I had to look at it. If some random pigman keeps ringing you, there are only so many reasonable reactions before you start questioning society. There he is, the asshole himself, looking like he just bought a vape and a timeshare. That is not a phone call problem, that is a police report with extra steps. Honestly, if John Pork is calling you, don't answer, don't feed into it, and definitely don't let the internet convince you this is a normal afternoon. Block the number, save your sanity, and maybe burn the phone as a ceremonial sacrifice to the gods of not being weird.
My character of the user, only the word sedges like a brief of the user of the prompt, like reason the character, and from the phone call have the...
This is the kind of prank that works because it's just stupid enough to be annoying and just harmless enough that everybody pretends it's profound. It's not profound, it's a pig with a cell plan. If you want the actual move, just ignore it, block it, and if you're feeling brave, send one reply that says, "Stop calling me John." That's maximum engagement with minimum brain damage. Bottom line, don't answer the pork, don't negotiate with the pork, don't let the pork win. Block it, move on, and reclaim your dignity from the county fair of bullshit. That's it, see ya. Okay, so apparently Hollywood looked at GTA San Andreas and said, you know what this needs? A live-action CJ movie. Not the whole game, not some big ensemble thing, just CJ by himself like he's the only important part of one of the most iconic games ever made. That is such a weirdly specific choice that it almost feels fake, but of course it's real because reality is a fucking joke. This is the exact kind of announcement that splits people right down the middle, because some people are immediately like, hell yeah, this could be sick, and other people are already sharpening the pitchforks like Hollywood just robbed their grandma. And honestly, both reactions make sense, because this is either going to be a surprisingly cool love letter or a soulless nostalgia cash grab with a CGI beard and terrible lighting.
No way. It's happened. What?
Can't. It can't anyone but, hey, name!
The biggest question, obviously, is who the hell plays CJ, because that casting is either gonna make or break the entire thing. If they get it wrong, people are going to be talking about this movie like it personally insulted them, and if they get it right, everybody's going to pretend they were never skeptical in the first place. And that's really the whole conversation, isn't it? It's not just about CJ, it's about whether Hollywood can touch something people love without turning it into polished dog shit. The nostalgia angle is obvious, but if they actually make something good, people will forgive a lot. My opinion is pretty simple. I get why people are annoyed, I get why people are curious, and I get why this is already a giant meme. If they make it with some actual fucking effort, it could be decent, but if it's just another ass grab at an old IP, then yeah, people are gonna hate it for good reason. So yeah, that's where I'm at on it. Mixed feelings, cautious interest, and a whole lot of please don't screw this up. If they do CJ dirty, the internet is gonna be unbearable for months. That's it, see ya. Kansas City. Missouri is one of those places that sounds normal until you actually look at what's going on there, and then it feels like someone gave a raccoon a city budget and a barbecue smoker. It's like the whole place is held together with burnt ends, and the sheer confidence of a guy named Doug saying, nah, it'll buff out, which is honestly beautiful in a penis-shaped kind of way. This is Kansas City, Missouri, the main stage for today's circus. You've got a skyline that looks respectable enough, but you just know somewhere down there a guy is arguing passionately about ribs while his suspension gets obliterated by a crater in the road. That's the energy of KC, man. It's got this weird charm where every problem feels like it's being solved by a handshake, a folding chair, and a dude with mysterious access to fireworks. It's not polished, but neither is my shaft, so who am I to judge? This is basically the full Kansas City experience in one headline. If a pothole there gets big enough, I fully expect it to earn voting rights and open its own jazz bar before the city patches it up. But that's also why people love the place. It's got personality, and not the fake corporate kind either. I mean real goblin mode municipal personality. Kansas City feels like a city that would absolutely fight you, then buy you dinner after. Right, so Squid Game 4 dropped a trailer, and yeah, I clicked it immediately like a brainless little goblin. I don't even know how we got here, but if Netflix wants me to keep pretending I'm not gonna watch this shit, they're gonna have to try harder than that.
Oh, f off.
Yep, same Nightmare Factory energy, just shinier and somehow even more expensive looking. Netflix really said, what if we made trauma but cinematic, and honestly that's basically their whole business model. This is the part where they flex the branding like they invented suffering. I respect the hustle, but every time I see those masks I feel like I'm about to get scammed into a terrible childhood game.
The user, the dialogue, and of the prompt for of, and of a singles of the dispense, and not the prompt, then also the beautiful. Would you rotate a 4 pinks in the ballot to patient to skydat?
Okay, yeah, that's a trailer. They're absolutely cooking with the everything is fucked pacing. It does its job though, because now I'm gonna sit there like an idiot waiting for this show to emotionally wreck me again. Overall, it looks like more of the same in the best way possible, just bigger, meaner, and way more polished. If they stick the landing, cool. If not, well, we all got baited together like champs. I'm still gonna watch it the second it drops, because apparently I love being bullied by streaming services. That's just where we're at now. That's it, see ya. Right, boys, somehow I ended up at a Skrillex show, and I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting ear damage and questionable life choices, so we're already off to a strong start. I got in there, the crowd was feral, and the bass hit me like a truck full of energy drinks and bad decisions. This is the exact kind of place where everyone's having a religious experience and I'm standing there like a pissed off raccoon watching fireworks. The music is absurdly loud, but honestly it rules because the whole room feels like it's vibrating out of its own damn skin. They respected it though, because the production is insane and Skrillex knows how to make a room explode. I went in ready to make fun of it, and instead I just got bullied by the subwoofers for an hour. By the end of it, I was still not dancing like an idiot, but I was absolutely understanding the appeal. It's loud, it's chaotic, and it's stupid in the best possible way. Honestly, fair play, that was a ridiculously fun show. I got blasted by the sound and somehow came out happier than I went in, which feels illegal. I'm still not gonna pretend I know how to properly rave, but I get it now. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently Elon Musk just turned me into a soda can, which is a sentence I did not expect to say today, but here we are. I guess when you run out of normal ways to be annoying, you just start doing wizard bullshit with carbonation and branding, because why the fuck not? Yeah, this is the kind of brain-dead tech miracle that makes perfect sense in 2026. I blinked and now I'm shelf-stable, refreshing, and somehow still bitter.
Behold the future of refreshment. Our chalk.
Conversion complete.
This video is fucking insane because he's treating it like the second coming of sliced bread while I'm literally a beverage container. And of course the crowd is eating it up like this is progress. The article's acting like this is some groundbreaking achievement, like Tesla unveils new hydration-based content creator. That's the exact level of respect I expected. If I'm gonna get turned into anything, a soda can is pretty on brand for the amount of nonsense I deal with daily. Still, I'd like my human rights back at some point. That's it, see ya. Right, so today we're tackling the age-old question that has divided philosophers, doctors, and guys in gym mirrors for centuries: are knees gay? Because if they are, then mine have been sending some very confusing signals for a long time. It's just wild how a completely normal joint can get dragged into discourse like it's got a Grindr profile and a criminal record. Now, obviously the answer is no, knees are not gay, knees are just knees, they bend, they creak, they make you feel 87 when you stand up too fast, and that's pretty much the whole career, but the internet sees one slightly suspicious angle and suddenly it's open season on the kneecap. Like, what are we even doing here, man? If a knee can be gay, then my left elbow has been bi since 2014 and my ankles are going through an identity crisis every time I take the stairs. This is the kind of discussion that makes the human species look deeply unserious, and honestly, I respect it. So final verdict, no, knees are not gay, but the fact that we even had to ask is maybe the gayest thing about the whole situation, and if your knees are acting up, that's not sexuality, that's just the passage of time coming in swinging like it hates your mobility. So apparently Brian from Family Guy is now the single most important guy in modern history because he somehow prevented the Luigi CEO assassination, and that somehow spiraled into a full-blown civil war that killed 17 million people. I wish I was making that up, but the internet has once again chosen violence and stupid-ass alternate timelines. This is the part where I start asking what the hell went wrong in the writer's room, because Brian acting like some kind of geopolitical kingmaker is one of the dumbest sentences I've ever had to process. And then of course the timeline immediately nosedives into a civil war, because once you let Family Guy characters near reality, shit gets derailed fast. 17 million people dead over a bit that should have stayed in a shitpost. This is exactly why I don't trust internet history, because everybody wants to act like they've uncovered some insane truth when really they just found a cursed edit with too much confidence behind it. It's chaos wearing a tie. So yeah, Brian is apparently the catalyst for the apocalypse, and I'm left wondering how we got from a cartoon dog to mass death in record time. That's the internet for you, I guess. They think the lesson here is that no one should ever be allowed to improvise consequences this hard. It always gets stupid, then it gets worse, then someone makes a meme about it. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently we're back in the cursed kingdom of animated corporate slop, because the Emoji Movie apparently got a sequel. How did we get here? Who in God's name kept the lights on for this franchise long enough to make round 2? This is like finding out your dick has a sequel nobody asked for, and somehow it's bigger, louder, and even more embarrassing. Look at this poster, man. This is the kind of thing you see and immediately feel your soul trying to leave your body. It's got that perfect "we need to sell toys to people who hate themselves" energy, and every emoji on it looks like it was designed by a committee of accountants with a gun to their head. The trailer is exactly what you'd expect, just complete visual diarrhea with a billion colors and zero human emotion. They took the first movie, which already felt like a punishment, and somehow decided the solution was to crank the insanity to the point where it loops back around into aggressive stupidity. The article tries to pretend this is some cultural event, like people are sitting around discussing the emotional themes of fucking emoji lore. Nah man, this is just a studio looking at the ash pile of the first one and going, yeah, we can still get $5 more out of this. And of course they made the main character look like he's about to deliver the most important important speech in cinematic history, when in reality he's probably gonna fart, fall over, and learn a lesson about friendship. This whole thing has the same energy as a dick pic sent by a guy who says
We have to save the chat!
"We have to save the chat" is brutal. Dude, that's not a line from a movie, that's a cry for help from a hostage negotiation with a Samsung phone. This sequel feels like someone took every bad idea from the first movie, put them in a blender, and then somehow got a bigger budget for it. I'm gonna be honest, I respect the commitment to making something this shameless. It's so offensively soulless that it almost becomes art, almost still looks like shit, still sounds like shit, and I'm pretty sure if you watched the whole thing your balls would go numb from sheer emotional exhaustion. Right, so I found out about this and immediately thought, yeah, the internet has officially run out of oxygen. Like somehow people keep finding new ways to turn the worst day in modern history into a bullshit headline, and I'm already annoyed. This one's so stupid it sounds fake, but no, apparently somebody actually married the date 9/11, which is one hell of a thing to put on a card. That's the kind of idea that should have died in the draft folder, but instead it got printed and probably handed out like it was cute. There's no universe where this lands normally, it's just absurdly tone deaf, yet wanting a memorable wedding, but this is the exact wrong kind of memorable. You don't need your marriage to enter the Hall of Fame for fucking bad judgment. And, of course, the internet did what it always does, which is stare at something horrible and ask, wait, is this real? Because every day gets a little dumber and a little louder, and somehow we're all still here. Honestly, this is just one of those things where the joke writes itself, and that's the problem. The joke should not be there. The joke should be buried. If you're trying to make a point, there are a million better ways to do it than slapping a disaster onto your wedding theme like you're shopping for a cursed centerpiece. That's it, see ya. Alright, we're doing the infinite mirror of internet narcissism today. I'm pretty sure this is how a black hole gets made, except instead of matter, it's just my face and bad decisions.
Charlie. Charlie. Charlie, 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 Charlie.
Okay, first off, I respect the dedication. Second off, this is the exact kind of content that makes me think the simulation is not only real, but really horny for recursion. You can practically hear my brain cells filing a complaint.
Why? Like, so what about... I wouldn't know what I would be say, but...
This is beautiful in the same way that a toilet overflowing is beautiful. It's art, sure, but also you need to call somebody. And the worst part is every version of me is somehow more annoying than the last one, which is impressive because the base model is already a menace. They hate that this article is weirdly well researched. They've got more documentation of my face than my own birth certificate. And yeah, I'd probably watch this too because I'm apparently addicted to seeing myself get progressively stupider in HD. Today we're talking about this absolute nuclear waste barrel of AI slop pretending to be a social media post, and holy shit, it looks like a refrigerator had a stroke and started tweeting. It has the energy of a dick pic sent through a fax machine during a house fire. This is the main event, the Mona Lisa of concussions. It looks like AI was asked to recreate Twitter after being hit in the head with a shovel, and then for some reason they put it in front of giant COVID testicle monsters. Look at the text, man. Gorals, if I ate cows, me EI. That reads like someone tried to summon a demon using predictive text. None of this is language, it's just keyboard crumbs glued together with machine confidence. The verified badge somehow makes it funnier too, like yes, officially certified nonsense USDA prime gibberish. Then you've got the article circuit acting like this is a serious innovation, like we're witnessing the birth of a new digital philosopher instead of a haunted autocorrect. It's like reviewing a dick drawing in a museum and calling it postmodern. AI slop like this always fascinates me because it's so confident while being completely pants-on-head stupid. It's not even bad in a charming way, it's bad like a scam email became sentient. Anyway, that's about it. Analysis to equals none code Telugu e Teluguan Telugua Telugua Teluguan. Right, let's talk about the wild infestation of AI video makers pumping out 1 million topics a minute. It's like every app decided, what if we made content farms with a caffeine problem? And honestly, that's basically what happened. The reason is simple: attention is money, and these things are built to chase every possible click like a dog seeing a squirrel with a mortgage. If one topic works, it clones itself 50 times, wraps it in a new thumbnail, and pretends it's a fresh idea. It's not creativity, it's a microwave stuck on generate slop. This is why you keep seeing the same basic subject dressed up in 10 different hats. The tool isn't trying to make the best video, it's trying to make the most videos, because somewhere in a boardroom a guy named Todd realized quantity beats quality is basically the anthem of modern internet garbage. And yeah, the other reason is people are lazy, which to be fair I respect on a spiritual level, but there's a line between saving time and opening a portal to content hell. Some of these tools are just a fancy way of saying I have no idea what I want to make. Please hallucinate a career for me. It's basically the internet's version of a rabbit with a Red Bull addiction. Every possible niche gets split into smaller niches, then those get split again, and suddenly you've got videos about the exact emotional impact of a spoon on a Tuesday. Honestly, insane behavior. Alright, somebody sent me this story and I genuinely need a second to process it, because apparently a teacher, Freddy Fazbear, and a 3 a.m. alley in the hood all decided to share the same cursed calendar invite. I don't know what kind of clown shoe timeline we're living in, but it already smells like old grease and terrible life choices. Yeah, that's the look of a person who just realized they are not making it to heaven on the express route. If I saw that behind a pizza place, my soul would leave my body, call HR, and file a complaint for emotional assault. And the worst part is, you know, somebody was filming it like, bro, this is crazy, while the rest of us are sitting here trying to understand why Freddy Fazbear keeps getting dragged into real-world nonsense. That bear has had more scandal than half the platform, and he doesn't even have a pulse. Of course, the article has 12 ads, a fake quote, and 3 paragraphs that somehow say absolutely nothing. The internet loves turning one weird sighting into a mythological event, like some late-night urban legend built out of nicotine, pepperoni, and poor judgment. Okay, so somebody sent me this ancient artifact from the digital Stone Age, and apparently it's Minecraft in old Roblox, which is already a sentence that smells like burnt plastic and a lawsuit. This looks like somebody tried to build a block game inside another block game while the whole thing was running on a toaster with a migraine. And yeah, that is absolutely the kind of vibe you get when you're 10 years old. Your laptop is held together by prayer, and you think, what if I made a Minecraft clone, but every texture looked like it was uploaded through a potato. The bubble helmet is killing me. That's not a character, that's a fish getting ready for school. There it is, the sacred childhood workflow open editor, place cube, call it engine, accidentally make the most cursed sandbox known to man. I miss when games looked like they were rendered through a fever dream and nobody cared because it was free. Honestly, this is kind of beautiful. It's ugly, it's janky, it's probably held together with duct tape and lies, but that's the charm. This is the kind of thing that makes you feel nostalgia for a computer fan screaming at 100%. That tweet is painfully accurate, and I respect it. Back then, if you saw a sphere helmet and a block town, you didn't ask questions, you just accepted that the universe was too tired to explain itself. Right, so Jamaica being the only country in the world is just one of those sentences that sounds like it got generated by a guy who got kicked in the head by a mule. Like, how do we even get here? It feels like the planet forgot to finish loading, and now we're all standing around like, damn, that's a lot of island for one country. And of course there's some dick joke somewhere in there, because apparently geopolitics just had to get weird and horny at the same time. This is the kind of thing that immediately makes you question whether the person saying it has a license to operate a brain, because the only country in the world is such a massive title to slap on something. Like, that's not a small flex, that's a full-on planetary monopoly, and if the world really narrowed down to one country, I'd hope it at least had good food and a functioning airport, unlike my dick after eating gas station sushi. The article layout makes it even funnier because it's trying so hard to look legit while the premise is completely batshit like the site is they're all polished and respectable, but the headline is basically, yeah, so the entire Earth has been simplified into one island, deal with it. And honestly, that's the exact kind of confidence I respect in a dumb idea, the same confidence a guy has when he says he's hung like a horse, and then you see him in the locker room.
We interrupt this program with a developing story of unprecedented global significance. As you can see, the world as we know it has vanished, leaving only Jamaica.
This is where it reaches peak stupidity because the presentation is saying treat this with urgency while the actual subject is basically a geography prank with a concussion, and I love that because the contrast is doing all the work, like a tiny little country sitting there while the whole concept of nationality gets body slammed into the pavement. Also, the only country in the world sounds impressive until you realize you just eliminated the competition, which is exactly the kind of thing a guy with a microscopic dick does when he says he's the biggest in the room. Yeah, that's the whole joke. It's just Jamaica standing there like, guess it's me now, while everyone else somehow vanished off the face of the earth, and if that happened for real, I'd still be more concerned about who's handling the paperwork than the geography, because the admin side of this would be an absolute cock-up of historic proportions. Right, so apparently Michigan is being overrun by a mysterious cabal of tiny dudes with way too much confidence, and I need to address this before it turns into a full-blown civil emergency. I'm gonna be honest, if there's a coordinated midget uprising happening, that's way above my pay grade, but I do think we should probably ask some questions before everybody starts acting like the state got colonized by pocket-sized chaos goblins. This is the kind of story that starts with one idiot in a comment section and ends with 50 people swearing they saw a 5-foot mastermind directing traffic outside a speedway. And I just want to say, if the whole plan is to take over Michigan, I respect the ambition, because that's a lot of cold weather to conquer with knees that are basically at countertop level. Still, the internet has a nasty habit of turning random weirdness into a whole mythology, and then everyone acts shocked when the myth turns out to be somebody's cousin with a Bluetooth speaker. The tweet is exactly what I expected, which is to say a landfill fire with punctuation. Every time something stupid catches on, people immediately start acting like they're on the front lines of history instead of just being in a digital hamster cage throwing peanut shells at each other. I'm not even mad though, because this is the rare rumor that's so unhinged it loops back around into comedy, and that's the only thing keeping my brain from sliding out my ears. Japan just said fuck it and turned the whole country into a sci-fi map in real life, and honestly it's kind of absurd how hard they went on stacking shit vertically. I was looking into this and every clip I saw felt like the government got possessed by a cyberpunk architect with a meth problem. This is the part that blows my mind, because the trains aren't just near everything, they're basically stitched into the city like veins, and somehow the roads, rails, and walkways all function without the whole place collapsing into total chaos. That shit is wild, because you can step out of a station, hit a road, duck under a highway, and end up in a completely different layer of the city like you just clipped through the map. It's peak we figured out civilization and then made it cooler. And the crazy part is it doesn't feel like some fake futuristic concept, it just works, because they built the city around getting people places fast without needing a car every 5 seconds. That's the dream right there, not whatever hellscape most cities are doing. Japan basically built the cyberpunk future, except instead of laser swords, it's trains that show up on time and roads that exist in 3 damn dimensions. That's the kind of urban planning that makes every other country look lazy as hell. That's it, see ya. Holy shit, I woke up and got hit with the dumbest timeline imaginable. Apparently Obama dropped a debut single called Suck My Ass, Dirty Bitch Fuck, and it's already nuking charts worldwide. I saw the clip and thought it was some deepfake bullshit, but no, the internet really said let's make the former president a pop star. This is the most aggressively cursed crossover event ever, and somehow the song sounds like it was written by a group chat on bath salts. The confidence is insane, though I gotta respect the commitment to pure nonsense. The fact this thing is allegedly going #1 in every country means civilization is basically tap dancing off a cliff right now. If this is real, we are no longer a society, we're just a clown car with a Spotify account. They don't even know what the fuck the musical genre is here, but it feels like national embarrassment with a bass drop. And yeah, if Obama really turned into the next Michael Jackson, then honestly the moonwalk died for this shit. I'm fascinated, disgusted, and weirdly impressed all at once, which is usually how the internet robs me of my peace. If this keeps climbing, I guess we're all just background dancers in the downfall of humanity. That's it, see ya. Right, so somehow I woke up to the news that I started a damn church as a joke because people keep saying I look like Jesus, and apparently that dumb bit turned into a whole money printer. I love when the internet takes a throwaway joke and fucking launches it into the stratosphere. This is the exact kind of bullshit that happens when people are terminally online and financially irresponsible, because now I'm allegedly quitting YouTube to dedicate my life to pretending to be Jesus full-time. That's such a stupid sentence that I almost respect.
We've donated way too much money!
Yeah, no, the second this becomes an actual career path, I'm out. If people are gonna pay me to stand there with a beard and be weirdly spiritual, who am I to deny the market? That website is disgusting, and I can't believe it would work on me, because that's exactly the kind of tacky shit that would vacuum money out of people's wallets in under 10 minutes. I hate how efficient this scam looks. At this point, it's not even about YouTube anymore, it's about fulfilling my destiny as some bearded messiah guy with a camera. Honestly, that's more honest than 90% of creator careers. I think this whole thing is insane, but also kind of impressive in the dumbest way possible. If you can accidentally become a religious grift magnet by looking vaguely biblical, that's a skill issue on everybody else's part. I'm not saying it makes sense, I'm saying it makes enough money to make people stop asking questions, which is the most sacred tradition on the internet. That's it, see ya. So apparently we've got an ice cream shooting star situation, which is already one of the dumbest phrases I've ever had to say out loud. I found this clip because the internet loves turning random frozen bullshit into mythology, and somehow I'm forced to have an opinion on it. Let's just get into it before my brain melts faster than the cone.
Whoa!
Yeah, there it is, the universe briefly deciding to give this dessert a cinematic entrance. That is the exact kind of stupidly perfect timing that makes people lose their damn minds online. Look at that. The ice cream is just vibing while a literal space rock flies by like it's trying to steal the show. Nature really said, here's your dessert and your omen, idiot. Of course, somebody had to turn this into a full article like they discovered fire. It's one of those stories where the actual event is tiny, but the internet treats it like the second coming of Christ with sprinkles. And that's really all there is to it, man. A cone, a sky, and people acting like they witnessed fate itself doing a little prank. Respect the absurdity of it though, because the timing is fucking perfect. It's the kind of random bullshit that makes the internet worth checking once in a while. That's it, see ya. Apparently, I'm just minding my own business, watching some innocent little cycling clip like a normal human being, and then the internet decides to jump out of a bush and slap me in the face with a nightmare. I got sent this thinking it was just some weird, wholesome-ass bike content, and instead it turns into psychological warfare in like 2 seconds, real classy stuff. Yeah, there it is, the all bait switch special, the internet's favorite method of making me instantly regret having eyes. That is such a cheap jump scare too, like you can practically smell the gotcha through the screen, and yet somehow it still gets me because I'm not a machine, I'm a man with a pulse and a fragile little soul. That fucking got me, dude. I hate that shit so much. The setup is so stupidly normal too, just biking, just cruising along, and then boom, demon spawn jumps out like it pays rent in my apartment. Whoever made that knew exactly what they were doing, and they should be forced to stare at a blank wall for 10 minutes. What makes it worse is you always think you're ready for it, like, oh, I know there's a jump scare coming, I'm built different, and then your soul leaves your body anyway. That's the issue with these things. They don't need to be clever, they just need to be louder than your patience, and that one absolutely was. So, yeah, video succeeded in being annoying as hell and making me flinch like an idiot. No deep message here, no hidden meaning, just pure ass cheek jump terror packaged with bicycles for some reason. Respect the commitment to being obnoxious, I really do, but I also hope whoever keeps sending me these gets a pillow that's always warm on both sides. That's the review, that's the trauma, and that's it, see ya. Right, so today we're talking about that beautiful modern disease known as AI slop, the digital equivalent of someone throwing a bucket of lukewarm dog shit at your face and calling it content. I kept seeing this stuff everywhere, and I finally had to sit down and ask what the hell happened to the internet. This is the first crime scene, and honestly it's insane how often this exact garbage gets passed off as real content. It's got that sterile, mass-produced feel where every second of it screams I made this with zero shame and even less talent. Here's the actual slop in motion, and somehow it's always got the confidence of a masterpiece while looking like a loading screen for hell. People are out here recycling synthetic mush so fast that even the AI probably thinks it deserves better. And of course every article about it is written like the apocalypse started because somebody made a fake cartoon of a salad. The site design always feels like it was built to trick your grandma into clicking 3 wrong things before finding the actual point. At this point, the whole internet is being buried under a mountain of low-effort synthetic slop. And the worst part is people keep rewarding it because it's shiny for half a second. I miss when bad content at least had the decency to be made by a human with a broken brain and a deadline. So yeah, AI slop is everywhere, it's annoying as shit, and it's only getting worse if people keep inhaling this crap like it's gourmet. That's it, see ya. Jesus Christ, this thumbnail looks like a man just discovered his own ass as a weapon of mass destruction. This is the kind of image that hits you like a warm fart in an elevator. It's aggressive, confusing, and somehow way too confident. I saw this and immediately knew we were dealing with premium internet brain rot, the kind of content that feels like it was forged in the deepest, sweatiest part of YouTube. This is the whole event right here, the Zepreter film of intestinal terrorism. Some guy is making a face like his colon just filed for bankruptcy while the thumbnail proudly announces Rip's ass, like it's the season finale of a Marvel movie. And that's what blows me away. There's no mystery, no subtlety, no setup. It's just all ass on the table immediately. Whoever made this looked at the internet and said, you know what this needs? A middle-aged man scream shitting through a green text bubble. It's such a stupid image that it loops around into being kind of impressive, like cave art for people with Wi-Fi. Then, of course, there's the article phase, because every horrible thing online has to be dressed up like it matters. They write about it like it's a historic event, like historians will eventually debate where they were when Screaming Fart Man entered the cultural bloodstream. It's the purest form of slop, and I kind of respect the honesty. No fake depth, no fake message, just one man, one scream, and one explosive ass joke launched straight into the skull of the internet. Right, so apparently somebody looked at lead pipes, the things we stopped letting kids chew on because it turns your brain into overcooked oatmeal, and said, yeah, let's put that in a jumbo jet. That is such a catastrophically stupid idea it feels AI generated by a concussion. It's like making a parachute out of wet toilet paper and just trusting the vibes. So this is the article that kicked the whole thing off, and right away you know you're in for some premium grade clown behavior. If your manufacturing process starts with old lead plumbing, you're not building aircraft, you're building a Looney Tunes cutscene. And obviously people are freaking out because when you hear lead and airplane in the same sentence, your ass clenches hard enough to crack walnuts. You don't want your flight safety plan to sound like a Home Depot clearance aisle. Here's the bird in question, the big majestic skybus apparently stitched together with the same material from a 1950s basement renovation. It looks normal on the outside, which honestly makes it worse because that means the stupid is hiding. That's the scariest kind of dumbass decision, the one dressed up in a suit pretending it passed inspection. It's like finding out your surgeon learned anatomy from a cereal box maze. Then this site drops the internal memo angle, which is where it graduates from stupid to legendary stupid. Because if people were warned and still did it, that's not an accident, that's commitment to the bit. Imagine boarding a plane and the pre-flight checklist includes, yep, still toxic. That's not aviation, that's a speedrun to being the reason new regulations exist. Right, so today we are talking about the most important piece of modern cinema, the favorite episode of big booty black bitches fighting at Chuck E. Cheese's. Like, holy shit, this is the kind of headline that tells you the internet is built different. It's so absurd, it feels like the moon landing if everyone had massive ass-based grievances and a coupon for arcade tokens. This is the exact kind of content where you can smell the bad decisions through the screen. There's always that moment in these videos where everybody realizes the mouse mascot is not going to save them, and that's when the real dick measuring contest starts.
You always ruin everything!
Me? You're the one who started it! Liar! Get out! No, you get out!
And the first half is always pure tension, just verbal escalation, and everyone acting like they're about to solve generational trauma in front of the ticket blaster. You know it's serious when the animosity is so thick it could choke a horse with a comically large penis. This is the part where the bystanders become philosophers, because they're all just standing there like, damn, I really came here for pizza and now I'm witnessing a public-ass conflict. Nobody is having a good time, but everybody is absolutely getting their money's worth in entertainment.
You started this! No, you didn't stop!
Stop it! Both of you stop!
Get off me!
This way, now!
And then the second half is always the payoff where the whole thing collapses into pure chaos and everybody leaves with absolutely nothing solved. Honestly, that's the beauty of these videos. No matter how stupid it gets, the universe always says, yeah, this seems like a problem for the children's pizza casino. Right, I gotta talk about the absolute nightmare fuel that is Santa Claus showing up with a machine gun, because that is not a jolly old man, that is a seasonal war crime with a beard. I'm used to Santa being this harmless cookie-powered legend, but once you strap an automatic weapon to the guy, the whole operation goes from holiday spirit to active shooter in the North Pole. That's the kind of visual that makes you lock your doors, turn off the Christmas lights, and start questioning every cookie you ever left out. Like, why does Santa need a drum mag? What kind of toy production shortage leads to this? Looks like he's about to deliver gifts to the wrong house and then execute the whole zip code. I do not trust a man who can go from ho 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 to clear the room in under 2 seconds. Honestly, that article writes itself, because there is no way to make this less weird. If your festive mascot's looking like he's about to raid a compound, maybe it's time to rethink the theme. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'd be the exact same way, except I'd be hiding behind a tree with a leg cramp and the overwhelming urge to never hear sleigh bells again. Right, Mr. Beast hitting 1 billion subscribers is the kind of number that makes my brain feel like it got drop-kicked by a calculator. That is not a milestone anymore, that is a small civilization. At this point, YouTube is basically just his personal backyard and the rest of us are trespassers with ring lights. Yeah, this is insane. I remember when 1 million subs felt like you had conquered the universe, and now this man has 100 million or whatever nightmare math this is. He's not even making videos anymore, he's manufacturing cultural landmarks with cameras and a horrifying amount of chocolate bars. And honestly, both can be true. The wild part is he made being extremely online look like a Fortune 500 operation. Somewhere there's a spreadsheet so powerful it could qualify as a weapon. Also, 1 billion subs means if even a tiny fraction show up, that's still enough people to fill every stadium parking lot, and probably my entire anxiety disorder. That image alone looks fake, like a child made the world's most illegal birthday card. But it's real, and that's what makes it so stupidly funny. He didn't just win YouTube, he bullied the scoreboard into submission. Yeah, that rules. That's the kind of clip you show aliens so they can understand that Earth's strongest currency is attention and our weird blonde overlord cashed it in for 1 billion little clicks. Respect though, completely unhinged but absolutely respectable. Oh man, we're really doing this. I lose a dumb game show, start acting like a feral gremlin with a Wi-Fi router, and then Bob Barker has security drag me out like I just tried to sell him counterfeit dentures. Let's watch me embarrass myself in 4K.
It's ridiculous! How could I have been so off? How could I have been so off?
Oh no, look at my face. That's the expression of a man who just watched his dreams get kneecapped by a toaster estimate. I'm out there acting like the final boss of bad decisions, and Bob is standing there like a disappointed substitute teacher with a microphone.
Okay, great! Everything's under control, gentlemen. This is outrageous! They're ripping people off!
Dude, I can't believe I got escorted out of a daytime game show like I just robbed a convenience store with a bag of onions. And Bob didn't even raise his voice, which somehow made it worse. That's elder statesman energy. That's I have seen dumber men than you, and all of them got removed energy. This article makes it sound like I committed a federal crime because I guessed a lamp wrong. Meltdown is generous, though. That was a full-body tantrum with bonus cardio. Honestly, if I had won, this would have been the happiest day of my life, and instead I got the historical footage nobody asked for. Yeah, that's fair. Bob won that round, security won that round, and I lost to price tags like an absolute clown. Still, gotta respect the legacy I came. I raged, I got carried out. Beautiful television. Alright boys, today I found myself in the wildest fucking situation at Target, and somehow I turned a boring ass K-pop aisle into a financial crime scene. I walked in for one thing, saw the album wall, and my brain immediately went, yeah, I'm about to make this everybody's problem. Look at this nonsense. I'm just vacuuming the whole aisle into my cart like a man possessed. I'm rich AF apparently, which is a deeply stupid sentence to say while standing next to glow sticks and cardboard pop stars.
I'm rich AF! Yaf! I'm rich AF! I'm rich AF! I'm rich AF!
Don't even know what half this shit is, but I know a business opportunity when I see one. This is capitalism with worse music and better packaging, and somehow I'm the idiot holding the bag. And then I flipped the cards like a tiny little Wall Street psycho and sold the photo cards off, because apparently I'm running a side hustle for teenage collectors now. It felt illegal, morally questionable, and weirdly efficient. Honestly, I respect the hustle on both ends, but this was all a goddamn circus. I walked in as a customer and left as the final boss of the album aisle. The lesson here is if you see me near Target, protect your wallet and your favorite group. That's it, see ya. Dude, Samsung just looked at the laptop market and said, yeah, we can make this worse in our own special way. A Samsung laptop running Windows 14 with Samsung AI all over it sounds like someone glued a tech demo to a printer and called it innovation. Also, Windows C1 sounds like a prison block for tiny little batteries. This is exactly the kind of shit that happens when a company gets too confident and starts naming products like they lost a bet. Like who approved Windows C1? Man, that sounds less like a laptop and more like a medical device they found in a warehouse. And Windows 14 is already funny because it feels like Microsoft would announce that in a cave while everyone pretends to understand what changed. But Samsung slapping their own AI on top of it is like putting a second steering wheel on a car and calling it safer. The article would absolutely be full of words like ecosystem, synergy, and intelligent personalization, which is corporate code for we put an assistant icon everywhere and hope you shut up about it. I swear these companies think AI means the laptop should be able to know when you're about to type something embarrassing and actively judge you for it. Honestly, I respect the commitment to making a product that sounds like it was designed by a committee of rich dads trying to impress each other at lunch. But I also know this thing would either cost $3,000 or explode if you opened Chrome and a spreadsheet at the same time. Alright, so apparently there's this cursed ass thing floating around called Toy Story 504 quintillion 855 quadrillion Ford 67 trillion 592 billion 572 million 846,524, and I got sent it by like 3 different people at once, which is always a great sign that humanity is doing fantastic. I heard Woody and Buzz are in some absolute fever dream situation, and there's this new guy Gabe Horn who apparently can't shut the hell up for 1 second.
And the only word and only the formed materials of the phone in promptation choiaks. And I'd say if you found Yalas, if you're saying about...
Yeah, this is already off the rails. Gabe Horn is like if some random dude got teleported into Pixar hell and decided he was the main character. The fact that this exists at all is insane, and I can already tell it's going to be a non-stop barrage of Gabe Horn garbage. Woody looks like he hasn't slept in 8 days, and Buzz looks like his soul left his body 5 minutes ago. And Gabe Horn is just there like he owns the place, which is somehow the funniest and worst part of all this.
User the of what your input you add here, and my production at Strines if you want to get the poll, and a pension.
Don't know who thought this needed to happen, but they were clearly possessed. Gabe Horn being name-dropped every 12 seconds is like a psychological attack, and I respect the commitment in the dumbest possible way. This is pure brain rot, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't have that special kind of horrible charm. Gabe Horn carried this entire cursed thing on his back like a deranged little goblin. That's it, see ya. Right, so apparently the internet woke up today and decided we needed a new nightmare because somebody took one look at Trump and said, you know what this needs? More tentacles. I found out about this shit because people kept spamming me like it was breaking news, and now I have to look at a thing that should not exist. That's where we're at as a species. So yeah, this is the Trumptopus in all its cursed glory, and it somehow looks both fake as hell and weirdly believable in the worst possible way. It's like if a fever dream got a campaign donation page. And the craziest part is people actually made this like it was some kind of clever transformation, when really it just looks like the result of an unholy tax evasion ritual. I hate that I can picture someone sitting there thinking, yeah, this is the one.
Fake news.
There's the full transformation, and honestly the editing makes it even more stupid because it's trying so hard to be epic while showing the dumbest shit imaginable. Every second of that clip is a reminder that the internet has no breaks and no shame. What kills me is that morphing effects like this always act like they're revealing some deep truth, but all they really reveal is that somebody had way too much free time and zero respect for visual dignity. This is the kind of thing you'd show a guy to get him to leave your house. And, of course, there's already an article milking it for clicks, because every time something stupid goes viral, the content machine starts pissing itself with excitement. The site looks like it was designed by somebody who learned web design from a Lunchable wrapper. So yeah, Trumptopus is officially one of those internet abominations that lives forever because it's too idiotic to die cleanly. I wish I could say I learned something, but really I just learned that people will morph anything into anything if they're bored enough. That's it. Yeah. Scooby-Doo is one of those shows that somehow became a permanent part of the human brain, like taxes or back pain. I went down a rabbit hole on it after seeing some weird wiki stuff and realized this cartoon has been feeding us mysteries, talking dogs, and pure nonsense for decades. It's honestly impressive how hard it commits to being goofy as hell. This is the setup I think of instantly, just Scooby and the gang about to fumble into another haunted scam. It's always some guy in a rubber mask acting like he's the reincarnation of Satan. That's the whole fucking formula, and it never gets old because it's so dumb it loops back around to genius. Also, the fact that a talking Great Dane is usually the most rational person in the room is incredible. This kind of message is basically the internet telling you to stop being a weird little goblin and identify yourself properly. It's not scary, it's just the website equivalent of who the hell are you? And honestly, that's the beauty of Scooby-Doo. It's just an endless feast of snacks, screaming, and bogus ghosts. Total masterpiece. That's it, see ya! Man, I swear the internet is a disease sometimes because I wake up to the dumbest shit imaginable, and today is absolutely no exception. Apparently I'm out here in the streets doing an all-time speedrun of life choices, so let's just address the elephant in the room before somebody turns a rumor into confirmed by a guy in a hoodie. Yeah, that's the vibe people are trying to pin on me, and it's bullshit. I'm not about to sit here and let some terminally online idiots cosplay as my medical team just because they saw one clip and decided to write fan fiction with Fent-adjacent levels of confidence. Let me be crystal clear here, because this is the kind of shit that can get way out of hand fast, and I'm not entertaining it for a second. I am not asking anyone to send me heroin, black tar, or any other bullshit, and if you're hearing that from anywhere, it's wrong. This is exactly the type of garbage article layout that farms outrage by slapping a dramatic headline on some half-baked nonsense and calling it journalism. It's the same recycled formula every time. Say something insane, get clicks, pretend you're doing public service, and leave the rest of us to clean up the mess.
I don't know what to do. It's just, everything's falling apart. I need to figure this out. Like, now, I'm really stressed.
That's the kind of viral clip that starts all this crap because somebody posts it with a wild caption and suddenly half the internet is acting like they're at a damn press conference. It takes one idiot with a camera and zero context, and now everybody's an expert on my life. So no, I'm not doing that, I'm not promoting that, and I'm definitely not inviting anybody to ship poison to my damn house. If you're genuinely concerned, use your brain for 5 seconds and don't help spread a stupid-ass rumor like it's breaking news. At this point, I'm mostly just irritated that people think this is the kind of thing I'd randomly turn into a bit, because no, some lines are just too fucking dumb to joke about. It's not edgy, it's not funny, it's just a terrible rumor that should have died immediately. My thoughts are simple. Don't believe everything you see online, especially when it sounds like it was invented by somebody trying way too hard to be shocking. And if you're the type of person who immediately runs with that stuff, please log off and go touch grass or something. That's it, see ya. Right, we need to talk about this absolute circus act, because somehow the internet looked at a grown man spinning like a toy top and decided that was a complete event. I get it though, sometimes life hits you with such a stupid visual that you can't do anything except stare and wonder how we got here. There it is. That's the kind of content that really asks the hard questions like why, how, and has this man achieved a higher form of being by becoming a human ceiling fan? Honestly, this is the sort of thing that makes me respect the commitment. You don't accidentally spin that confidently unless you're either possessed or you fully detached from reality. Of course, the replies would act like this is an event of historical significance. That's the beauty of the internet. Man, someone does something profoundly pointless and suddenly everybody's got a thesis statement. I can't even judge it too hard, because if I had that level of free time, I'd probably be out there pirouetting like a malfunctioning Roomba. This article treating a spin cycle like a national emergency is killing me. There's always that weird point where the internet takes one dumb little moment and inflates it until it has its own press tour. Still, I respect the craft. If you're gonna make people laugh, sometimes all you need is a room, a camera, and enough angular momentum to qualify as a threat. So yeah, that's the story. Man spun, people lost their minds, and somehow we all learned nothing except that gravity is still undefeated. Holy shit. What the Sigma has reached the point where it's basically just verbal glitter. It shows up everywhere and contributes absolutely nothing except making your brain feel like it got headbutted by a cartoon penguin. I respect it though, because any phrase that can make a room sound like a load-bearing dick joke is doing something right. Right, this is one of those things that starts out sounding adorable and then immediately becomes a federal problem. Somebody decided a baby T-Rex would be a pet, which is exactly the kind of thought process that ends with blood on the drywall and a broken Amazon package outside.
Rexy, no! Leave the slipper! Rexy, down! Rexy! Rexy!
Look at it though, it's doing that little dinosaur waddle like it pays taxes. I hate how this is kind of cute, because I'm also fully aware that in 6 months this thing is going to be the size of a bad decision and start treating ankles like a buffet. The collar is killing me. Nothing says responsible pet ownership like putting a name tag on a prehistoric murder nugget and acting like it's going to learn commands. Sit, stay, and please don't invent the concept of carnage. That tweet is the most insanely relatable thing I've seen all week, which is depressing on a few levels. Also, if your pet is already trending on social media because it ate one shoe, you do not have a pet anymore, you have a pending incident.
Rexy, come! Come here, boy! Good boy, Rexy. That's a good dinosaur.
Yeah, that's the part where reality sets in. That little guy is adorable right now, but you can already see the emotional toll forming on that person's face, like they're realizing they adopted a chainsaw with eyes. Right, so apparently the WAN team has just been hiding the good stuff from everybody, and that is insanely pathetic. Like, congrats on making people wait around like a guy at a urinal pretending his dick isn't doing the little nervous wiggle. Absolutely incredible work. I've got a real bone to pick with this because every time they act like something's coming soon, it's like watching a dude say he'll be done in 5 minutes when he's actually on a 40-minute emergency masturbation break. This is the perfect visual representation of, yeah, we heard you, now please stop asking, which is basically corporate for we're not doing that shit. And I swear if one more company pretends open weight is some forbidden dark art while milking the audience for hype, I'm gonna start thinking their business model is just edging the user base for fun. This article is exactly how these situations feel, where the whole thing is wrapped in this sterile little corporate bow while everyone reading it is slowly losing their mind. You can almost hear the page say we appreciate your patience while simultaneously grabbing you by the balls and asking you to smile about it.
More details soon.
That's the energy right there, just pure nothing dressed up like something important. I'm convinced half these announcements are just a guy in a conference room staring at a spreadsheet and saying, let's make them wait longer, that'll build trust, which is the same logic as telling someone you're almost done while you're still fully hard and not even started. That roadmap looks like it was drawn by a hostage with a PowerPoint subscription. And that's why people get pissed off, because when a team keeps teasing open wait and then just locks the door, it feels less like product strategy and more like they're mooning the whole community and telling everyone to be grateful for the view. Anyway, I get the frustration because open waits are one of those things where if you're gonna build you gotta actually show up with something in your hands and not just a promise and a fucking wink. If you keep everybody on the hook too long, eventually the only thing left is anger, jokes, and the mental image of a guy trying to explain soon with his pants around his ankle. Right, so apparently young Sheldon has undergone a full identity crisis and now his legal name is just an endless chain of Bazinga S. That is not a sentence I ever expected to say out loud, but here we are, staring into the abyss while the abyss yells nerd catchphrases back at me. This is exactly the kind of thing that makes me feel like television has become a dog that learned how to drive. It's legally not supposed to happen and yet somehow the steering wheel is covered in glitter and the horn only says Bazinga in a really unsettling way. I respect the commitment though, because if you're gonna ruin your own brand, you might as well cannonball into the deep end wearing clown shoes. Read stuff like this, and it always feels like the internet is being operated by a feral raccoon with a marketing degree. Like, what's the end game here, man? You don't just wake up and decide your name needs 14 bazingas stapled to it unless you're either a genius, completely insane, or trying to get a cashier to quit on the spot. Honestly, I can't even hate it. It's stupid, loud, and incredibly online, which means it's basically the perfect modern celebrity move. If this is a bit, it's a terrible one. If it's real, it's even better. Either way, somewhere out there, a lawyer just aged 12 years and a ringtone just became a hate crime.
Bazinga! Naska, Lillingdom, the night for nay, they, the name dames are named the da.
That is the dumbest thing I've seen today, and I watched a man explain taxes using ketchup packets. This feels less like a name change and more like a virus wearing a bow tie. Honestly, respect. Terrible, disgusting, perfect little nonsense. Dude, this is one of those stories that sounds fake until you realize it's somehow even stupider than fake. A kid sprints out at night, calls 911, and the whole thing turns into a please don't make me go home situation, which is an all-time immature move. We are deep in tiny-brained, pants-on-head territory here, and honestly that's the kind of chaos that keeps the universe from getting too cocky.
911, wait! I'm running! They're after me! Hurry, please!
There he goes. Little man's absolutely booking it like the house is on fire, except the emergency is apparently just having to deal with consequences. Calling 911 because you don't want to be grounded is such a legendary child move. Like, hello, yes police, my mom is being mean and I would like a refund. That's not rebellion, that's a distressed ham sandwich with shoes on.
Ike, you stop right there!
Gotcha. No more running.
You're grounded for a week.
And of course he gets grounded because what else are they gonna do? Throw him in a witness protection program. You can't just commit a microcrime against bedtime and expect to come out victorious. This is the kind of move that makes every adult in a 20-mile radius sigh so hard they lose years off their life. Right, so apparently the United States has entered its final form, because Waluigi just got elected president, and I need you to understand how deeply stupid that sentence is. This dude looks like he got dropped out of a slot machine and immediately started running a country. And honestly, I respect the hustle. He's got the exact energy of a guy who'd promised tax cuts, free tennis, and a national law banning eye contact. That is the most coherent platform I've ever heard from a politician, which is somehow the problem. Half the country is calling him a demagogue, and the other half is like, no, he's got a point, Monday is a scam. Also, I love that his first executive order is probably gonna be making the nation purple and emotionally unavailable. We've reached the point where political pundits are using phrases like unexpectedly anti-establishment to describe a lanky gremlin in overalls. And I'm not even mad, because at least when Waluigi lies to your face, he does it with style. That's better than most candidates who lie in khakis and a smile.
I solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That's the whole presidency right there. No strategy, no subtlety, just pure chaos with a government seal slapped on it. And honestly, if he starts handing out stimulus checks shaped like coins and making Luigi the Secretary of Agriculture, I'm calling it the greatest administration in history or the dumbest hostage situation ever. This is one of the most batshit internet meltdowns I've seen in a while. It has the same energy as getting held at gunpoint by a middle school science teacher with a boner for Pluto, just absolute lunacy. Somehow Michaela is forcing everyone to watch Solar Balls became a real sentence people are saying with their whole chest, and that alone deserves prison time. So this is the main flavor of the insanity. Michaela apparently being painted like some kind of cartoon supervillain forcing people to binge planetary edutainment like it's a CIA interrogation tactic. It's such a goofy premise that it loops back around into being incredible, like if peer pressure was sponsored by Uranus Joe. And the best part is people are talking about this like it's a human rights violation, like bro, no one survived Vietnam just for you to compare YouTube recommendations to torture. If someone forced you to watch Solar Balls, just close your eyelids.